I was born in Maryland in the autumn of '99. My biological father, Keith Digman, was never a part of the picture, so I was raised by my mother and stepfather. But after a falling out with my family in the spring of 2019, I was left to fend for myself, financially and otherwise. Striking out on my own, with little to no prospects, I decided to get back in touch with my biological father. It didn't take long for me to learn he had passed away a few years ago, to get to know him better, and because I lacked any direction in life, I decided to seek out what remained, to see who he was and what he did. Turns out my father was a man of many regrets. He'd been in and out of jail dozens of times. He was a known alcoholic, a thief, and hadn't kept a job for longer than a few weeks. He was, to all intents and purposes, an unapologetic failure. But I knew that couldn't be the full story. I looked up his closest living relative, a half-brother named John Digman, a sort of uncle, I guess. He was a pain in the ass to find. He was registered on a dozen addresses, under different names, in different states. Every lead just took me to another throwaway account, an empty lot, some unknown nobody who'd been slipped a 20 and told to shut up. This was a man who didn't want to be found, that is, until I found myself in Tomskog, Minnesota. The first time I met John Digman was at a corner pub in central Tomskog, the kind of place that had been run by the same people for 30 years, and who'd only taken on the place as a favour for the last person who ran it for 30 years. These were solid, salt-of-the-earth kind of people, so when two strangers stepped in to order a plate of nachos and a couple of beers, they couldn't help but to wonder what was going on. But apart from that, we were alone. John was in his early 40s. He had long dark hair with streaks of silver running along his ears. He was clean-shaven, had a trucker cap that promoted fire safety, and unassuming earth-coloured clothes. He was tall, thin as a stick, and kept wearing sunglasses even in the dark. This was my long-lost uncle. "So about your dad," he said, rolling a toothpick between his fingers. "You sure you want to know?" "Yeah," I nodded. "I've heard some bad stuff." "You haven't heard half of it." "Then it's about time someone told me." John nodded. He snapped the toothpick in two, using one half to clean his fingernails and the other to pick his teeth. "Look," he said, "Keith was your father in a way. I didn't spend a lot of time with him these past 10 years, but I got a few emails every now and then. Can't I just ask you stuff about him?" "Sure," he shrugged. "Ask away." We got our orders. A plate of nachos, olives, some cheese, and 2 beers. John just poked around the plate, not grabbing anything, while I hawked it all down like I was in a race. "So," I asked in between bites, "how did he die?" That's probably the most complicated question you could have asked me. He told me about a conversation he'd had with my father not long before he died. The story went a little something like this. The reason for Keith Digman to come to Tomskog was a last-ditch effort. He was disease-ridden, regretful, and desperate. He had nothing to his name, and all he wanted was an honest chance to make things right. Turns out, there's a place in Tomskog that is historically unique. Some of the early settlers used to travel there, as it was the only nearby town that had something resembling a church, but it also drew other crowds of other faiths. One group of Scandinavian settlers had a peculiar ritual that they performed there called the Yearwalker. It was a sort of contract between the natural and the unnatural. On New Year's Eve, you could walk counterclockwise around the local church 12 times, one for each month. If you did, you would renounce your Christian faith for a year. That meant an entire year as a faithless outcast, ripe for the picking by any demon or ghoul that could find your immortal soul. However, if you made it through that entire year, your strife would be rewarded. So what would you get? I asked. Gotta be something big. You get a wish. So, whatever you want. Whatever you want. I could see how that would be tempting to someone like Keith. A chance to make it all right, to set things straight. Anyone desperate enough might just do it. So what happened? I think he went through with it, nodded John, and then he died. I ended up finishing the entire nacho plate on my own. John sipped his beer, but didn't finish it. I could tell why he was so scrawny. The guy had no appetite. We talked a lot about the way Keith used to be. His years in high school, his likes and losses. How he loved to blast Kiss classics driving his pride and joy. A '68 Frog Eye Sprite. He'd been an open, kind and honest man once upon a time, until the world caught up with him. As the day turned to midnight, we ended up taking a walk around a nearby lake. John pointed out something interesting. This is where the church used to be, by the way, he said, pointing at the lake. There was a sinkhole at the turn of the century, dragging it all down to the bottom. There's a church at the bottom of the lake? I chuckled. Then why is it named Frog Lake? Believe me, the frogs are far more interesting, grinned John. As we said our goodbyes, I got a firm handshake from him. His hands were ice cold, and I got a glimpse of his eyes under those sunglasses. Bloodshot, with a void black iris. I think I get what you're planning to do, he said. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But if you want to do this, take it seriously. Some things are out of your control. You believe this is real? I asked. You think yearwalking really killed him? You'd be surprised how things really work when you get into the nitty-gritty, he shrugged. We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. As we did, he called out to me. If you need me, just give me a call. Strange. His number was on my phone, but I didn't remember saving it. That night I thought about my estranged father. Keith had an idea of what kind of life he wanted to live, but something happened along the way. Maybe it was his own fault, maybe it wasn't. Either way, it seemed cruel for things to end like they did. A lonely man wandering around a freezing lake on New Year's Eve, asking the world for a favour. I decided I would make the Yearwalk in his place, and ask whatever powers that be to show him mercy. Maybe give him a second chance, somewhere, somehow. All good intentions. I stayed in Tomskog for a while. I got a part-time job at a local warehouse and rented a small apartment on the outskirts of town. I barely had enough to make ends meet, but the place was small and the rent was cheap. The landlord, a woman in her late 40s, insisted I take the place at a discount. Nice lady, but I'm not used to people being nice. Not that nice, at least. November turned to December. By the time New Year's Eve was coming about, I'd almost forgotten why I stayed in the first place. I'd gotten to know a few people around town and made some friends at work. Just casual banter between acquaintances, but they were good people. They'd invited me to a New Year's Eve party, and I felt like an idiot when I declined. I'd checked out the path, and walking one whole lap around Frog Lake took at least 40 minutes. I'd need most of the day to get all 12. But this was my goodbye to Keith Digman, in a way. A send-off. New Year's eventually came about. People were celebrating all over town, even in the early afternoon. I could hear cheers and fireworks going up from every street downtown. But I kept walking further and further away. As the cheers died down, I was left with the crunch of snow and gravel walking the path of Frog Lake. All right, old man, I sighed. I hope you get your wish. I started walking. There was a convenient road that circled the entire lake. It was lined with street lights, half of which were broken. There were offshoots along the path leading to hiking trails, and lights from a dozen houses peeking through the pine forest. A few sections of the path were lined with a white picket fence. I started around 4 p.m. and figured all 12 laps would be done by midnight. It might take me a little longer than expected, but if I finished early, I could pop by the corner pub for a drink on my way home. I could use the warmth. Minnesota winters can be brutal. The first lap went without a hitch. I was listening to a podcast and just enjoying the scenery. These old towns have that certain something that not many places have. That feeling of people having really lived there. Not just been there, but lived there. Names carved into trees, a broken bicycle thrown into the woods, a handmade sign with a Bible quote about snakes in paradise. You could tell there were a lot of memories in these trails. The second lap, I ate a sandwich. Not that exciting. Had to throw away the pickles. They'd gone black seemingly overnight. Not that appetizing. By the third lap, I stopped to stretch near a clearing in the forest. I could imagine the place to be beautiful in the summer. There was a lavender farm north of there, and you could probably smell it all the way here. By the fourth lap, I was ready to call it quits. I'd been walking for 2 hours, and I was starting to ask myself what the hell I was doing. It was then that I noticed I'd gotten a text, just minutes earlier, from John. "You sure about this?" it read. It was a hard question to answer. I didn't know if I was sure or not. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew I wanted to do it. I didn't respond, but I somehow got the feeling that he already knew my answer. I got into the zone. I just kept walking as the sky turned darker and darker. Lap 4, 5, 6, they all just passed me by. After a while the podcast was finished, and I didn't even notice. I just kept walking. The sound of fireworks grew stronger, and I met some early celebrators walking the same trail as me. Some of them waved, others just hurried off to wherever they were going. No one else was doing the Yearwalk, it seemed. But I was feeling strange. Maybe I was just tired, or dizzy. But it felt like I'd been walking for ages. My feet were doing it automatically, like I'd forgotten how to stop. It was an out-of-body experience, and I felt myself drifting off into a thoughtless wander. The night grew darker, briefly illuminated by exploding lights. Little snaps lighting up the sky, as if to pull me out of my trance, to wake me up. Maybe that's what they're really there for. As I started the final lap, I could feel my feet growing heavy. I was cold, exhausted and hungry, more so than usual. This was taking a heavier toll than I'd anticipated, and I'm not that out of shape. Still, I couldn't stop now. One more lap, and I was done. But everything looked different in the dark. The shadows grew longer, and all the little quirks along the path seemed more threatening. It felt like a warning of things to come. The fireworks would cast long shadows, making it look like shapes moving through the trees. I'd hear cracks in the frozen lake, as if something underneath was probing for a weakness. I heard laughter in the woods. There was a foul stench coming from a house. Black footsteps leading into an open field. Shards of a broken mirror scattered across the path. And at the very end of the line, a dried blue sunflower hanging from a broken streetlight. Had I just not seen any of it, or had it been there all along? What the hell kind of town was this? I took that final step, closing the circle. 12 laps. A complete Yearwalk. I resigned my faith and surrendered to whatever powers may be, for a promise of a wish fulfilled. I felt like an idiot. A superstitious idiot. I wasn't going to the corner pub. No way. I was going home to shower and sleep for 12 hours straight. I stumbled up 3 flights of stairs, no elevator, and barely made it through the door. I dropped my jacket on the floor, locked the front door, and collapsed on the toilet. It took me at least 20 minutes to build up the strength to get undressed. I had never been that tired. My body ached, and I felt at least 60 pounds heavier. I finally managed to get in the shower. One of those combined bathtub/shower combos. Nothing fancy, but I'd enjoyed a few evenings there. But that night, I just wanted to get clean and collapse on my bed. The water was cold and smelled strange. I just stood there with my eyes closed, half asleep. I didn't care enough to step out of the cold. I just wanted to get it over with. I opened my eyes and looked up, only to see the water turn black. And in that moment, the lights went out. I thought I'd gotten something in my eye, but no matter how hard I rinsed, the room stayed dark. There was an awful rumbling sound coming from the pipes, as the water turned into a thick sludge. It had this powerful chemical stench, like a mix of acetone and raw rubber. I stepped out of the shower, trying to find my towel in the dark. I could feel specks of dirt on my skin, and a thin layer sticking to my skin as I wiped myself dry. I'd have to shower again once the lights came back on. I tried to find my phone to turn on the flashlight, but I'd left it in the hallway. I fumbled for the door handle, put my hand on it, and stopped. There was a shuffling noise in the other room. I stopped. Despite being so tired I could barely move my legs. I felt ready to run. Like something primal in me put a cold hand around my spine, urging me to pay attention. There was something in the other room, and it was a threat. "Little wheat," a voice came through the door. "Have you come for the harvest?" The voice pierced the door and curled into my ear, making me twinge with unease. If I could get the door open, I'd be able to reach my phone and call for help. But something in me wanted to just hold my breath and disappear. "Have you grown tired of dance and drink, little wheat? Have you grown tall and nurturing? Please, just leave. I don't want to call the police." "Leave?" It laughed. The shuffling noise grew louder as something shot through the room. In the blink of an eye, I felt the door buckle as something heavy pressed against it. "You asked me to come, little wheat. Why would I leave?" I didn't even notice I was doing it. I was backing into the corner, holding up my hands, repeating "no, no, no" to myself like a mantra. It was as if something inside of me had snapped and taken control, and I was just listening from the sidelines. Whatever was on the other side of that door was here to do something awful to me. "Little wheat, your purpose is clear. Whether you feed my children now or later is irrelevant. Your perception is flawed." I didn't know what to say. I had to do something. I scrambled into the bathtub and turned the shower back on, hoping it couldn't hear me over the rushing water. Sadly, all I got was that thick sludge, foul-smelling, viscous chunks dripping on my cold shoulder. "I am coming in." The door buckled and shattered into pieces. I screamed. Like a balloon, I let all the air out of my lungs and just screamed. Something huge slithered across the floor, barely squeezing into the bathroom, struggling against the door frame. The voice came from the ceiling as the head struggled to fit. The shower curtains were torn down, and something cold and scaly slithered up my leg. "There you are." An impossibly muscular appendage wrapped around my chest and pulled me up against the cold ceramic tiles. I bumped my head against the ceiling. It squeezed my chest, pressing the last screams out of me. Even in the dark of the bathroom, I felt the world grow darker. The voice came closer. "You are fulfilling your purpose. You." It stopped. A rough tongue longer than my forearm, pressed against my face. I could feel my skin straining to stay on as little cuts formed on my forehead and scalp. A moment later, it dropped me like a bag of hammers. I came down hard, landing on my tailbone and bending my left wrist at a bad angle, tired, hurt and cold, with this thing looming over me. There was a short pause as it pondered what to do. Maybe it just liked to hear me suffer. "You're rotten," it hissed. "Bad wheat. What sort of soil have you grown in?" I heard something whip back and forth. A crackle as ceramic tiles shattered, the bathroom mirror breaking, and the bathroom sink falling to pieces. "Disgusting," it shrieked. "Disgusting, disgusting wheat." The lights came back on, and for a split second, I saw it. An enormous, slithering creature, like a transparent snake, full to the brim with twisted bodies and broken skulls. A cranium resembling 6 faces smooshed into a single head, like a parody of theatrical masks. Shimmering, razor-sharp scales, a stroke of which might cut me into pieces. Countless little appendages, elongated arms, sticking unceremoniously out of bald spots on its skin. It lunged, wanting to devour me whole, but it stopped itself. A warm breath touched my face, as it realized I was inedible. It knew this, and yet it had a want, a need. Looking into 2 of its eyes, I saw only hatred. A hatred. And a promise of terrible things to come. Then it was just gone, with the blink of an eye, leaving me broken and crying in the bathtub. I was lying there in a pool of black goo. The entire bathroom smelled like a chemical plant. There was another rumble in the pipes, as the sludge was washed away with warm, refreshing water. I just looked at the mess. The door, the mirror, the sink. Half the apartment was in disarray. The thing had just appeared out of nowhere, and disappeared just as fast. Maybe the sludge had protected me in a way, but it felt like I'd just changed one awful thing for another. I was choking on the gut-wrenching smell. It wasn't long after midnight that I found myself leaning out of my kitchen window, gasping for air, as the fireworks exploded overhead. Happy New Year. A few days passed before I met John Digman at the corner pub again. He'd ordered me a nacho plate and a beer, not even pretending to get something for himself. I sat down, wincing as my left wrist moved a bit too much. "You look like shit," John smiled. "What happened? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'm not so sure about that." I don't know," I said. "I think I'm fucked. I'm done." "You met something, didn't you?" I just looked at him. He peered out from under his sunglasses as his eyes gave off a red sheen. There were little details about him that I hadn't seen. His hair, for instance. It wasn't just white. It had streaks of literal silver. Little cables? "You made it further than your dad ever did," he said, "but you got a long way to go if you're going to make it to next year."
Hi everyone, thanks for listening to the first part of the Yearwalker, written by Saturdead. If you liked it, stick around, because he's not done yet. There's a whopping 12 parts to this story, and they're all scheduled to release here over the next few days. And here's a fun fact for no reason. In Sweden, the real Årsgång, or Yearwalker, is believed to let you glimpse into the future if you survive the spirits along the way. Good night.
Cleaning up that bathroom was almost as bad as whatever caused the mess in the first place. The smell was awful, and I had to pay a local carpenter to help me out with some of the messier stuff. The landlord was very understanding, but it was clear that fixing this was not up for debate. She might be nice, but she had no tolerance for destruction of property. I couldn't blame her. Luckily, Roy the carpenter gave me a fair price, but by far the toughest part to clean was the blue splotches left by the stinking goo that tumbled out of the shower head. It sort of burned into the ceramic, leaving small stains behind. It took a lot of sweat and baking soda to even reduce it to a light blue. The worst, by far, was the smell. No matter what I brought into the bathroom, it was all overshadowed by this awful chemical odour. It just didn't go away, and it burned my throat something awful. Little over a week into January, I met up with John again. I was feeling a bit weak, like a cold was coming on. I thought about staying home, but John insisted, and I got the feeling he wasn't the kind of person you should say no to. Arriving at the same old corner pub, I found John with a nacho plate and a beer. He wasn't even pretending to eat something this time. He'd tucked the stray hairs of silver behind his ear, as if to cover them up. "You all right there?" he asked. "Might be coming down with something," I sighed. "Don't tell me I didn't warn you." "You did," he nodded. "I usually don't catch stuff like that. Haven't for years." "Oh yeah?" I smiled. "How come?" "Company secrets," he said, tapping his forehead. He pushed the nacho plate to me and leaned in. There were a few other guests in the back, but I got the impression no one was listening. Maybe John was a regular. "I still don't get it," I said. "I don't understand what the hell that thing was." "I'm not sure what to call them," he said with a shrug. "But if you don't want to see more of them, you should stay out of Perch Pond. Never heard of it. All the better. Oh, and don't die." "Don't die?" "Yeah, don't die." I didn't even try to understand. I just stuffed my face with cheese and corn chips, hoping it'd magically cure me. It didn't. But I didn't mind trying. "I think what came out of the pipes was a fluke," said John. "Most of our water runs through a nearby reservoir, and they've been having some trouble. I think something dislodged and got into the system." "Nasty stuff," I said in between bites. "Not a fan. If you find more of it, save it. That stuff has tons of metals in it." "Metals?" "What kind of metals?" "The kind you can't blame for being there." "That makes no sense." I wiped my face and drank my beer. John just looked at me, hands crossed. "I'm asking you," he said. "If that stuff comes up again, save it. Take it to me. If you told me why, I might be more inclined to do so." "Do I need a reason for you to help me?" I hadn't been entirely serious, but John was nothing but. I could see the red of his eye poking out from his dark sunglasses. This wasn't him asking nicely. "Sure," I nodded. "Fine." "Thank you." He leaned back, looking over his shoulder. When he was sure no one was watching, he patted me on the shoulder and handed me an inch-thick wad of $100 bills. "Take a few days off," he said. "Get some cough syrup." That night, I was struck with a fever. A nasty sweat through the night kind of murder fever. The kind of fever where you're too dehydrated to sleep and too tired to move. Where you get the shakes just from moving your hands. And it's too warm to stay under the covers. It was one of the worst fevers I'd ever had. And when I started to drift in and out of consciousness, I knew it was getting bad. I had to call in sick. There were a few angry voices at the other end, telling me I should have said something sooner. I was too tired to answer. I considered quitting there and then. Maybe I did. By that point, I hadn't decided what to do next. I'd signed up for this Yearwalk thing, but there was nothing stopping me from leaving town. I could go back home, try to patch things up, and maybe get a job at my stepdad's store. It wasn't a bad idea, but it felt like giving up. But standing there on my knees, worshipping the porcelain throne, I just wanted to be anywhere, or do anything else. The next morning, after a few hours of falling in and out of sleep, I woke up to the feeling of something sticky on my face. Turns out, sometime during the night, I'd coughed up something bad. My pillow and part of the covers were stained with that same foul-smelling goo I'd touched in the shower about a week earlier. These thick black globs, leaving blue stains on my face, my hands, my chest, and all over my bed. It was a complete mess, and the smell was nauseating. I hurried to the bathroom, fetched a towel, and tried to scrub my face clean. It was like being sprayed with permanent ink. I could scrub and scrub for minutes, but nothing happened. And by God, my mouth tasted like death. I drowned myself with mouthwash, trying to burn away the taste. As I started to feel it dissipate, there was a sudden sound, a sharp, piercing noise, going straight from my ears and into my stomach. Who knew cell phones could be so loud? I reflexively swallowed, burning mouthwash straight down the gullet. The end result wasn't pretty. This is how I learned that everything in my stomach had turned to this black, rancid goo. It would come to me in waves. I could feel fine for about an hour, then it would just drain me. I'd cough up these black nuggets of goo, over and over. The one saving grace was the taste slowly disappearing. Maybe I was just getting used to it. I couldn't eat. Everything I ate just turned into more goo, and my stomach filled up with it. I'd be so hungry that I couldn't think, and I still couldn't bring myself to eat a single bite. I pretty much lived in the bathroom, trying to work up the energy to call for help. Then again, I didn't have insurance. I stayed in the bathroom for the next 12 hours. When I finally managed to drink some water and take a shower, it was already dark outside. Finally having enough strength to move, I stumbled out looking for my phone. I had to call for help. But as I did, I had a quick look outside my window. There, on the other side of the street, was a dark shape. At the edge of the streetlight, it looked like a strange shadow. At first I thought I was looking at it through a weird angle, my sleep-deprived brain riddled with misunderstandings. But after a few seconds, it dawned on me that this was a physical being, close to 11 feet tall, and completely oil-slick black. I couldn't believe my eyes. I picked up my phone, stepped back, and looked for John's number. My fingers shook so much I put in the wrong code twice. I never turned my back on that window. The thing was tall enough to reach inside my goddamn bedroom. "You feeling better?" John's voice came through. "No," I screamed. "No, it's... Oh God. What? What's happening?" I started coughing. I tried to catch my breath. Something is... I'm not... Something is what? I walked around the room, trying to see the thing from a different angle. I couldn't see it. Maybe it was too dark. Maybe it had just been a long shadow to begin with. "Something is what?" he repeated. I think I'm seeing things. Are you in danger? Do you need something? I need help. I'm not feeling well. Listen to me. Is there an immediate physical threat to you right now? I looked outside. I tried to see something. I tried to make myself see something. But whatever had been there was gone. "No," I sighed. "No, I'm not." "Then I'll come by in a couple of hours. I know what'll help. Not more nachos and, beer, right? Not until you're back on your feet." I fetched a blanket and curled up on the couch. I probably had to throw away my bed completely. As the blue stains sunk through the mattress, I realized there was no way I was getting rid of the smell. Then again, I had plenty of extra cash on hand. More than enough for a bed. What the hell did John do for a living anyway? As my stomach calmed, I drifted off to a restless sleep. That night, I dreamt. I dreamt of a deep cave. A cave so dark and deep that you couldn't evolve ears that would outlast the pressure. Where bones would break and sinew froze. Where jelly-like bodies bumped into one another in the blind dark. Senses developed over countless millennia to determine if the other bodies were friend, foe, or something else entirely. I felt my scales rubbing against the others, my kin. Hundreds of friends and mates. Some danced around me, others disappeared in a heartbeat. A rush of water, pressure building up, something large. Teeth. I woke up with a gasp. A gelatinous sweat covered my body. It was so thick I could scrape it off with my fingernails. And covering the entire bedroom window was the largest oil-black hand I'd ever seen. It was trying to get the lock open. I jumped off the couch, almost slipping on my sweaty feet. "What the fuck?" I just screamed out reflexively. As I did, it retracted. It was fast and completely soundless, like bumping into a little fish in the dark of a nightmare. I decided I'd count the hours until John got there. I tried sending him a text, but my fingers were too slippery for the screen. I wasn't going to turn my back on that window, so I just had to wait. I could do that. I could wait. I thought back on that thing I'd seen in the bathroom. That monstrous thing, calling me the little wheat. Maybe this was why it didn't eat me. Maybe whatever dropped out of that shower head was so awful that it made an otherworldly predator turn its back on me. And maybe this was the price I had to pay for surviving that night. Or maybe I was out of my fucking mind, ranting deliriously. A strange thing happens when you have such a violent fever. You lose perception of the passage of time. And to me, I had no idea how long I'd been sitting there, but the room felt darker. Could have been hours, could have been minutes. I had no way to tell. It was back. This time, it was standing tall enough to face me through the window. Just standing there, following me with its swiveling head. It felt like watching a silent rattlesnake. A creature coiled up and ready to strike, but with no visible warning sign as to when. It wanted something from me. I could feel it. I slowly stepped away from the couch, my legs struggling not to buckle. I got my phone and moved closer to the door, inch by inch, not letting my eyes wander. It followed me. It had a blank, eyeless face, but it followed me. I tried my hardest to make smooth, quiet motions. I barely breathed. My stomach was struggling from the weight of my movement, and my eyes had trouble focusing. And yet, I could clearly see it through the window. The long neck, the oil-slick skin in perpetual movement, as vague colours swirled across its surface. The vague outline of a skull buried somewhere deep. "Easy now," I whispered. "I'll just leave, all right? I'll leave." The phone rang. I fumbled it out of my pocket. I answered the call, hearing John's voice for a brief second. "I'm about 5 to 6 minutes away. A hand pressed against the glass, as a little circle started to take shape. It was coming in. The goddamn thing was coming in. It's here," I yelled. "It's breaking the window." What is it? What's going on?" The glass surrendered as a perfect circle was sucked away. A tendril reached in to click the hatch open. and the window flung open. I ducked and dodged to the side as an impossibly long arm reached for me. It didn't make a single sound. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't know it was even there. In the dark, it'd be invisible. Something grabbed my ankle. It squeezed so hard I thought my leg would break. An acid texture burned something into me, leaving my body feeling suddenly cold, then scorching hot. It pulled me backwards, making me fall flat on my stomach. Luckily, I was too slippery, and the hand lost its grip. I crawled forward, scrambling to get out the front door. As I reached it, I turned around. I realized the thing was gone. I knew it couldn't be this easy. Still in my socks, a t-shirt and underwear, I got back on my feet. I listened. The thing didn't make a sound, but things it touched did, and I could hear the gutters creaking outside. It was moving to intercept. It was getting ahead of me. There was a metallic noise as something in the building rumbled. Barely remembering to breathe, I decided to hide. I got back in the bathroom and locked the door. It was all stained with blue spots. Even in the dark, I could feel the texture of where the spots were on the ceramic tiles. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. For a moment I was safe. Then my stomach turned. It wasn't like the other times this felt forced, like having something pulled out of me. I fell to my knees next to the toilet, and I felt something leaving my body, crawling out of my throat, wriggling and desperate to get away. I tried to scream, but it burned so bad I didn't know if I was even getting air into my lungs. When I finally heard myself pant and groan, I just gave up. There was no way for me to keep quiet. I heard rattling in the pipes, in the ventilation, in the drains, like an excited rodent rushing for a meal. It was coming for me. A nightmare erupted, hands coming out of every corner of the room, trying to pin me to the ground. Elongated limbs tying my feet together. All of it causing that sensation of a chemical stinging my flesh with plastic ice burn. I reached for the door handle, slowly feeling myself being pulled towards the back wall. My hands slipped off the handle, over and over. "No!" I cried. "No, no, no!" That little fish in the dark, bumping into friends, foe and others, and ahead of me, I knew there was nothing but teeth and death. The bathroom door flung wide open. In the blink of an eye, I saw the bulbous head of the creature, pulled back to reveal a massive skull the size of my torso. A cranium covered in void black veins, pulsating with excitement. John Digman grabbed my arm and pulled, hard. I thought he'd pull my arm straight out of the socket. Maybe the surprise of it all had the creature staggered as it let go. It retreated, hundreds of little tendrils getting sucked back into the pipes. "Fucking hell," John spat. When the fuck did he get out of his fucking washing machine? I leaned on him as he hurried to get me outside. I could see black goo running down my chest. I must have thrown up more than I thought. "That's it," John said. "You're staying with me. Enough of this." He helped me down the stairs, where I could see my landlord smoking in the hallway. John walked straight past her. "No time, Leah," he said. "And keep your fucking brother away." "You're paying for the repairs," she smiled. "And you can fuck right off to your brother's shed. You're welcome to join us." John kicked the front door open, and there it was. 11 feet tall, rippling with pent-up strength. Like ripples in a river, the shakes were so violent I could hear the vibrations. Peeking out of corners of its visage, I could spot parts of a giant skeleton hiding in the dark. "Jesus Christ, hold on." John dropped me like a sack of potatoes and rushed back inside. The creature immediately reached for me. It didn't bother staying quiet anymore, and it didn't care if I knew. The viper was striking. I pushed myself back against the wall, shielding myself, screaming my throat raw. But nothing came of it. A little flick in the dark, as John held up my landlord's lighter. For a brief second, the creature just looked at us, repelled by the flame. "Just go back to sleep, Hank," John called out. "Or go back to the quarry. I don't fucking know what you do, but unless you want to become a walking fucking tire fire, you better fuck right off." It circled us, a single step taking it a car's length in either direction. It stared intently at us, glimpses of a death's head moving in and out of the void. "You got plenty of it up in the apartment," John said. "Take it. Leave us the fuck alone." Whatever bargain he struck must have worked. Moments later, it melted into the dark of the night and disappeared. John pushed me into his car. My mind was racing, and I just looked around me. I could imagine shapes in the dark, like it was still out there. I tried to focus on a single thing to calm my heart, but nothing seemed to work. My stomach still turned over and over, like a washing machine. "Just stay awake," he said. "I think I know what you got, and I know what to do." What the fuck was that? "Right," he said. "Right. Hank. Yeah, we ought to talk about that." I focused on him. I bobbed my head back and forth, trying to keep my eyes from rolling back. John stepped on the gas. The little streaks of silver in his hair were solid metal with little copper endings. They really were cables. You got..." And I passed out. I have a vague memory of waking up every now and then. I remember being carried. I remember pain, pieces of tape, a beeping sound. I remember a bucket, and John beating a machine to life. And as the sun rose, I woke up in a bed. John had to pump my stomach and put me on a round of dialysis. When I woke up, I thought that whole thing had been a nightmare. The sun was so warm shining on my face, and the sheets were so soft, like no one had ever slept in that bed. John checked my temperature, took a blood sample, and had me swallow a handful of vitamins. He still wore his sunglasses. I just did what he said. I was so happy not to have my stomach turn that I didn't mind. I was already hankering for a sandwich, maybe some orange juice. "It's a sort of build-up," John said bluntly. "That shit stays in your system for a long time. I can get it out, but you'll need regular checkups." What is it?" He sat down on the edge of the bed, patting my bandaged leg. Most of me was bandaged from where the creature had burned me. "It's a sort of bacteria," he said. "It's sort of hard to explain." "Try me." Imagine there are little pockets. Back when the world was still shaping itself, these little pockets of water deep beneath the sea sealed shut, like bubbles. Some were small, some were big, some were entire cave systems. "All right." John got back up and looked out the window. For a moment, I feared a hand would appear, but nothing happened. "Now, imagine life evolved there," he continued. "Isolated and independent from everything else. Life that needs the nutrients and minerals contained in that ecosystem. Sure, like deep sea creatures. Now imagine all they have in the way of nutrients is this: metal, a sort of fungus, in each other. That sensation I had in my dream, the crushing darkness, teeth. Now imagine these pockets bursting, little things exploding into a new environment, not knowing how to react. Sounds like Jurassic Park. Exactly like that." He sat down on the floor next to me, leaning against the wall. I could see the edges of his eyes under the sunglasses. He looked so tired, like he hadn't slept for days. And yet he didn't blink. "There are just a handful of them," he continued. "There's one outside the coast of New England. one in the Baltic Sea. I think there's one near the Bering Strait. They found one in Vietnam not too long ago. And these things come from there. Sort of, yeah. They're not really just one thing. John got back up and stretched. He adjusted his sunglasses, snapped his fingers, and headed for the door. I'll get you breakfast. You'll be staying with me from now on. Wait. He stopped by the door, looking back on me. What does all of this have to do with me? We're nowhere near New England. John nodded. Right, yeah, he said. There's that. He took a deep breath and put on a brave face. The largest pocket in the world is right here in Tomskog, Minnesota, he smiled. And it stretches for miles, all the way up to Frog Lake. The first few weeks I spent with John Digman went by fast. He insisted I quit my job while I was in recovery and offered me a small side gig in the meantime. That doesn't sound all too bad, but at that point, I didn't even know what he did for a living. John has a pretty big property, slightly off the grid. It was originally a ranch, but it was repurposed sometime back in the 70s. It was just down the street from a place called the High House, which is sort of legendary to the locals. John lived mainly in a large single-story home with a sprawling cellar and a separate guest house. I got the guest house to myself. 4 rooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It was one of the nicest places I'd ever lived in, albeit a bit beaten up. Excellent Wi-Fi coverage, though. The first time I asked John about what he does for a living, he stone-faced me. He had no idea how to describe it and decided just to show me. He invited me to his workshop. It is hard to describe the vibe of the place, but it was like watching a Rube Goldberg machine designed by H.R. Geiger. Thick black cables hanging from the ceiling, plugged into various haphazardly balanced machines. Red lights blinking in repeating patterns, raw circuit boards collecting dust out in the open. Not a single symbol, or note, or marking. No branding whatsoever. And it was dark. In fact, I wasn't allowed to bring anything that shone in there. Some of the materials he worked with were sensitive to light. He described himself as a hardware test pilot. You know, he said, sort of like the people who fly experimental aircraft. Except I work with circuits, motherboards, semiconductors, computer hardware. So you just test things? Well, I mostly test things I make myself. Used to be more of a developer. He had plenty of posters in the hallway showing some of his previous work. A logo for a dating site called Come Sail Away, reviews of early copies of games like Hatchet Man Cove and Chongaling. I couldn't help but notice the logos repeating in the corners, little blue sunflowers. When I pointed at them, he just sighed. Yeah, he nodded. I used to work for Hatchet. They had a software development branch that turned into a hardware development branch, and then I had to call it quits. Hatchet? I said. They got a finger in everything. You have no idea, chuckled John. But yeah, they do. Pretty much everything. You're gonna keep me in the dark about it? Like you just dropped that bomb on me about the tunnels under Frog Lake? Look, it's not that simple, said John. There's information that, if spread, can literally kill you. I know things that, if I told you about, it could literally end your life. And I'm not talking men in suits showing up at your doorstep. I'm talking your mind unraveling like a ball of yarn and making you drown yourself in boiling cooking oil. Jesus Christ. I want to say our relationship was strained under the weeks I stayed there, but honestly, it was easy to fall into his routine. Got up at 8 every morning. He made me breakfast, checked my blood levels. About once every 2 weeks, he'd run me through a sort of blood plasma machine. It was the strangest thing. I could literally see it filter out black goo, stinking of chemicals. Probably part of whatever bacterial infection hit me earlier. A few weeks into February, I was helping him in the workshop. Mostly doing conductivity tests, as he called them, recording transfer speeds between machines based on different cable compositions. He didn't tell me what the numbers meant, so I just took notes. Was a high number good or bad? I didn't know. It just felt nice having something to do, and it was an easy way to repay him for helping me out. At that moment, he was the closest thing to a family I had. One day in late February, something that hadn't happened before happened. We got a package. It was a pretty small package, unmarked, hand-delivered in a magnetic black box. I brought it over to John, who immediately pushed me out of the workshop. Even under his sunglasses, that he still used, even in a dark room, I could see him go wide-eyed. He started swearing profusely as he hurried into the kitchen. "God damn it," he muttered. Damn it all to hell. I followed him at a distance. He always got a little scary when he was excited. It was as if his eyes got redder, and the silver in his hair got more pronounced. There was a metallic tone to his consonants, like the roof of his mouth turned to metal. He ripped open the package to reveal a strange white mask. It had an air filter, a black strap, and was made of a thick ceramic material. I had a vague memory of seeing it on the news. John just looked defeated. "All right, yeah," he said. "The word is out." "Fuck. Talk to me." It's like the thing you saw at your apartment," he sighed. "There's a few of them out there." "So what are they? Look," he interrupted. "I can't explain all of it. Some things don't happen in the order they're supposed to. Sometimes the cure shows up before the infection. You get the prize before you buy the ticket, and right now we're getting dinner guests before there's even a restaurant. That makes no sense. It rarely does." He brought the mask with him as we walked to his car. He double-checked the security cameras, only to notice a few of them were out of working order. Whoever had this delivered did a number on his alarms. John had a bit of a prepper streak, and this wasn't doing his nerves any favours. "You heard about the riots up north?" he asked as he got in the driver's seat. "Some sort of protest, I think." "Yeah, no," he said, shaking his head. "That ain't it." I got in the car, put on my seatbelt, and got the mask handed to me. I looked it over and decided to test it out. As soon as I put it near my face, John slapped it out of my hands. "I didn't tell you to do that," he said. "Why did you do that?" "I don't know." "Don't put that on. Don't ever put that on. And if you see me put it on, take it away from me. If it bothers you, just destroy it." "Can't do that," he sighed. Then he comes by to get me a replacement. Who's the he in all this? John took the scenic route back to town. It was still early afternoon, just before lunch, and the February weather got a tight grip on us. I could see my breath, even inside the car. I couldn't see John's though. "Did you know Tomskog High School was spot on for the national average?" he said. "Right in the middle. Perfectly normal. 20 years ago, it was the actual middle ground." "Sounds about right. So let's say someone wants to try something out," he said. "They want to try something that could impact, say, brain development, minor bone structure tweaks. What better place to test it than the town where everyone is perfectly average? I'm not sure I like where this is going. Your dad graduated in 2000, John said, taking a slow left turn. After that, it all went downhill." We came to a long stretch of road. John rolled a window down, letting his hair flutter in the breeze. I didn't understand why he wasn't freezing his ears off. Hatchet had sort of a development project, he continued, minor stuff. Nothing like the crazy shit they had back in the 1920s. We're talking the equivalent of putting fluoride in the water. Doesn't sound too bad. That's what the pitch sounded like. He shrugged. Anyone would have taken them up on it, especially with the boatloads of bribes that went under the table. But here's the kicker. It wasn't minor stuff. Shocking. It was nasty, dark shit. He laughed. The kind of shit you drag out of the bottom of Frog Lake. The kind of shit where, if applied to a lab rat, you'd say it was too much. The kind of shit you saw at your apartment. Wait, they tested something. On people? Not officially. And not all of them. There was a control group. Your dad was in one, I think. So what happened? They're still trying to figure that out, John nodded. But let's just say some of those kids never got to grow up, and were no longer the national average. Following the main road past the detention centre, the gas station, the lake, we ended up at a parking lot outside the high school. John just sat in the car for a while, taking a few deep breaths. I need you to make sure I don't fuck it up, he said. These masks are dangerous. Way to get political. I'm not fucking around, he groaned. If they put one on me, I might kill you. You understand? Game over. End of the line. Who's going to put one on? Will you please tell me what to expect? Look, he snapped. A man has come to town. He hands these out, because the fucker wants everyone to be just as fucked up as he is. He probably sent these out to a few dozen people, maybe more. So what are you going to do? We're going to have a conversation. We stepped out of the car. It being an early Saturday morning, there was no one else around. I was halfway across the parking lot before I even realised I'd brought the mask along. John hadn't told me to, but I still did. There was something about the thought of hiding behind a mask that brought me this intense sense of freedom, and I kind of wanted to try it out. John was vigilant though, and took it from me before I got the chance. So how do you know him? I asked. The mask guy, I mean. He was in the same class as your dad, he said. I graduated in 1999, he in 2000. The class of 2000. Sounds like a sci-fi movie. That was their prom theme. We walked up to the main doors, shut and locked. John looked around, making sure no one saw us. He brought out a little finger tool with tiny metal spikes and slid it into the lock. Moments later, the door clicked open. Alarms should be off, he said. Come on. Trophy cases, graduation photos, inspiring posters, upcoming events, after-school clubs. It was all there. This was someone's world, and we were stomping right into it. We followed a long hall, our footsteps echoing across the stone tiles. He's probably out, said John, but we'll be here when he gets back. And then you'll have a conversation. That's right, he nodded. That's all there's to it. As we waited, John had me do all kinds of strange tests. I had to go outside every 15 minutes to make sure it wasn't snowing feathers. I had to make sure the lights weren't broken. I had to make an audible oop noise whenever I entered a new room, like a sonar. I had to check classroom clocks to see if any of them suddenly stopped, or if there was a discrepancy in time. At one point, he just freaked out about hearing an old car. It was like working for a skittish chihuahua. We stayed there all afternoon, just going through his checklist. When he finally seemed calm, we settled down in one of the classrooms. It was dinner time by then, but he hadn't brought anything for us to eat. Apparently he forgot, but I had the distinct feeling there was more to it. I rarely, if ever, saw John eat. At 7 p.m, he told me to turn off my phone. He's here, he said. Listen. We positioned ourselves by the classroom door. I could hear footsteps, maybe half a dozen. Some were taking deep, audible breaths. One just tried to stifle a laugh. I could make out a few words, taken out of context. So I just went for it. I went for it. I had to. I had to go for it. Went for it. No time like the present. No time. No time. Had to try it. I got to them first. They didn't get me. No way. I got them first. John held a finger to his lips. We were waiting for something, or someone. Maybe for these people to pass through. Remember, John whispered. No masks. As the voices passed us by, John peeked out. The hall looked empty, but we could hear the odd ramblings coming from a side corridor further down. They're going into the cellar, John whispered. This is bad. I thought this was just a conversation. Yeah, with him, sighed John. Not his goons. He turned to me and put a hand on my shoulder. I need you to stay behind and keep the path clear, just in case we need to leave. Wait, so I just... You wait. You wait. And you make sure we can run if things go bad. We followed the hall down to the leftmost wing of the building. At the end was a pair of double doors, reaching into a spiral staircase. I could hear strange noises coming from below. John held up a hand, asking me to stop. I was supposed to keep this path clear and alert him if something happened. Mask in hand, John walked down the stairs. I stayed up there, listening and watching. Every little noise made me jump, and I patrolled back and forth, rolling my heel to make as little sound as possible. I took mental notes of various hiding spots. A janitor's closet, a group activity room, and a bathroom. I couldn't help but wonder what his checklist was all about, but there was no point mulling it over. Snowing feathers, making random noises, time discrepancies. A few minutes passed without a word or a sound. What little I heard came from a wind blowing outside, making the windows shudder. Suddenly I heard a footstep. Just one. I looked around, but couldn't see anything. I walked up to the corner leading to the main hall, then I stopped. I could see the edge of a shadow, slowly moving my way. Something just around the corner. I backed away. I wanted to scream for John to run, but I'd be overwhelmed in seconds. Maybe I could scream and then run. Maybe hide. No, too close. I heard a painful crack, like splintering wood, snapping. The shadow grew longer, taller, unfolding, like a spring twig. I backed away, trying to hold my breath. I fumbled around with my right hand, feeling the wall for the first door I could reach. As soon as I got hold of a doorknob, I hurried into what turned out to be the janitor's closet. I locked the door behind me and took a deep breath. I'd bought some time. I put my ear to the door, trying to hear what the person outside was doing. It was strange. Just one footstep every 4 seconds or so. A brushing noise, like long hair scraping against the wall. And suddenly, a footstep slamming down just outside. I slowly backed away as I heard scratching at the top of the door. Little scrapes, like someone trying to peel the paint off the wall. Then, a series of knocks. Tap, 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 tap. I didn't answer. Tap, 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 tap. Seconds passed. Maybe minutes. There was no way for my racing heart to tell. Something started pushing the top corner of the door. With an incredible force, I could see the entire frame starting to bend and break. I ran up to it, trying to push it back. I abandoned all pretense of hiding. This was about winning time. I had to do something. "John!" I called out. "John, God damn it! There's something up here." The pressure increased. I pressed back all I could, trying to keep the door shut. My feet were slipping on the floor, and my sweaty hands got no grip. "John!" I screamed. "Please!" I heard a part of the door give way, and the metal bent inwards. I could see something moving. As the pressure subsided, it was backing away, giving up. Seconds later, a long arm reached into the hole in the door, holding another white mask. Slightly different from the one John got. An elaborate, smiling, white mask. An impossibly long arm reached all the way from the top of the door to my hands, delivering it straight to me with an unceremonious thud. The arm retreated. Those long footsteps kept walking, following the double doors to the cellar below. I just stood there, trying to understand. The mask itself was beautifully crafted, possibly handmade. Little details like wrinkles under the eyes, dimples on the cheeks. I considered trying it out for a while. It was just a mask. What could possibly be the danger? The best part of it was how perfectly it hid the face. It wasn't just a fun party mask. It could hide every identifiable facial trait. There was even a piece of felt over the eyes and ears. With it, I could be truly anonymous. I could rob someone. I could steal a car on an open street. I could beat someone to death with a bat, and no one would know it was me. The thought made me laugh. Then I forced myself to drop the mask. Those thoughts weren't mine. What the fuck? I slowly opened the door. There was no one outside. There were a few scratch marks on the wall, but that was it. Whatever it was, however, was tall and strong. Those doors were reinforced with sheet metal on both the inside and the outside. I hurried down the stairs. I could hear something. Was it too late? Hadn't he heard me? The cellar was pitch black, and I had to feel my way forward. There was a noise coming from further down the hall. The closer I got, the more words I could make out. "Just move on. There's nothing left for you here. You think she..." It was John. He was talking to someone. "No, she wouldn't. So why do you keep..." There was a sudden cough, and then nothing. I tried to keep quiet as a weak light turned on down the hall. A flashlight, perhaps. I stopped moving, trying to see what it was. Yeah, probably a flashlight. "Hi there." I turned around to see a young woman in one of those white masks, less than 3 feet away. If I hadn't stepped back, she would have stabbed me in the stomach. Instead, the point of her knife just scratched my belly button. I screamed at her to stop, but she didn't listen. Disoriented by the dark, I lost my footing. I picked a hall and started running. She followed suit, and I could hear others doing the same. It was oppressively dark. I bumped into the concrete walls and felt pipes brush against the top of my head. At one point, my toes stubbed against a doorstep, almost sending me reeling to the floor. I kept my balance by a hair. Then I hit a wall. End of the line. I turned around. There was at least 9 people. The young woman with the knife, a man with a baseball bat, an older woman with what looked like a fire poker, all of them and more wearing these white masks, like an audience of frozen smiles. And in the back, John. He'd put on a mask as well. A flashlight lit me up, like an actor taking a bow. And in the far back, I could see something large moving with a white mask of its own. Something with incredibly long arms and legs. "You here to meet the handsome man?" the young woman asked. "You're not wearing your mask." "I don't have a..." "Wait." I was still holding it. I looked at them as they crept closer, circling me like sharks, trying to find an opening. I had no memory of bringing that mask with me. In fact, I was sure I'd left it in that room. I'd dropped it I must have subconsciously brought it long. "John, please," I said. I tried to. No response. He just hung his head, bobbing back and forth like the others. He was out of it. He wasn't registering my words. "John!" The young woman stepped up, knife raised. In a last-ditch effort, I raised the mask to my face. The moment I did, she stopped. The mask fit so snugly. It was like wearing a second skin. Instead of a knife to the stomach, I got a kiss on the cheek. People shaking my hand, patting me on the back. A warm welcome. I belonged there. It was a beautiful friendship. I had no idea who they were, and it didn't matter. We were all the same, and we could do whatever we wanted. I could imagine myself running down the street with hapless abandon, smashing cars along the way, dancing naked around a tire fire, cutting someone open and using their blood as war paint. But it wasn't my thoughts. It wasn't what I wanted. But also, it was. Why are we? It was so comfortable. I could get lost in it. And for a moment, I did. There was just that one thing, the smell. It had the same smell as that awful black goo I'd gotten sick with the other month. That strange chemical smell that John kept filtering out of my blood. It was faint, but the entire mask was lined with it. That little smell was the last thread, connecting me to the real world. The one thing not allowing me to let go just yet. I was standing in the middle of their pack, embraced and welcomed. I had to try something. I focused as best I could, and I could feel a final thought of my own come through. Knock John's mask off. Whatever it takes. As I gave up, this violent urge took over. Complete, unhindered freedom. But I brought that thought of knocking his mask off with me, and it burst through my system. I fell on top of John and started to beat his face over and over. He had no way to prepare himself, as the others cheered me on. After the third hit, a corner of his mask broke open. The moment it did, I saw something return to him. A semblance of recognition. He headbutted me back, smashing his forehead onto my nose. A crack in my mask, and I felt that smell again. My mind fumbling in the dark, and I got a hold of that thread, a lifeline pulling me back. We kept beating each other over and over, back and forth, until both our masks just fell off. The cheering crowd stopped, having realized we were no longer part of them. We'd moved away from them over the course of the fight, and all of a sudden we were just standing there looking at one another. John turned to the large being in the back. She's dead, John panted. You know she is. There's nothing left. An impossibly long arm reached out of the dark, scooping up our shattered masks from the floor. He won't bring her back. He can't wish for that. It doesn't work. She's gone. For a moment we just stood there, in the dark, counting our breaths, ready to sprint at the drop of a hat, waiting for a race to start. Just go home, John said. You don't need this. There was a deep groaning noise, slowly rising in volume. The people with the masks mirrored it, turning from a murmur into a violent scream. A desperate wailing. I could see them tremble with rage as they turned to us, weapons at the ready. We ran. They stumbled over each other, trying to get to us first. The young woman was pushed out of the way, and she responded by pulling someone down. The man with the baseball bat just dropped his weapon and burst into a sprint. In the far back, I saw the shape of something tall, flickering from the glow of the flashlight. An insect-like frame, a grey hoodie, long black limbs covered in thick hairs. A face like the white mask, only living, breathing, and moving. an exaggerated parody of a dramatic theatre face, with crying eyes and the corners of a mouth bent all the way down. Down the hall, up the stairs. I got up and through the double doors, just as John slammed them shut and locked them with his finger tool. "Get the window," he screamed. "Get the fucking window." I wrapped my arm in my coat, smashing the closest window. It was a bit of a drop, but we got out. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. Across a football field, through a forest, up a hill. We got away. After about half an hour in complete silence, we took the long way back to the car. As we got back in our seats, John brushed some glass out of his hair. He put the keys in the ignition and just breathed. What did they? I started saying. They surprised me. Yeah, but what the hell was that? I think he forgot he can't use your wish, said John, to bring someone back. Sounds like someone important. The first woman to ever call him handsome. I nodded as he started the car and backed us out of the parking lot. As he turned right down the main road, he took a deep breath. I owe you one, he said. I think I got through to him, but, it was rough. So we did it? I think so. Yeah, he sighed. So thank you. We took another right turn and stopped by some red lights. John drummed on the dashboard, trying to get the adrenaline out of his system. I was stomping my feet for the same reason. The Yearwalk works, said John. You get something at the end of all this. Kind of a wish. And those who know about it, they want it. That's why they're coming for you. What do you mean, kind of a wish? I mean, it's not a fucking fairy tale, all right, John snapped. I mean, I didn't know it'd be this bad. You seem to know a lot more than you let on. You've stumbled ass first into this, John said. And there'll be a lot more things coming your way. I'll try to keep you alive, but that thing we met tonight, the handsome man, that's probably the nicest one. John looked up at the red lights. They hadn't turned green yet. He checked his watch and compared it to the clock on the car stereo. There was about a 1-minute discrepancy. That might be bad, he said. That might be really bad. Over the coming weeks, John performed several checks to make sure the handsome man had left town. We found a few discarded masks, and we didn't see any people sneaking into the school after hours. That was all John needed to put the whole thing to rest, but it was clear that it put him on edge. He wasn't a frontline kind of guy. I got the sense that something was worrying him. He got more obsessed with keeping time, putting up a clock in every room, and having me always wear a digital watch. If something, anything, feels out of place, check the time, he told me. If time stands still, you need to do the same. Trying to get anything out of John was like pulling teeth. He was especially reluctant to talk about the clocks. He kept repeating that the less I knew, the better, and that it might save my life to stay ignorant. That didn't help, though. If anything, it just made it all the more intriguing. I got to spend more time with John, learning more about him and his daily routine. I learned that he only slept 3 hours every night between 2 and 5 a.m. He only ate a single meal, a prepared black pudding that he microwaved in the morning. He also drank a lot of water. Like, a lot of water. He checked my blood regularly, and I was put through a cleansing routine every 2 weeks. Every time, A thick black goo was separated from my blood cells. He saved it in a small test tube, dated it, and put it in a freezer. Just in case, he explained. I have to make sure it doesn't get worse. As February turned to March, things were going pretty well. John started to forget about obsessively checking the time. I was feeling better, and I only had to go through the cleaning routine every 3 weeks instead of every 2 weeks. I had moved on from testing cable compositions to working with a machine learning algorithm. Simple stuff, like explaining if there are any dogs in a picture. Some of the prompts were a bit strange though. Can you recognize any items from your childhood? Was one of the strangest, but John insisted that it was just a hiccup. One night, I couldn't sleep. I decided to tire myself out in the workshop and get a head start on next day's work. Maybe I could sleep in if I did. John usually got so anxious about me sleeping more than 6 hours. For someone who never slept more than 3, anything past that must seem like a waste. I put my feet up and leaned back in an old office chair. A cheap plastic one. Something out of a public school. Prompt after prompt popped up, hypnotically showing images in a 3x3 grid. Basic stuff like dogs, cars, kids. Every now and then something tricky, like the concept of an aunt, or an emotion. Then, the click stopped working. I tried to click on the image of an owl, but nothing happened. Strange. Something cold crept up my back as I checked my watch. The seconds were stuck. Shit. I tried to remember what John had said. If time stood still, I needed to do the same. I took a deep breath and held it, listening for movement. Footsteps. I closed my eyes, holding on for as long as I could. Stumbling feet, someone dragging themselves forward, flailing arms, knocking over an IV stand and a box of CDs. Stale limbs crackling from years of inactivity, dry skin slapping against concrete floor. I could feel myself grow lightheaded. I couldn't hold my breath that long. I imagined seeing the snake monster, the goo man, or the white mask. Anything could have walked into this room, ready to tear me apart, and yet nothing happened. The moment I stopped hearing movement, I had to gasp for air. I was alone, and time was passing as normal, but something had moved around in the workshop, knocking things over. Something had moved around, blindly, without a word. I brought this up to John at his pudding breakfast. He sighed, waited for his pudding to heat up, and sat me down by the breakfast table. He hawked the whole thing down in a matter of seconds. All right, sighed John. So you're aware of it. That's bad. What is it? Did it talk? He interrupted. Did you hear it say anything? No, nothing. It just sort of stumbled around. Wait, are you sure? I nodded as John leaned back in his chair. I could see something moving beneath his hair. 5 a.m, and he was already wearing sunglasses. That doesn't make sense, he said. It talks. And it isn't the kind of thing to fumble. So what are we dealing with then? John fetched a coaster with a little picture of a sunflower, the colour of which had faded years ago. Imagine this is us here, he said, pointing to the flower. This is our world. He then flipped the coaster, pointing to the bottom side. But this is also something. The space is equally big, but the two sides never meet. Unless you punch a hole through it, I guess. Sort of. It is not a physical place. It is our world, right here, but different. I'm not following. He held up the coaster. There's only one coaster, he said. But there are two sides. Both exist at the same time, in the same space, but they are vastly different. One side with a picture of a sunflower. One side with nothing but cork and crumbs. So what are we dealing with? I repeated. Something from the other side of the coaster, said John. And it doesn't like to be seen. John had started working on all kinds of countermeasures. Conventional weapons wouldn't do anything, but John had access to all kinds of strange machines. Detectors who seemed to adapt to perceived rather than objective time, for example. I was given a sort of black hood that I could pull over my head. He argued that if the thing couldn't see whether I knew it was there or not, it might hesitate to attack. He needed confirmation that we were dealing with whatever he had in mind. Then there was some guy. I tried to give accurate accounts of my time in Tomskog, but this guy, I don't have a clear memory of him. It was someone that John asked to come over to help in the workshop for a few days. I can't remember his face, his voice, his mannerisms. It's just a void. I don't even remember if it was a guy, might have been an old woman for all I know. I just remember someone being there. We started spending more time in the workshop. Day in and day out, we worked on the various gadgets. Menial labour, seemingly just to keep us busy. Checking cables, running diagnostics, salvaging old circuit boards. For 3 whole days, all we did was work, eat takeout, and check the time. Every hour, John tested the alarms. A piercing red light came on whenever a watch detected interference. It was so strong that it burned my eyes. By the 3rd day, we were all a bit out of it. Not John, though. He seemed to operate fine without sleep. All he needed was his microwaved pudding and buckets of water. He'd sit there for hours, reading code that was seemingly written in another language. It was strange. The text went from left to right, then sometimes right to left, being written on top of existing code. Sometimes the code was written vertically, cutting off horizontal lines. I'd never seen anything like it and couldn't even begin to imagine learning it. Then, out of nowhere, the red light came on. We'd practiced this. We put on our black hoods. We took shallow breaths and waited. John had made a sort of camera, automatically taking pictures about once every relative 2 seconds. It was way for us to hear that the danger had passed and get confirmation about the assailant. The camera was reverse-rigged to only work when there was a disturbance, so when it stopped clicking, we were out of danger. The camera clicked, and I heard that shuffling noise again. Footsteps. More than one this time, at least half a dozen. I tried to keep still, but I was close to flinching when something brushed against my shoulder. I wanted to scream so bad that my lungs hurt. It was something cold. The guy was sitting across from me, and he audibly gasped. Suddenly, every bit of movement in the room focused in on him. He panicked. There was a burst of movement, knocking both me and various equipment over. I just curled into a ball and tried to keep still. I felt feet bumping into me as a small crowd hurried past me. I remember him screaming something, screaming at me to do something, but I can't remember what. His screams grew lighter and lighter, until finally they stopped altogether. There was an awful fleshy sound, like skin being torn apart, bones breaking, sinews snapping like tense rubber bands. Something warm was spreading across the floor, and the guy had gone completely silent. I expected a click from the camera, but nothing came. I couldn't feel the warm glow of the red light anymore. I don't... John, at the other side of the room, was at a loss for words. What the fuck was that? The workshop was fine overall. A few boxes knocked over, but nothing on the floor. The guy was gone. I remember feeling strange, like I was confused about not remembering him. I remembered so little that I wasn't even bothered about him being gone. John, on the other hand, was panicking. "That wasn't it," he screamed, checking his cameras. "That was What the fuck? He slapped a box of cables, sending it sprawling across the floor as he dug his fingers into his scalp. It's supposed to be one. Just one. And it doesn't stalk you. It doesn't come back. That was way more than one, I added. I don't know what. Look, I've seen a lot of things, John said, grabbing my shoulders. But this, whatever the fuck that was, I don't know. John got nothing on the cameras. He pored over them all through the night, forgetting to heat his pudding in the morning. I just sat beside him, quietly, waiting for the adrenaline to pass through my system. Sometime in the early morning, I must have passed out in my chair. It was almost lunchtime when I woke up. They're not attuned, he said. They're not part of the other side. Huh? The coaster, he said, tapping his temple. Remember? The other side. They're not part of it. That's why the cameras didn't get anything. Wait, so... what? They're from here, John said. Somehow they're from our side. I don't know. So what do we do? I asked. What's our move? John leaned back in his chair and took off his sunglasses. He buried his face in his hands. I don't know, he sighed. I don't fucking know. I stayed in his workshop all day, drifting in and out of exhaustion. I had a hard time closing my eyes, imagining the light turning red. I listened so hard for the camera to start clicking that I jumped at every noise. My nerves were shot to hell, and the clatter of John's keyboard didn't help. Later in the afternoon, as I drifted out of a stress-induced nap, I let my mind do the talking. What happens to the people it catches? I asked. What? You said it doesn't want to be seen. So what happens if you see it? Usually it tears your head off. It what? It tears your head off, John repeated, and it keeps you in this sort of quantum semi-realm. Time stands still, so you don't really die. You just lose your head. What the fuck? That's why I didn't want to tell you. If you know about it, you can see it, and then it kills you. But you already seem to know, so at this point, it doesn't matter. I took a short walk to clear my mind and get something from the kitchen. John didn't keep much in the way of snacks, but I'd stocked up on power bars and sugar-free cola. I could get a pot of coffee brewing. I had to get something. I was running on fumes. John might not need much sleep or food, but this was one of the many ways we were different. I collapsed at the kitchen table, chewing on a stale piece of fudge. I was tired of feeling scared. I was shivering, but it wasn't even cold. I shook so much, I bit my tongue. Frustrated, I threw the fudge across the room. Looking out the kitchen window, I saw someone. There was a person, 20 feet from the window. A young man wearing a red summer jacket. He didn't have a head. I hadn't noticed the clock stopping. I just froze, staring at the thing outside. A person without a head looks so weird. The silhouette just looks off. It hit me just how alien it felt. It didn't see me. It couldn't hear me. I moved a little and saw it twitch to life. An arm shot out in my direction, and one of its legs moved. It had to be the vibrations. Maybe it didn't know if I could see it, but maybe it could feel the vibration of sound and movement. After what felt like minutes, it was gone with the blink of an eye. I hadn't even noticed I was holding my breath. My hands were curled into claws. I ran out of the kitchen, leaving the fudge for the ants. I hurried back into the workshop, my eyes struggling to stay focused. John looked up at me, confused. "It's the victims?" I said. It's not the thing that kills them, it's the victims." "That doesn't make any sense," he said. Why would they? He put a finger to his lips. I could see the cogs turning behind his eyes. Hold on. He brought out a notebook and a pen. So, here's the thing, he said. You're doing the Yearwalk. At the end of the year, you might get something similar to a wish. It's not all that clear, but here's the thing. Things are crawling out of the woodwork to kill you. The thing in your bathroom, at your apartment, at the school. They all have their own agendas. But there has to be a common reason. It has something to do with me. The wish, he said. I think, if they kill you, they get your wish. For a solid minute, John just looked at me. I could see thoughts fluttering in his mind, like he was calculating something. His eyes kept drifting around the room, looking for something. He shook his head. That's it, he said. That's why they're coming for you. That's why the victims are coming for me, I said. They want to wish themselves alive. Or dead, nodded John. That has to be it. That makes sense. Barely. John got up from his chair and fetched his car keys. I could see the excitement return to his face. I know what to do, he said. Let's go. We ran outside, only stopping to open the gate and lock down the house. John started the car, and I jumped in as it rolled up next to me. I hadn't jumped into a moving car in a few years. The thing that killed them, he said. We haven't seen it. It isn't there. It doesn't follow them. Well, it doesn't need to kill them twice. And they're scared of it. They're scared of the other side, right? It's a theory. So we need to keep you near something that scares them. Something from the other side. And I suppose We took a sharp left turn, and John threw himself on the brakes. The entire road, full of standing headless corpses. I couldn't hear the engine over my beating heart. I got hyper-aware of my hands, trying to find something to do. Something to grab, something to defend myself with. It felt like the seatbelt was choking me. John just stared, dumbfounded. We got... Yeah, we... Then they started running, bodies piling on top of each other. Men, women, children, old and young, broken bodies and discolored skin, wordlessly sprinting towards us, crawling over one another. The entire road was covered with them. There was no way for us to get through. John put the car in reverse, turned, and just took off. The engine struggled, and for a second, it sounded like it was about to give in. Hands smattered against the windows. One of them tried to crawl up on the trunk. The clock stood still. "Come on!" John screamed as he punched the dashboard. "Come on!" More of them grabbed on. Dead fingers curling around the edges of the bodywork, trying to hold us back. Not a word. The car lurched forward as the car got loose. John just screamed as we shot down the road, leaving them in the rearview mirror. Moments later, the clock started ticking, and they were gone. I could see John sweating. Not much, but a little. Oil-black drops falling from his brow, much like the goo he extracted out of me whenever we did the blood cleanse. "Oh my fucking God," he screamed. "Jesus Christ." I just cheered, all the tension releasing. There'd been so many of them. So many. But it made sense. This happened outside of linear time, and no one seemed to remember the victims. How would we notice an enormous amount of dead if we can't remember them? A silence settled on us as we kept going down the road. My breathing slowed. I kept looking back at the clock just to make sure it moved. Where are we going?" I asked. "You're gonna have to stay with a friend of mine for a while," he said. At least until they stop bothering us. A friend? I asked. Who is it? I set up the Wi-Fi for his mom. And a firewall, John said. He doesn't get out a lot. And you think being around him might scare them off? Hell, it can scare me off. As we got out on the highway, John relaxed. He patted me on the shoulder. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is a bit of a Hail Mary, he admitted. This guy is a bit of an odd one out. It was close to noon when John and I rolled up to this desolate old house on the outskirts of town. A 2-story building that looked like it had been abandoned for years. Broken windows, a spotty paint job, and a messy yard. Empty planters lined the walkway to the front door, and a smashed greenhouse peeked out of the backyard. A dry, mist-coloured sunflower rested in one of the windows, and a pile of spray cans were piled up in the middle of the yard. So, are we picking him up here, or? No, sighed John. This is it. You can't be serious. It's not as bad as it looks. Good, because it looks like you want to give me a sort of mold respiratory infection. John opened the glove box and handed me an old phone, the kind with buttons on it and a screen where you could count the pixels. If it all goes sideways, there is one number on that, he said. But try to get along. Evan can protect you better than I can. What about the blood work? I asked. We just gonna ignore that? I'll come by in a couple of weeks. You'll be fine. I knew better than to argue. John always knew more than he let on. And if this was our best solution, then so be it. I didn't have to like it, though. Just give him some space, said John. Don't push him too hard, and you'll be fine. What's his deal? What do I do? Just introduce yourself and be respectful. You'll be fine. And once you stop seeing headless corpses, we can discuss getting you back to the ranch. There was no point in telling him no. Instead, I just walked up to the front of the house. I watched John roll away, leaving me with a lot of questions and an old phone. The front door was slightly mossy and had chipped white paint. It was already about an inch open, but I decided to stick to John's advice. I could be respectful and at least give it a proper knock. I knocked twice, and something electronic crackled to life. A little red light turned on, revealing a cleverly hidden camera in the door frame. Hi. I'm looking for Evan, I said. I'm with John. Digman, please fill out the questionnaire. It was a mechanical voice, probably generated from a text-to-speech program. What questionnaire? Please fill out the questionnaire. I took a step back and picked up my phone. Not the old busted one I got from John, but my own. I hadn't used it for some time, and I rarely got anything on it, but it was still with me. I had a new message, with a link to an online form. How the hell it got through my spam filter was a miracle. How it found me was another. I filled it out. It took me about 20 minutes in total. A lot of questions about my personal health and hygiene, but also a list of employers and acquaintances. It felt official, like someone had put a lot of thought into it, maybe even government level. There, I said. You need time to read it? Checklist process level green. I'm sorry, what? Please enter the kitchen. Sit down. The door clicked, and what sounded like a series of steel bolts clunked to the side. John was right. This place was more than it appeared. I entered a thin hallway. It was too small for two people to walk shoulder to shoulder, and it really felt like a rickety old building. But I was starting to get the impression that it was mostly just for show. The door had a solid steel core, with 2-inch thick bolts locked into a solid frame. The floor didn't buckle under my weight. No creaking doors. I stepped into a small kitchen with a round table and 2 chairs. There was a plate and a coffee cup put out, but it looked a bit too staged. Like everything had been propped up to appear like someone had either recently lived here or abandoned the place. For example, one of the kitchen drawers had been opened just enough so you could see it was empty. But the drawer itself couldn't be moved. It was screwed tight. It was meant to look open. One of the chairs was nailed to the floor, but I could sit down by the other. I could hear a small series of light taps coming from the cellar, stopping just outside the kitchen door. I looked over, but couldn't see anyone. They were hiding just out of sight. Hell? A hesitant and quiet voice, followed by a violent cough. Hello, hell, oh. He was testing the word, tasting it, adjusting his voice. It was vaguely masculine, but there was really no way to say for sure. Might be young, might be old. Could be anyone, really. Hello, I said. Did John tell you about me? Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Yes. Hello. I'm sorry. What did you... There was a short pause as someone took a deep breath. That which was formerly divulged is extraneous, he said. What is to come is the single element of consequence. It was as if something clicked, like a computer successfully rebooting, or someone waking up from a long nap. The person outside suddenly spoke with perfect clarity and a very human voice. It was hard to pinpoint the issue of it. How can a voice sound so perfectly human? Too human? John said I might be able to stay here for a while, I said, until things clear up. That you could arrange an appropriate safeguard, yes, he said. I am well informed. So what do you want me to do? Walk upstairs. Stay upstairs. All rooms are vacant. That's it? Affirmative. I got up from my chair, and there was a sudden rush of thuds, like someone scrambling to their feet. No, not now. Wait, he said. Wait until gone. His voice changed. It turned younger and shrill. I just stopped as I heard him hurry downstairs. There was something strange about his walk. There was an uneven amount of footsteps. I walked upstairs. There were 4 rooms, all pretty small. A bedroom, a bathroom, a study with an old Windows 98 computer, and a little guest room. There was an old box-like TV with a built-in VHS player and a small bookshelf full of tapes. All the classics, mostly Disney. As soon as I stepped into the bedroom, an electronic spark came to life. There was a speaker in every room. Probably a ton of cameras as well. Call out to me if you're in distress. It was a different voice, a young woman. Almost sultry. I'm sorry, who's this? You sound. Yes, of course, the voice said. Pardon. There was a short pause, then the voice returned. This time, with the same tone it had used in the kitchen. My name is Evan. I live here. I do not like meeting new people. Thanks for having me, Evan. Let me know if there's anything I can do. Anything you can do. Yes, well, to help out. Around the house, I said. Just staying here feels a bit moochy. Will you provide me with samples? Excuse me? Do I have permission to collect samples? What do you mean, samples? Will it hurt? It will not hurt. Then, sure. Least I can do. There was a short squealing sound, which was cut off as a finger was lifted off the broadcast button. Seconds later, Evan came back, this time with a slightly older, more composed voice. This pleases me. That was my first day staying with Evan. It was surprisingly comfortable, even if Evan freaked me out at times. The house was just meant to look old from the outside, but the furniture was sturdy and brand new. Hell, the old box TV could play Blu-rays. The computer had some sort of homemade OS on it, something Linux-based, had its own logo and everything. A cockroach splayed out like Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Evan brought me 3 meals a day, perfectly balanced nutrition, fruits, vegetables, pasta, grains, and fish. A lot of fish, sometimes chicken. I took long showers and sometimes a bath. There was plenty of soaps and creams to try out. I felt like a walking rainforest most of the time. I watched old movies, surfed the web, and kept watch through the window. There was nothing out there, at least no headless corpses. Also, Evan cleaned up the pile of spray cans at some point. Time passed. After about a week, we'd crossed into the month of April. I could feel myself growing restless. There'd been nothing coming for me, but I was having trouble sleeping. The reality of my situation had started to dawn on me. To be a yearwalker. What would I even wish for at the end of the year? Could it really be anything? Would a million wishes work? No, I should stick to what I promised my dad. I really should. I was sitting by the old computer looking out the window as the clock crept closer to midnight. It was only then that I realized there was something strange in the driveway. It was odd that I hadn't noticed it before. I'd looked out that window 100 times by then, and all of a sudden there was a small rocking horse just off the side of the driveway. It was definitely out of place. There had never been a playground on Evan's yard. Evan, I said out loud, are you seeing this? Seeing what? I recoiled. The voice wasn't coming from the speaker system, but the hallway. I completely lost my cool. Looking back outside, there was nothing. No rocking horse, just a plain driveway. But even more so, Evan was standing just outside of my room, out of view, like always. Sorry, I said. There was something, out in the yard. Was it an intruder? No, more like a rocking horse. Does that correlate to the threat you've been facing? No, those were different. Just keep an eye out. How far out? I chuckled, but Evan didn't. Over the next few days, I started noticing other strange things around the house. At first it was a rocking horse, then a small drinking fountain, a pile of tires, an apple tree. Just things. It was making me question myself. Maybe I was starting to see things. Maybe I'd been locked up for too long. Still, I couldn't complain. Evan was an excellent host, if a bit creepy. Evan didn't seem to notice the things I pointed out. Maybe he wasn't paying attention, or maybe he was busy with something else. He spent pretty much all his time in the basement, which I had yet to see. Then again, I hadn't even seen Evan. It all came to a head one night as I got up to take a leak. I walked past the study, only to notice a new set of curtains. Nothing special, but they were not there earlier. I paused. Now, they could have been put up by Evan. He did fiddle around the house at times, but he must have done so recently, as those curtains looked brand new. I had been in the study just hours before. Peeking into the bathroom, I could see some new things in there as well. A few hairbrushes, some new shampoos, and a bath mat. "Evan," I said out loud, "did you put up some new things?" "Yes," a voice spoke over the speakers. "There have been several improvements in the bathroom for your convenience." "Only the bathroom?" "Yes." "Are you lacking a particular comfort?" "No. I was thinking about the curtains in the study," I said. "Did you?" Curtains. For a brief moment there was something bulging behind the curtain, something vaguely humanoid, with a glowing set of blue eyes. It moved. I only had time to inhale before all hell broke loose. There was a sound, like an excited dog slipping on a hardwood floor. Not trusting the bathroom, I hurried inside the guest room. I could feel my heart racing as I slammed the door shut. Something started scratching. "Evan," I said. "Evan, are you?" Hands grabbing me from behind. Something pulling me back. Looking back on it, I can't believe I missed the painting on the wall. It hadn't been there earlier that day. The guest room window had been opened, and I was pulled through it. It happened so fast. I fell from the second floor, only to land on something soft and vaguely humanoid. I got up and looked down. I'd landed on what looked like a cushion. I was standing out in the yard, and there was no one there. There was, however, hundreds of things. Garbage bags, an old carpet, stacks of bottles, crates, iron rods, a tent, parts of a broken chain-linked fence. I heard something moving behind me, but when I turned, there were just more items. An old couch, a tree stump, a cardboard sign for a bank downtown. The pile of spray cans were back. Every time I turned around, I heard things move closer, and the items kept changing. As soon as I looked away, it was as if they changed to something else. And when I didn't look, they got closer. Even the cushion underneath me changed from a cushion to a wicker basket to a deflated happy birthday balloon. I just kept spinning around, trying to keep my eye on everything all at once. My breathing was so shallow that it stopped, quickly making me lightheaded. But no matter how fast I was, I could feel them closing in. Bigger items, coming ever so slightly closer. I was starting to see something eerily human in them. A vase with a pair of eyes. A poster that kept looking at me. Water bottles with vaguely threatening text. Closer, closer, closer. Something stabbed me. A sharp, painful burn, just to the right of my spine. About an inch deep, no thicker than a pencil. But to have your flesh severed, I can't explain the pain. I almost fell forward as this bright, searing warmth burned me. As I spun around, there was a lampshade right behind me. I heard something sharp pierce the air behind me, and I turned around in time to see a part of a broken column with sharp pieces of rebar sticking out. Waving my arm back, I felt something sharp brush against the palm of my hand. On my left side, something pierced the skin under my arm. Something poked against my right knee, but couldn't pierce the fabric. Then, a large hand caught my hair. I was stuck. They got me. I flailed with my arms, trying to push them off. Another stab in my left thigh, one more just off the side of my throat. And everything inched closer. I couldn't close my eyes. If I did, there'd be nothing stopping them. But it was too late. Please. What happened was quick. There was this awful smattering noise, like a silenced machine gun. A burst of air that flicked loose dust into the air, covering the area in a cloud. I could barely make out what I was seeing. There were no longer items around me, just silhouettes of people with bright blue eyes. And something else. Long tendrils reaching, ripping, tearing them apart. a pair of insect-like wings spread out in an X shape, innumerable eyes appearing all over a morphing, gibbous mass of claw, muscle and spikes. And that awful chemical smell, the same I'd felt that first night of my year walk. The creatures were scrambling to get away, but they didn't all make it. Some were torn to pieces, others were devoured. Bones snapped to the rhythm of death squeals. Finally, something let go of my hair, leaving only a severed hand behind. I curled up on the driveway. I covered my head and tried to drown out the screams. So many screams. Suddenly it was all quiet. All except for a heavy breathing. Half a dozen mouths panting for air, all at once. "Do not look," it said, voices speaking in unison. "Do not look at me." I didn't. I stayed down, shielding myself. I could feel my clothes soaking with blood, and not all of it was my own. Can you walk?" Evan asked, finding his voice again. "Yeah," I wheezed. "I'm bleeding." "I know." I looked up, only to see a perfectly normal person. An average adult male with short brown hair, black clothes, and brown eyes. Just like his voice. It was just slightly too human. Then, he twitched. It was just for a second, but I could see his clothes moving. I realized he'd wrapped himself in sort of hairy membrane. These weren't clothes. That wasn't even a head. It was all just mimicry. "Don't look," he roared, without opening his mouth. I closed my eyes as he carried me back inside. He helped me get back to bed. I promised to keep my eyes closed, and he sat down to help bandage my wounds. I needed stitches. What was that?" I asked. "Pure bloods," he answered. "Difficult things. I've never seen anything like it." "Yes, you have," he added. "You have seen them, but not noticed them." While he stitched up the wound on my back, I tried to fill the silence. "You know what they are?" "Yes," Evan said. "We are similar. You're like them. Half." He put medical tape over the wound and started working on the spot under my arm. "Evan, do you know why they're attacking me?" I asked. "Yes, but you're not attacking." I considered it. He didn't miss a beat. I almost swallowed my heart, but he didn't seem the least bit bothered. "I'm glad you didn't." "Yes." Evan finished my stitches and walked out of the room. He was quick on his feet. Then again, he seemed to have more than 2 feet. As he got out of the room, I hurried to ask, "Evan, why are you helping me? What are you getting out of this?" There was a short pause as he considered his response. There were a few insect-like clicks as something tapped against the wall. I had a strange dad too. After that first tangle with the strange things, my time at Evan's place went pretty smooth. I stayed there all throughout April. John came by to double-check my blood values at one point, and I was eventually allowed to roam free throughout most of the house, except for the basement. Later on, as we grew more confident that there were no immediate threats, we agreed that it was okay for me to leave the house every now and then. We had a few security checks, like a check-in and check-out, but I didn't have to use it. Going for a walk or getting a hot dog is usually not that dangerous. Minnesota spring was on the cusp of turning into Minnesota summer. Trees were coming alive, grass was turning green, and I could see various plant life come to life all throughout the town. It seemed to be a bit of a special occasion, as people started putting up vases and pots, preparing for the summer seeds to grow. There was this one local song that half of all people seemed to whistle, but I can't put my finger on what it was or what the lyrics were. They were jolly and rhymed. Me and you, blue, true, something like that. About week into May, as I came back to Evan's place, I could hear him rustling around the kitchen. It was almost dark out, and he never left the basement in the daylight. Since the night where I'd been pulled through a window, I hadn't seen him out in the open. He was a bit more welcoming though, and he didn't mind speaking to me in person. He still had trouble sticking to one voice though. Either way, I stopped just short of the kitchen to give him time to retreat to his basement. This time, he didn't. "You can come in," he said, this time in a feminine voice. "Just don't look at me." "All right." I sat down by the kitchen table with my back turned. Evan was going through the various pots and pans, looking for something. "You need any help?" I asked. "No," he answered, this time with the voice of a child. "I'm fine." He shut a drawer with a frustrated sigh and leaned back. I held true to my word and didn't look at him. I couldn't help seeing parts of him in the reflection of the kitchen window, though. It was hard not to notice the various feelers and antennae poking out of him. "Why were you exiled?" Evan asked. "Were your surrogate family deviants?" "No," I admitted. "They're pretty normal. Too normal, really." "I don't understand," Evan said, now changing to the voice of an old man. "How can one be too normal and or average?" "Well, they represent a demographic that doesn't respond well to change." "Change?" he asked. "What change?" "Nothing, really. Their perception of me, I guess. I discovered a part of me that they refused to accept." Evan pondered it for a moment before he stepped up behind me. There was a comforting tap on my shoulder, with cactus-like hairs burning my neck. Deeply unpleasant. "Change is always reductive to the stone," he said. "It makes mountains into boulders, boulders into rocks, rocks into gravel, gravel into sand. But to water, change can make it tough as ice." "Very insightful," I smiled. "You read that online?" "No," he scoffed. "Books." The next morning, I woke up just past 10 a.m. This was alarming for a number of reasons. First off, Evan always woke me up early in the morning. Secondly, he always offered me some kind of breakfast. Today, he'd done neither. I got dressed and hurried out of bed. "Evan," I called out. "Evan, you there?" No response. Not in person, not through the many speakers he'd placed throughout the house. It was eerily quiet. He wasn't downstairs, and he wasn't outside. I made a mental note to ask him about the stalks growing in the garden, though. They looked strange. But Evan was nowhere to be seen. That's when I noticed the basement door was open. This hadn't happened before. Evan always closed it, and he was adamant about protecting his space. Leaving it open could mean he'd hurt himself, or something serious had happened. I hurried back upstairs and fished my burner phone out of my pocket. I had to get John on the line, just in case. He picked up in 2 rings. "Evan's gone," I said. "Something's up." "You sure?" John asked. "You sure he isn't hiding? He left his basement unlocked." There was a short pause. I could hear my pulse rising. I barely knew anything about Evan, but he seemed decent enough. Besides, he'd taken good care of me for the better part of a month. If I were to survive this year, I'd need people like him on my side. "I'll be there in 20, said John. "Don't touch anything. Put the phone in the microwave." "There's no microwave." "Then pick it apart and put the pieces in a glass of water." I did as I was told, even if it felt ridiculously wasteful. At that point, I knew better than to question John and his directions. He knew this world better than I did. Waiting for John to come over, I walked around the ground floor of the house. I couldn't help myself, peeking into the basement. I could hear whirring machinery and see the edge of a stinging fluorescent light. It reminded me of John's workshop. Maybe the two had something in common. "Evan?" I called out. "If you don't want me to come downstairs, you've got to say something." There was no response. He was really gone. I met John outside as he pulled into the driveway. He had this odd black beanie that I hadn't seen before, and a different pair of sunglasses than usual. His hair tucked into a short ponytail. Had it always been that long? "Check the door while I'm down there," he said as he walked past me. "Don't want anything closing on us." "You're making me a doorstop?" "A doorstop with a voice and a convenient lubricant." "You mean blood?" "Yes." We walked back inside, and John headed straight for the basement. I stayed upstairs, checking the door. A few minutes passed, then there was a clicking noise. A little LED light in the doorway turned green. "It's fine. You can come down," John called. "Watch your step." Just a few steps down, and I was struck by this awful cold. I could see my breath before I even got halfway down the stairs. Whatever was down there had to drain an enormous amount of power to keep things this cold. I'll never forget the first time I saw Evan's basement. Bright white rubber floors, grey concrete walls, and a blinding amount of overhead lights. About 75% of the floor space was covered with 3-inch thick cables, running in and out of strange machines. Some of the stuff looked to be from the late 70s, while other machines seemed to be cobbled up from homemade parts and refuse. It was this absurd combination of military-grade Black Ops Roswell tech and, well, high school science project crap. And screens. Screens goddamn everywhere, with a clear space for someone to be standing in the middle of the room. Someone who could reach and use at least 8 different keyboards at once. And at the very end of the room, there was a mirror with an ornate and beautiful gold-coloured frame. It was perfectly round, and at least 5 feet in diameter. It was clearly important enough to be placed in the middle of the furthest wall, in clear sight. A dozen of the thick cables were plugged into it, and it gave off a light hum. John just looked at me with a defeated shrug. I think I found the issue. I walked up to the mirror. I could see the bright room reflected at me, and there was a slight vibration to the surface. Made me want to touch it, but I restrained myself. "Mind telling me what's happening?" I asked, in a way that I can understand. "Sure." He walked up to the various screens and started to check sets of measurements, calculations, and data storage. I could tell most of it was green, which had to be good. When you're viewing a reflection of yourself, you're technically functioning on half a mind, he said. For a brief moment you exist simultaneously in 2 opposites, and your thoughts are shared within the space of 2 reflected copies. Technically, that leaves both you and the other you with half an open, albeit synchronized mind. Wait, so you mean to say that it's not just an image? Of course it is, he smiled. Who said images can't think? Anyway, it's similar to what happens when you sleep. You become susceptible. That wouldn't work on Evan, though. Or me. John got to a 3rd screen. A blinking orange prompt came to life on an old black console window. But there is a loss, John continued. Kind of like when you use a credit card. There's a bit of capacity peeled off. That's why people who spend a lot of time looking into mirrors can seem a bit distant and dumb. They literally lose a tiny bit of capacity. It recovers in time, but... So you mean vain people are literally losing brain capacity? Let's boil it down to that, sure. John pointed to the screen as he made a mental note. There's the problem, he said. Someone pulled the plug. What plug? On the other side. Evan put up a turbine to harvest some of the capacity drop-off. Near limitless source of energy. as long as we keep the scaling low. And someone pulled the plug. Bingo. We just gotta start it up so he can get back out. John tapped away at the keyboard, checked a manual, and entered a command. This ought to do it. He'll be back in a snap. Wait, he's in the mirror? Like father, like son. How else would he set up the turbine? If you're gonna ask questions, keep up with the answers. John smacked enter on the keyboard, and the entire room went dark. The machines died. My eyes completely disoriented me, not knowing what to do with this sudden darkness. All the background noise faded, leaving me with nothing but my breath. I kept as still as possible, trying to hear John. Okay, so that wasn't it, he said. I was relieved to hear something other than myself. John took a few steps, only to stop. You hear that? He said. Sounded like... There was a slight tapping noise, like little rocks dropping on the floor. Then, a sudden chill, like a cold wave pushing through the room. John, I whispered. John, are you... Hello. An eerily monotone voice, rumbling with an unnatural vibrato, like the hum of a wasp's wings. There was no response. Somewhere in the room, a wrench dropped from a table, like the starting pistol to a race. Run! Like so many times before, I did what John told me. I heard something scrambling to move across the floor to get to him. There was a crunching noise, followed by tearing flesh and a metallic snap. There was a painful screech, like a man stuck in a dying 56K modem. It sent chills up my spine, even more so than the cold wave. But I had to run, so I ran. Up the stairs, through the main hall, out the front door. That's when it hit me that it was still dark, even though I was standing outside. Wasn't it early morning? Looking up, I could see no sun and no stars. Just a black canvas. Everything looked a bit different. The grass looked taller and had a blue tint to it. The trees had grey bark with black leaves. There was an oppressive stench of ammonia, and the more I looked, the more unnatural things came into view. A writhing geometric shape in the distance, clouds slithering like snakes across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, an animal inhaled so sharply that it echoed like a howl. But there were parts of Evan's house and yard still there. The house was largely intact, and I could see the damaged greenhouse in the backyard. There were impressions in the gravel from where John had parked his car. From inside the house I could hear something scrambling up the basement stairs, stumbling and falling over itself. I hurried into the backyard, slipping on a pitch-black vine as I tried to keep my mouth shut. The ammonia smell was so strong that it burned my eyes. As I blinked, the world changed. One moment, I was back in Evan's bright backyard, and in the next, I was hiding around the corner of his dark house. One moment, I could hear something coming for me. The next, there was birdsong, sunshine, and fresh grass under my feet. Finally, I just stopped. I leaned against the brick foundation, feeling the rough texture scratch my nails. Keeping completely still and holding my breath, I managed to stay there in the yard. The chickadees were singing. I held my breath as long as I could, keeping as still as possible as to not be whisked back. But lungs aren't meant to last that long. I could still taste the ammonia. I was losing my grip. I was going back there, like it or not. As my face turned red, I noticed an old brick just within arm's reach. I had to try something. I exhaled and reached for it. The moment I touched it, I was back in that damn place. The smell hit me like a sack of hammers, and my eyes had trouble adjusting to the dark. No more than 6 feet away, there was tall, slick shadow looking down on me. Something vaguely human, like the memory of a body. Hello, that voice again. The shape lunged at me. I curled up into a ball, abandoning even the slightest attempt to throw that brick. A hand brushed against my neck as the chickadees came back with a song. I could feel the warm sun against my back. Next time I dipped back there, it might catch me. It could rip me apart. What the hell had it done to John? I drew a short breath, moving into the dark just long enough for something sharp to cut my lower lip. I was back under the sun, looking at my blood-smeared hand. I instinctively recoiled back into the dark. My eyes teared from the ammonia as I crawled backwards, seeing an elongated arm strike where I'd been just moments before. I tossed my brick at it, and the shape just swatted it away like it was nothing. It almost seemed insulted, taking a moment just to stare at me. I could see a dark eye moving about its fluid shape. Blue teeth hidden behind an impossibly wide mouth slit. I got back on my feet as the sky turned black. It was fast. It was coming for me. I wasn't coming back from the dark this time. I was stuck. It was going to run me down and tear me to pieces. I could feel it. It wanted something I had. It needed, desperately, to kill the Yearwalker. As I rounded the corner of the house and dashed through the front yard, I heard the steps behind me suddenly grind to a halt with a screech. As I turned around, I noticed the darkness flicker in and out. Hot, cold, bright, dark. That burning ammonia making my nose bleed. Somewhere inside the house, I heard a rattling voice. "North!" The dark shape scrambled to get back inside the house, claws ripping into rotting wood, panicked screams, a shockwave ruffling the hair on my neck, a painful warmth, fire, then nothing. I was standing outside in the bright sun of May, and Evan's house was gone. Everything down to the foundation had just been smoothed over, leaving a vacant lot of grass and a broken greenhouse. The grass was singed and ashen, but there was no fire, no smoke, not a trace of what had happened in that basement, no sign of Evan or John. At first, I just stood there. I called out to John like a baby bird trying to find its mother. I fell to my knees, brushing my hands through the grass, trying to calm myself. But there was just nothing there. I was on my own, and all I had to go on was north. John had taken the keys to his car along with him, a car that was still in the driveway. For a moment, I just screamed and sunk my fingers into my eyes. And for a brief second, the smell of ammonia whiffed back into my nose. I didn't want to take any more chances. I couldn't stay there. I just ran. I followed a small dirt road north. First I ran, then I jogged. After what felt like hours, I was just dragging my feet along, trying to keep myself upright. I had no food, no water, and no idea where I was going. I could still taste the ammonia. I don't know how long I kept going. The sky started to go dark, and I could almost see the slithering clouds overhead. Was it just night? Or was it that other place? I was on my own, and there was no telling what could find me out in the middle of nowhere. Was this even north? By night, it got so dark that I had to use what remained of my phone as a flashlight. My hands were shivering, almost dropping it. Finally, I spotted a wooden sign up ahead. It simply read, St. Gall. It was a long and lonesome road, and the night never seemed to end. No matter how long I sat down to catch my breath, and no matter how long I walked, the dark just seemed to get darker. You lose all perception of time when you move forward, and nothing seems to change. At some point, I stopped dead in my tracks. There was a person standing on the road ahead of me. It vaguely resembled a woman dressed in a blue kaftan. called out to her. I asked her who she was, where I was, and if she could help me. My throat was getting dry. I hadn't brought any water. I got no response, and she just walked away. I followed. The forest opened into a clearing, an open space with log cabins, garden plots, apple trees, and a small jetty for fishing. The roofs were partly covered in solar panels, and there was a communal tool shed down by the riverbank. There was a water pump at the edge of the clearing, so I figured the river water wasn't safe to drink. I could tell there had been a community of people living here at some point. Right now, however, there was no one around. I hurried over to the water pump and pumped it a few times. Having that ice-cold groundwater pour into my hands was beautiful enough to make me cry. I drank myself nauseous. Leaning against a birch tree to catch my breath, I noticed that the woman with the blue caftan was gone. I was left there, among the cabins, on my own. All the cabins were open, 2 rooms each, 1 bedroom and 1 storage room. There was a communal kitchen in one of the cabins down by the river. I couldn't help but to imagine some sort of hippie collective living there, sharing stories by the campfire. I found a bed, complete with a blanket and pillow. All I had to do was brush off a few stray May beetles. The next day, I woke up with this awful headache, like something had moved inside my head. Maybe it was exhaustion from the previous night, or maybe I'd caught something. I could still taste the ammonia from the previous day, where I'd lost both Evan and John to that thing. But having no one to talk to, there was no reason to put my experience into words. I was in survival mode, and I decided to look through this place thoroughly. It became apparent that this was a collective once named St. Gall. At least 8 people used to live here, according to the number of beds available. It wasn't entirely clear what made them leave, but it must have happened soon and suddenly. The woman with the blue caftan was still nowhere to be seen. The place was stocked to the brim. Canned goods, fresh preserves, all kinds of dried meat. A shelf full of vacuum-sealed smoked fish. These people were self-sufficient. There might not be any plumbing, but there was a makeshift shower, provided you'd heated up some water beforehand. The solar panels were linked together into a series of batteries, all meant to power the kitchen. There was even a radio and a TV. Heating was done with wood furnaces. There was a well-used chopping block by one of the garden plots, bearing witness to many hours of diligent wood cutting. It took me the better part of the day just to get a good idea of what this place had to offer. By dinner time, I figured I could probably stay there for months on end, if I wanted to. I might be able to ride out the entire Yearwalk right there, at St. Gall. The apple trees were one thing, but the woods were covered in blackberries and wild plums. Hell, if I could figure out how to fish, I could stay there indefinitely. By dinner time, I dug out one of the many bags of rice from storage. I used some red cabbage preserves along with some salted fish. Some kind of lake sturgeon, I think. I seasoned it all with some rock salt and basil. I spoiled myself a bit. It made me think back to the time before I left my home in Maryland. I used to cook for my mom and stepdad 2 times a week, and I'd had ambitions to go to culinary school once. They just refused to let me do it, saying they wouldn't support my ambitions until I made a conscious effort to abandon my perverse life choices. Backwater fucking assholes. As I sat down by the jetty, watching the sun creep lower and lower with a warm bowl of food in my hand, life didn't seem all that bad. I could get used to it. For the next few days, I just went into my own head. Not talking to anyone and having no contact with the outside world really puts things into perspective. Time becomes your own, and everything you do is all yours. There is no one to do anything for but yourself. No compromises and no excuses. I'm not sure I've ever felt so free. And honestly, after staying at Evan's place for weeks on end, I could use the space to stretch out. Still, thinking about John and Evan made my stomach sink. I tried not to imagine what they were going through. Were they stuck on the other side? Were they even alive? Still, even with all the comforts I could ask for, there was a certain hour at night where I could swear something was off. A cold shiver slithered up my back, as if someone was looking for me. Considering what I'd seen these past few months, I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or cautious. It felt like the entire world was coming for me, albeit slowly. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. I'd sneak up to the windows to look outside, but there was nothing there. Just a dark forest and a hooting owl. Still, there could be something there. Maybe I just couldn't sense the obvious. The lady with the blue kaftan was still nowhere to be seen. I started noticing little things changing during the day. Footsteps in the garden plots. The bucket near the water pump overturned. Nothing of consequence, but these little things that kept reminding me that I wasn't entirely alone. Someone was stalking the night. I decided I needed answers. The uncertainty would drive me mad either way. The calendar had crossed into early June when I found myself awake one night. I'd found a powerful flashlight and a hunting rifle. I planned just to observe and find out what was skulking around at night, but I wanted some protection just in case. At the very least, I'd see if I needed to protect myself. Hours passed, and there was nothing, not a peep. I started to think I was imagining things. Maybe the footsteps by the garden plot had always been there. I stepped outside to take a leak, bringing my rifle and flashlight along. After I finished my business, I took a short walk. A patrol, just to make sure I could sleep soundly. A faint breeze slipped through the birch trees. Dry branches creaked, playing tricks on my ears. But still, there was nothing. But as I turned back to the cabin, that shiver crept right back up my spine. Something was different. Had there always been a scarecrow in the garden plot? From afar, it just looked like a vaguely human pile of hay stuffed into a flannel shirt and an old pair of jeans. The more I thought about it, the more sure I was. This hadn't been there before. I'd met them before. These things hiding in plain sight, trying to pass off as everyday items. Still, it worried me. For each one you saw, there could be 30 more hiding somewhere. I raised my hunting rifle and took aim. "This won't end well," I said. "I know you're here." There was no response. I held my breath, trying to keep a steady aim. There was a slight flash as little blue eyes reflected in the cone of my flashlight. Then, a snap. I turned around. Dozens upon dozens of scarecrows, lining the edge of the forest. There wasn't enough ammunition to even attempt to take this fight. Something creaked, and as I turned around, the scarecrow in the garden plot was closer. They were back, and this time I didn't have Evan to protect me. I backed away, trying to look back and forth between the edge of the forest and the garden. An itchy trigger finger made the gun go off, blowing a hole in one of the scarecrows. There was no reaction, just a slow, silent pursuit. I backed out to the edge of the jetty. It was the only place where I could see them all. Looking at them seemed to make them stop, if only for a short while. Some sort of instinct. Still, every blink drew them closer. My breath grew shallow as my panicked mind tried to find a way to make the bullets last. Maybe I should save one for myself. With every blink, They changed. Some came closer, others changed shapes. Scarecrows, buckets, gardening tools. One of them looked like an old man in overalls, staring at me from afar. Maybe this had been the woman in the blue kaftan. Maybe they'd lured me here. This might be the end of the line. As they took their first step onto the jetty, I just started firing. It didn't help. With every shot, my ears rang, and every time I closed my eyes, they came one step closer. As my rifle gave out a hapless click, I realized there was nothing left to do. I could dive into the lake and make a break for it. That was all there was left to try. I turned around, only to find myself face to face with the woman in the blue kaftan. She was somewhere in her early 50s. She had this long black hair and deep green eyes. She was barefoot, but didn't have a speck of dirt on her. She didn't blink. I recoiled, shocked to have someone just appear out of seemingly nowhere. She hadn't been there earlier, and there was no way she could have climbed up on the jetty. She was dry as salt, and I hadn't heard a thing. She held out a hand. "They won't harm you, you know," she said. "They can't. They can't. They fear you," she said. "They can't harm you. Not anymore. How would you know?" I took her hand, and she pulled me to my feet. "I can't tell a lie, dear." I turned around, and there was nothing left. Just a few footsteps in the dirt from something that had tried to resemble a man in overalls. She led me back to my cabin, where we sat down at a small table. I was still feverishly clutching the hunting rifle. It didn't occur to me that I was out of danger. Maybe I wasn't. "Thanks for, helping me out," I said. What's your name?" "That's not important right now," she said. "But I'm curious. Who are you, and why have you come here?" She was right, of course. Names weren't important. Not right now. "You want the long version or the short version?" "I want whatever version you're willing to share." We talked for hours. She seemed to know all about the creatures masquerading as items. She also knew about the many other things I shared with her. Everything from a world beyond our own to the church at the bottom of Frog Lake. This woman knew all about it. If anything, it seemed that she was the one looking to see what I knew, not the other way around. After explaining what finally led me to come to St. Gall, that cryptic suggestion to go north, she interrupted me. "You seemed to be yearwalking then," she said, "willingly leaving the safety and numbers to pursue your ambition." "I just sort of stumbled into it," I admitted. "It was my dad. I sighed. It had all been this stupid, nonsensical gesture. Like what I did could somehow bring us closer. Bring some kind of peace to him. "It was a kind gesture," she said. "But sometimes things don't go the way we planned. A slip of the tongue, a moment of weakness that might be all it takes to send us spiraling into pain." "You seem to know an awful lot about this," I said. "Do you know what happened to the people who lived here?" She thought about it for a while, looking out the window. "A slip of the tongue," she said. "That's all it takes." We called it a night and agreed to talk in the morning. Strangely enough, I still had that feeling that something wasn't quite right. That shiver down my spine never went away, and I could feel my body tensing up. The next morning I found her in the kitchen. She was making hard-boiled eggs. Strange, I thought, since there were no chickens around. No, wait, there'd always been chickens. I had the distinct memory of there always being chickens there, but I just hadn't interacted with them previously. But why wouldn't I? Odd. I didn't think about the eggs," I said as I entered the kitchen. I must have forgotten about the chickens. There have always been chickens at St. Gall, she said, wiping her nose. Well, I suppose so. You can't tell a lie, right? She just shook her head, without the hint of a smile. As we had our breakfast, she looked up from her plate. She'd been silent for a few minutes, stuck in her own thoughts. I want to be clear, she said. When I say I can't tell a lie, I'm not exaggerating. What do you mean? What I say is true, even if it shouldn't be. So when I say there are chickens, but maybe there shouldn't be. I just blinked, munching on my hard-boiled egg. I mean, it becomes true. And also, it has always been true, she clarified, which is why you might experience this sudden sense of disconnect. I didn't even question it. At that point, I had seen and heard so many absurd things that this was just the cherry on top. To me, it sounded like a genie, able to grant wishes. Why weren't the blue-eyed things coming for her instead of me? Do you have to say it, or is it enough to think it? I asked. Unclear, she sighed, so I try to do neither, which is why I keep to myself. Not much to spark thought when you're alone in the woods. Yeah, I've noticed. I looked out the window. There was still a breeze coming through the birch trees. I tried to just stay out of the way, she said. I don't want to trigger anything by accident. Not again. No slips of the tongue. No. She leaned back in her chair with a glass of lemonade. She had this strange look about her, like she was having trouble keeping her thoughts in check. She looked worried. I used to have terrible nightmares, I said. I used to think there was something wrong with me. My mom kind of wanted me to think that, so I had these awful nightmares all through high school. That sounds awful. It was, I sighed. So whenever I feel like something I am is bad, I make a conscious effort to be kind to myself. Otherwise, I'm just punishing myself for something I can't control. I see, she nodded. But what do you mean by nightmares? She blinked and tilted her head. There was that feeling again, like I was missing something. Like something had changed. You know, nightmares? I said. These images that come out of nowhere when you sleep. You mean a dream? I've had those, she said. I've had plenty. Like a dream, but horrible. Dark. She nodded, putting away her empty glass. I'd like to try one sometime, she said. I don't scare easily anymore. I spent the day trying to learn how to fish, trying to find a better toothbrush, and trying to fix a hole in my socks. My anonymous companion, on the other hand, spent most of the day inside the kitchen. She was trying out various preserves and just relishing in flavours, like she hadn't eaten in days. I made her a fish curry that night. A bit on the extravagant side, but I wanted to make a good impression. I tried not to think too much about what she'd said. Maybe it was true, maybe it wasn't. All I knew was that there'd been chickens at St. Gall since the first day I got there, and I hadn't paid them much attention. It made sense though. They had everything they needed without me. That night, as I lay down to sleep, my stomach kept turning. There was some part of me trying to keep me awake. Then, a scream. A violent, unbridled screech. A woman emptying her lungs, tearing through her throat. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed outside. The woman in the blue caftan was sleeping in the cabin across from me. It must have been her. I flung open her cabin door. She just stood there in the middle of her bedroom. Her eyes had rolled back in her skull, and her mouth was wide open at an impossible angle. She just kept screaming like there was no end to the air in her lungs. A cold sweat forming on her brow. She was having a nightmare. I blinked, and I was in a different place. An old house. Somewhere in the Canadian countryside. There'd never been a St. Gall. I'd come there looking for a friend, but all I'd found was horror. A house full of teeth, hiding like insects behind every nook and cranny. An awful wet smell, like the inside of a wooden mouth. A man with a face full of broken teeth looked up at me, on his knees, begging me to kill him. I raised a hammer and a metal bucket. I had to beat him into bloody pieces. Nothing could remain. Then, another place. Another truth. I was looking at a man sitting in a gas station bathroom, rust leaking out of his eyes and mouth as his phone died in his hands. Battery acid leaked onto the floor as his joints creaked like dying hinges. He couldn't stop coughing. He looked up at me with dying eyes. For a moment, all I knew was that I'd been there all along. "Warn them," he wheezed. "It won't stop." Another place. A green star, illuminating a winter landscape. The angry dead coming to see who intruded on their homestead. A man shielding himself with a cast iron necklace. Then, a swamp. An ancient, gluttonous beast, looking for their next meal. Ungodly eyes looking at me with the intensity of a sun. In the distance, the death roar of a once mighty lion. Little animals, twisted beyond recognition. Bunnies, frogs, even the chickadees in the birch trees. Horror after horror after horror. Parades of unspeakable cruelty. I was being pulled like a thread through the eye of a needle, all the while hearing this inhuman screech in the back of my mind. This was true. This was happening. It had happened, would happen, and was currently happening, even if it shouldn't. For a brief moment I found myself back in the log cabin. I had teeth falling out of my pockets, and my shoes were wet from the swamp. Rust covered my fingertips. The woman with the blue kaftan touched my shoulders, her screams turning into a soft cry. "You're here," she said. "You're not there with them. Their place is not yours, and their horrors are their own." She hugged me. But it wasn't human arms. It was something else. Something I couldn't perceive. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she cried. I wanted to feel again. What did you... I had a nightmare." She stepped away, holding her head. She groaned, trying her best to stay in the moment. "I can't stop seeing them. I try to make them go away, but it might just..." She stepped away as her eyes turned white. Blood started dripping from her ears, little drops plopping on the wooden floor. "No, no, no, no," she groaned. "I can stop seeing them. I can. Wait, no." Suddenly I was floating in a river, gasping for air. I kept bumping against things in the dark. Faces, limbs, torsos. Dead bodies, floating, dragging me along. The air tasted sour, and the water stung my nose as a lukewarm gulp slipped into my lungs. Then an old house. A swarm of flies in the shape of a man. Forgotten souls given wings and hidden away. He welcomes me as something sharp claws at my back. I turn around, only to see somewhere new. A monstrous man steps out of a lake. A man with a melon-shaped head and a sinister grin. "More," he chuckles. "More." I'm at a cliff, overlooking the New England coastline. I've lived there all my life. I am old, and my bones are weary. The woman in the blue kaftan is there, her dark hair waving in the breeze. "Am I seeing things that have been?" she cried. "Have they always been? Are these creations my own, or... Please, Dad, Please." For a moment I think she's talking to me. She reminds me of the daughter I always and never had. I take a step forward to comfort her, but she's not talking to me. A white feather brushes against my shoulder, and I felt that cold shiver running up my spine again. A blood-red eye in the sky. The size of God itself parts the clouds. A rain of blood started forming in the skies above, staining more than the earth. She grabs me. "I'm sorry," she cries. "We'll never meet again. Please remember me as a human woman in a blue kaftan." She wiped her nose as a bloody raindrop touched her cheek. "Yes, that's how I want you to remember me," she continued. Then she pushed me off the cliff. I didn't have time to scream as my breath was pushed out of my aging lungs. "You'll go far away," she screamed. "Back to your truth." Her face grew distant in the dark as I fell. Then pain. My body tumbled across a hard surface, as if shot from a cannon. I rested my face against warm concrete. It was a summer's night in late June. My body was nimble, and my skin was soft. My hair had lost its greys. My own thoughts and experiences started to drown out the superimposed worlds I'd seen. All these visions remained, but as a distant, vivid memory. A living nightmare. I got up and brushed myself off. My ankle was sprained, and I was in the middle of nowhere. Somewhere further south, perhaps. I could already feel myself the simple comforts of St. Gall as I started walking down the long, winding road. I must have limped for hours when I finally heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. I stepped to the side, holding out a thumb. I'd promised myself not to be a hitchhiker, but I needed to at least know where the hell I was. Not once did I ask myself, what kind of person was driving down this lonesome road in the middle of the night? The car stopped next to me. I could see a man and a young boy sitting up front, and every light on the dashboard was broken. I had never seen these people before, but beggars can't be choosers. I was hitchhiking, and they'd stopped. It was as easy as that. I needed to get somewhere more civilized, and the company of a man and his son was probably better than to stay out in the middle of nowhere. The car itself was an older icy blue Volvo model. One of those cars with a box-like shape. That thing had probably been around longer than I had. The man had this long horse-like face with sunken eyes. A kind of chronically tired-looking man with a hawk-like nose and a tube-shaped torso. The kid sitting next to him, on the other hand, barely looked related. He was maybe 8 years old, with short black hair and deep dark eyes, pale as an egg. "Evening," I said. You're not heading anywhere, Tomskog, are you?" "Tomskog," the man said. "Never heard of it." "I've been there," said the kid. "That's far." "Oh, so this isn't Minnesota." "Son, are you lost?" the man asked. "Definitely," I chuckled. "Absolutely. Sit down for a bit, we'll figure it out." I got in the car as it idled by the roadside. There was this stale smell of pine and cigarettes that puffed up from the cheap nylon seats. The man in the driver's seat turned to me. Without the lights from the dashboard, it was surprisingly dark. I struggled to see the details of his face. "I'm Alan," he said. "This is Fred." The kid turned around and flashed a big grin. He didn't seem to blink much. "Hi," Fred said. "We're on a big trip." "A little father-son bonding time?" I smiled. "He's not my son," said Alan, completely stone-faced. A cold silence sunk over me as I realized this was something else entirely. And whatever it was, I didn't want to be a part of it. I put my hand on the door, ready to get out. "Son, do you know where you are?" Now that I thought about it, I had no idea. I didn't recognize the area, and the air felt a bit different. Then again, it was too dark to see anything properly. Running into the wild here might be a stupid idea, especially in the dark. Then again, I didn't want to take my chances with Alan and Fred. "You're in Arizona," said Alan, "about 6 miles from Phoenix." Phoenix? My mind was spinning. How the hell I ended up in another town, let alone another state, was beyond me. Maybe the woman in the blue caftan had messed me up more than I realized. What date is it? It's the 21st, said Alan. June. Well, 22nd now. It's just past midnight. I hadn't kept a sharp eye on the date while I stayed in St. Gall, but I knew for a fact that it hadn't passed the 15th. I had lost at least 7 days. I sunk my face into my hands, trying to figure out what to do. But first things first, I had to get out of the car. I couldn't stay with these people. There was something fundamentally wrong with them, and I wasn't eager to find out what it was. If this whole ordeal had taught me anything, it was to trust my instincts. We're heading up to Denver, said Alan. You're welcome to tag along. That's all right, I just needed to... I think you should come along, said Fred. We could play games. No need to, We'll just drop you off at the next stop then, smiled Alan and started the car. There's a gas station up ahead. I'm sure you can make your way from there. I quietly tugged on the door handle, only to notice the child locks were engaged. Unless I wanted to ask them to open, I was stuck. That'll be fine, I said. I'll get off there. Sure thing. As we drove north, I got a good look at the two of them. Alan was barely keeping it together. I could see his hands shaking, and he couldn't keep his head straight. He kept moving, like a bobblehead. His short brown hair was in disarray, and I could see sweat stains on his shirt. He was in a rough shape. Fred, on the other hand, was completely fine. He sat up straight and seemed attentive. If anything, he seemed unusually energetic for a kid. Excited, even. It took us about 20 minutes before we got to the gas station. This single building lit up the night, drawing us in like a lighthouse. I could see a young man playing something on his phone inside. As we pulled in and parked next to the gas pumps, Fred turned to me. Thanks for the ride, I appreciate it, I said. Good luck on your trip. You're not coming with us? Asked Fred. I don't think so. I'm going straight back to Minnesota. We might go there next, said Fred. You could come with us. That's all right, I'm good, I said. Take care. Alan disengaged the child locks, and I hurried out of the car. I could see them looking at me from afar as I went inside the gas station. The light felt soothing after being in the dark for so long. The attendant perked up and put away his phone. He waved at me, and I waved back. I was coming to the realization that I was probably running on adrenaline and needed something to eat. I asked for 2 hot dogs and a Coke. Paying for it quickly turned into a problem, though, as all my credit cards were declined. Seems my family had pulled the last plug on our relationship. I stood there fumbling around my pockets for a while when I heard the door ring. It was Fred. Alone. He walked up next to me, looking at me with those dark, unblinking eyes. He couldn't stop smiling. Strangely enough, this was the first time I noticed he wasn't wearing shoes. You want a hot dog? He asked. I'm hungry. Sorry, I can't pay for these. The attendant sighed and put away the tongs, clicking them twice for good measure. Fred didn't stop smiling. That's okay, Fred said. I don't really like hot dogs anyway. There was a loud bang, catching me off guard as the building went black. Some kind of circuit had fried, but not even battery-powered devices seemed to function. I could see the attendant's phone go dark. I just drink the ketchup anyway, laughed Fred, somewhere in the dark. I just saw his outline, but he was quick. There was a little pitter-patter of feet and giggles as he ran off somewhere into the back. The attendant didn't seem to know what to do. He just froze. Hold on, I think there's a... No, wait. We were both fumbling in the dark. I could hear him move across the counter, knocking over a display. little plastic toys scattered across the floor. I headed for the door. The power seemed to be out, and I couldn't find the manual lock for the doors. I looked for a latch, but it was impossible in the dark. "Excuse me, how do I—" I heard the attendant fall over with a painful thud. Then, he got eerily quiet. There was just this quiet, gulping sound, like someone sucking liquid off the floor. "Hello?" I asked. "What, are you there?" I moved around the counter and saw something looking back at me. Reflective eyes, like that of a cat. They didn't blink as they slowly bobbed back and forth, drinking something off the floor. The attendant didn't respond. I ran back to the doors and forced my fingers in. I could tell I was weakened, but I was still strong enough to pry myself through the doors. "You can still get a hot dog," laughed Fred. "They're free now." I could hear a little pitter-patter of naked feet getting closer as I forced myself through the doors. They slid shut behind me. Looking back, I could see Fred pressed against the glass, hands covered in blood, with a big grin on his face. His eyes seemed larger and even darker, but in the right light, they reflected at me. "I'll wash my hands," he said. "Wait there, I'll get you one." No way. I turned to run, only to hear the clicking sound of a loaded gun. Alan was standing 10 feet away with a handgun aimed at me. He yawned, and I was afraid his shaking hands might accidentally pull the trigger. I noticed how even the streetlights had gone dark outside. I could make a run for it, if only I could work up the courage. "Calm down," Alan said. "We're still heading for Denver, son. You sure you're not coming along?" I'm sure. "I'm sorry," said Alan. "Fred seemed to take a real liking to you, and he'd love the company." "Would you accept no for an answer?" "I wouldn't." I hadn't even noticed Fred getting through the doors. He was standing right behind me, near enough to grab my arm. I considered picking him up and using him as a shield, but I got the sense that it would be the end of me. This was no ordinary kid, and this was no ordinary man. Fred held up a hot dog drenched in ketchup. "I got you this." "Thanks," I said. "I'm not hungry, though." "Maybe just eat the fucking hot dog," said Fred, his smile fading. So I did. They lead me back to the car, this time putting me in the driver's seat. I noticed they'd made a few modifications. They'd removed the seat belt from the driver's side, and the lock was disengaged by the passenger, not the driver. Fred had been the one in control all along. Alan curled up in the back seat, falling asleep instantly. Fred dumped a bag of snacks and drinks in the back seat, then got back up and sat down next to me. For a moment, I thought about just beating the kid up and getting out. I thought about it. Alan was already out cold, and this kid didn't have a gun aimed at me. So what was stopping me? Well, those eyes for one, those cat-like eyes, and that big playful grin. This kid was waiting for me to do something, to slip up, to try. "We're going to Denver," said Fred, "and you're driving. You're kidnapping me. I'm taking you home. What do you—" Fred slammed his little hands on the dashboard, causing Alan to explode into action. Shaking hands grabbed me and pulled me back in my seat. Fred's eyes lost their reflective sheen as his posture changed. Something about his voice shifted. "You are wasting my time," Fred said. "I have no interest in killing you. I'm taking you home." Despite what he was saying, I couldn't help but feel that this was going to be a living hell. There was something in the way he looked at me that just made my blood freeze, like I was expecting a sudden punch to the gut that never came. "We're not here for a joyride. We're taking you home." "How?" I asked. "How did you know where to find me?" Fred leaned back in his seat as Alan relaxed. No more than 5 seconds later, he was out like a light. Fred just stared straight ahead and lowered his voice. "Our dads went to school together," said Fred. "And I was asked to take you home. So I'm taking you home. I can just take a bus," I said. "You don't have to trouble yourselves." "It's no trouble," grinned Fred. "In fact, you'll be very helpful." We got back on the road, following the I-70 north. The plan was to go through Utah, then east to Denver. Fred knew the way by heart without relying on GPS or anything electronic. That the car worked at all seemed like nothing short of a miracle. Everything electric seemed to die when Fred got upset. Or maybe it was some sort of targeted effort on his behalf. I asked him to explain what he meant by our dads going to school together. Apparently our dads had been in the class of 2000, along with a cast of other strange students. The one thing I couldn't wrap my head around was the timeline. It sounded like Fred was born around the same time as I was. Maybe earlier. It didn't make any sense. I drove all through the night, stopping at random intervals for Fred to get out and check something. He'd step out of the car and just smell the air like he was looking for a scent. I thought about just taking off, but Alan would probably shoot me long before I got the car running. Fred would fall in and out of this sort of boyish character. In one moment he'd play sweet and innocent, and the next he'd talk like a fully grown adult. He'd relax his demeanor and put his feet up on the dashboard. We got off the highway after about an hour, instead taking back roads through smaller communities going north. Sometimes Fred would catch a scent, and we'd switch course. About an hour before the break of dawn, Alan woke up. He had this blaring alarm going off, and he shot up like a bat out of hell. We pulled over, and I was asked to step out of the car. For a moment, the three of us just stood there on a back road in rural Utah. "Look," said Fred, "we'll get you home. But until we do, you're mine." Considerate payment for what? Alan smacked me in the back of the head just hard enough to knock the wind out of me. "Show some damn respect," he snarled. "We could have left you to be torn apart." Now, dear Alan. No need to get nasty," smiled Fred. "I'm sure we can make all of this mutually beneficent." Alan opened the trunk, and Fred crawled in. The trunk was lined with felt and plastic, and it had this soft smell, similar to a mild lilac perfume. Alan shut it, leaving the two of us alone. "All you have to do is drive," said Alan. "To drive, and not to drive. I'll tell you when to do what." I was allowed to rest in the back seat for a while when necessary, but only while wearing handcuffs. It seemed that Alan wasn't the trusting kind. We kept going north. Around 9 a.m, I asked if I could take a rest. Alan was fine with it, as long as I wore the handcuffs. I crawled into the back seat, put the cuffs on, and did my best to make myself comfortable. After a few hours of silence, drifting in and out of a restless sleep, I tried to make a bit of small talk. "So why are you doing this?" I asked. "Is it because of my dad?" "In a way," nodded Alan, waiting to take a left turn. "And because of John." "John?" "John Digman. That's the one." Alan was trying to navigate a series of small roads, passing by dozens of identical warehouses. He was having trouble finding the right exit. "Frederick has worked with John in the past," Alan added. "I thought that was obvious." "Obvious how?" "Well," chuckled Alan, "lights don't just turn themselves off, do they?" As I slept through the day, I kept having these weird dreams. They'd be normal at first, but at some point I started noticing that Fred was in them, and not like someone I was actively dreaming of. It was as if he was standing beside me, looking at my dreams and judging me from afar. It was so lifelike and distracting that I started to wake up after noticing him. But after a dozen or so times, I just stopped caring. He was simply there, no matter what I did. After a few hours of sleep, I started to expect Fred to be there. It felt stranger not to have him there. I started to look for him, and I felt anxious when I couldn't see him. He was there. He had to be there. When I finally woke up, it was already dark. I must have been out for at least 10 hours. I was having cold sweats. I didn't even think. I just got out of the car. I found myself relieved to see that Fred was up. And that frightened me. I wasn't supposed to feel relieved. There was something fundamentally wrong with this kid. Didn't he kill someone that previous night? Still, I couldn't help it. I felt safe knowing he was awake and watching. So when I was asked to get in the driver's seat, I didn't protest. But seeing my hands shaking as I placed them on the steering wheel sent a cold shiver up my spine. Was this what had happened to Alan? Over the next few days, we drove all around the state, stopping only for a quick bite to eat or a bathroom break. I would mostly stay in the driver's seat, except for the hours where I slept in the back. During those hours, I could feel myself finally relaxing. The deepest, most serene sleep you can imagine. While awake, I'd feel myself stressing out over anything and everything, unless Fred was in the car next to me. I'd see awful things at the side of the road. I imagined vaguely humanoid shapes coming out of the forests, or seeing faces leap out in the dark. Sometimes I'd see something in passing cars, like a driver without a head, or no driver at all. It was only during those first few hours after a long sleep that I functioned as a normal human being. Better, in fact. During the hours where it was just me and Fred, he'd sometimes have me stop at strange places. I'd wait outside apartment complexes, or stop at dark roads in the middle of nowhere. Those few moments when I was left alone were absolutely terrifying. I'd hear strange noises in the wind, or hear whispers coming from the trees. I'd imagine something trying to sneak up on me, or see shadows grow longer. It wasn't until Fred came back that it all disappeared. Now, I'm not stupid. I know I was being manipulated. But when I was stuck in the middle of it, I didn't care. I just felt like this was the way things were supposed to be. And I did what I had to do. After all, Fred was taking me back to Minnesota. Right? We continued through Denver down to Albuquerque. From there, it was a straight shot to Dallas, and then eastwards to Jackson. All the while taking side roads and avoiding heavy day traffic. Alan and I would take turns driving and watching Fred while he slept in the trunk. Days turned into weeks. We drove from Jackson to Indianapolis, stopping only to sleep, eat, and have the occasional sponge bath in a restroom. I didn't even question it, but I noticed I was growing more and more tired. I required more sleep, and it was getting harder to wake up. I could easily get up to 12 hours of sleep every day, and I wouldn't wake up until someone literally shook me. I remember one night, as Alan was resting in the back seat, Fred had stepped out for some nefarious purpose, leaving me alone in the car, with nothing but the horrors outside to keep me in check. I imagined something coming down the road looking for me, something staring at me from behind the trees. Then, I heard a thud. I looked back only to see that Alan had dropped his gun. It was just lying there. Carefully, I picked it up and examined it, hoping he wouldn't spring to life anytime soon. The gun was loaded. My mind was racing. I could take off running and no one would stop me. I could get out. I could go to a police station and call for help. Even the horrors outside seemed a little less threatening now that I had a weapon. I could do something. Anything. You mind giving me that? I hadn't even noticed Fred coming back. His mouth was covered in blood, and those reflective eyes held me hostage. I could feel this intense threat emanating from him, like a feral cat waiting for an excuse to tear my throat out. No, I said. Stay right where you are. Maybe you should rest for a while, said Fred. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning. What? What the fuck are you doing to me? I'm taking you home. Isn't that what you want? We're nowhere near home, I said. And I don't trust you. You don't trust me? Fred pouted. Fine. Hand me the gun. And I did. It wasn't even a conscious choice. It just happened. No more gun. Suddenly someone was dragging me out of the driver's seat. Alan had woken up, and he was pissed. He tripped me and started kicking me over and over while Fred watched. I couldn't help but to curse myself for being such a blatant idiot. I'd had the chance, but I didn't take it. I'd handed over the key to my lock. Alan just kept screaming and kicking me while Fred giggled. I just coughed and groaned, trying to protect my face. Once the beating stopped, Alan dragged me to the back of the car and locked me in the trunk. You don't do that, Alan cried. You don't point that thing at him. As I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I heard Fred's voice come through. You're right, you know, he chuckled. I'm not taking you home anymore. From that point on, I wasn't allowed to drive. The nightmares got more intense, the visions as well. It was as if Fred had gone from subconsciously messing with me to outright torment. I'd spend every moment of my dream looking for him. Waking or sleeping, I'd have no peace unless he was near. There was nothing that could protect me but him, and he was trying to fixate my mind on that singular fact. I tried to fight it. I tried. I really did. But I just kept falling back into surrender. It was probably mid-July. I was sitting in the back seat, handcuffed. Alan was driving down a long country road. I didn't have the slightest idea where we were, and what we were even doing there. Pull over, said Fred. I'm hungry. Alan stopped. We both watched Fred get out of the car and walk into the night. For a moment we just sat there in silence as Fred walked off. Then Alan turned to me, his eyes wild. Keys, he said. They're under the mat. What? Alan stepped on the gas. Tires screeched and spun as we swayed back and forth. The tires found their footing, and we sped down the dark country road, going full speed ahead into nothingness. I fumbled around and found the handcuff keys hidden away. I had to turn the key with my mouth, but the handcuffs finally slipped off. The road was horrible. The further we went, the more terrifying it got. It was like falling into a hellhole, countless images of gore and death following us and appearing out of nowhere. And for a moment, I realised that this was what Alan was seeing as well. Without Fred around, we were both hopelessly terrified beyond an ability to function. And still, he stepped on the gas. It's not real, he kept screaming. It's not real. Over and over and over. He barely managed to keep the car on the road. This was it. We were making a break for it. Maybe he was just as much a victim as I was. I'm taking you home, said Alan. I don't care what he says. You're going home. It's the right thing. It's right. A sign passed us by as we screamed down the road. Welcome to Minnesota. Turns out Alan had planned this for a while. Fred rarely paid attention to road signs, so Alan had just kept slowly taking back roads further and further north. We just crossed into Minnesota, which was what he'd waited for. We couldn't escape while Fred slept, it seemed, as that was the one point of the day where his control was the strongest. During those hours, we were both just mindless drones. When you get out, promise me to just go, Alan screamed. Promise me. I promise, I said. Eyes on the road. Eyes on the road. Horrors from all sides. whispers telling me about the delicious juiciness of my innards, clouds shaped like behemoths, ready to come down and crush me to pieces. And yet, Alan just stepped on the gas. Horrors aside, we had to trust that none of it was real. We just had to go. I don't know how long we'd driven before Alan started to slow down. He'd look over at me every now and then just to make sure I was still me, and not turned into something unimaginable. "I thought you'd be like him," Alan cried. "He said your dad's had something in common." "It doesn't make any sense," I said. "He's just a kid." "He's not," Alan sighed. "He's really not. It's just that shit in him." "What are you talking about?" Alan stepped on the brakes. Once the car came to a halt, he looked at me. Fred had a younger sister once, but she died. She was just 4 years old. That's awful. When that happened, the parents, they needed some kind of reassurance that they weren't going to lose another kid. A promise. A wish. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. "A wish," I repeated. "You don't mean..." "The Yearwalker," said Alan. "That's what the two of you have in common. Both your dads did it, together, but his dad made it." "Yeah," nodded Alan, "and whatever he wished for made Fred into this. That's why he isn't trying to kill me. He already got a wish fulfilled. He's happy just the way he is," sighed Alan. "That's why he's always smiling." Alan stepped on the gas as we sped into the night. We kept going for a few hours. We passed Blue Earth and Fairmont, and as we started closing in on Tomskog, the roads seemed to get darker. The visions were still there, but we were seeing past them. Both Alan and I were having cold sweats and shivers, both from stress and fear, but also just being on our own. We were breaking a bad habit. As Alan took a sharp right turn towards Tomskog, the pale headlights of the car suddenly went out. We didn't know what was going on. Alan sped up, even as I screamed at him to stop. "We can't stop now," he screamed back. "We can't." Crash. I coughed, tasting metal on my breath. The seatbelt had held. Not so much for Alan, who was nowhere to be seen. The windshield was ripped apart, and a noxious fume was spewing into the air. I was probably concussed, maybe worse. I couldn't get my hand to move straight. There was this mechanical thunking noise as the engine died. I finally got the seatbelt off as I fell out of my seat and into a ditch. A snapping twig caught my attention as my head swiveled around. "Fred." He grabbed my shirt and threw me down with the same ease as folding a paper napkin. His smile faded into a vicious grin, showing row after row of shark-like teeth. There was no ceremony, no pomp or frill. He was just going to fucking eat me. I shielded myself as a bang went off. Alan's gun. A moment, Fred laughed. The moment he let go of me, I ran. I'd promised Alan I would. Fred seemed frustrated, but he was more annoyed at the various bullet holes that started to riddle his body. Shot after shot, muzzle flashes lighting up the night. As the final shot rang out, there was an awful shriek, ending with a rubber-like snap. I looked back one final time. "Told you I'd get you home," Fred laughed. "You're welcome." A hysterical laughter echoed as I watched Fred drink the blood from Alan's disembodied head. I have no idea how long I ran. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. When my legs finally gave out, I collapsed in the underbrush. I lay there panting like a fish out of water, trying to force myself back on my feet. I fell in and out of consciousness, shivering through the coldest hours of the night. I had no shelter, and nothing left in me to keep me going. I was exhausted and barely functioning. I managed to crawl a bit further, only to roll down the side of a hill. I ended up in a ditch next to a dirt road. That's where I blacked out completely. Now I'm not sure exactly what happened next. I have a vague memory of a barking dog, followed by frantic yelling. Someone checked my pulse, and I was carried into a vehicle, possibly an ambulance. Someone kept talking to me, but I didn't understand what they were saying. In my mind, all I could hear was Fred's mad cackling. Falling unconscious, if anything, was a blessing. No more fear. It was just like closing and opening my eyes. No passage of time. When I opened my eyes, I thought I was back at John's place. It wasn't the first time I'd woken up with a white light stinging my eyes. Except this was a hospital. Not John's spare guest room. That. And John wasn't there to meet me. God knows what happened to him. But I wasn't alone. The man sitting across from me was in his early 50s, dressed in a blue shirt with a black tie and black jeans, with a pocket protector and 2 types of pens. I got the impression he'd been sitting there for a while. He was tapping away at a small foldable laptop. Once I brought my eyes into focus, he looked up and adjusted his square glasses. "Good morning," he said. Can I get you something?" "No, sorry. Where am I?" A worried passerby called the police. "The police brought you here. And then someone called us," I asked. "So you're not with the police?" "No," he smiled. "I'm your uncle's former employer. I was put through a number of basic tests, starting with blood pressure, blood levels, and my reflexes. At one point, I could see the man in the blue shirt having a long conversation with one of the nurses, pointing at one of my charts and openly discussing my health. Who the hell were these people? From what I'd seen, Hatchet Pharmaceuticals or Hatchet Investments or Hatchet Biotechnica were all different names for the same thing. A bunch of deep pockets who owned half the town. You could throw a rock at anything in Tomskog, and you'd find their little blue sunflower logo firmly printed on it. Even there I could see it. A watermark on printer paper, a faded logo on the fire detectors. Hatchet Pharmaceuticals, or the Hatchet Men, were synonymous with the town itself. Once my results came back, the man with the blue shirt sat down to speak to me in private. "I understand you've suffered a blood poisoning these past few months," he said. "Why haven't you sought medical attention?" "My uncle helped me," I said. "He kept it in check." "Are you sure?" "This is easily treatable. We can get it out of you in a few days." "Wait. No transfusions or dialysis?" The man just looked at me, dumbfounded. He stifled a chuckle and adjusted his glasses. "No, that shouldn't be necessary." He got out of his seat and held out a hand. "I'm Hank, by the way," he said. "Hank Dudley." Pretty much everyone seemed to know Hank. They waved at him, greeted him by name, and asked him about his day. Turns out he had some sort of informal position at the hospital, but formally he was a liaison for the Hatchet Group. He didn't make a secret of it. I was about to fill out some forms for my release, but Hank just waved it off. "No need," he said. "I get the sense that you value your privacy." I nodded. At that point, I just wanted to get out of there. Hank followed me outside, and we got a moment to ourselves. He didn't seem particularly forceful, and I had plenty of opportunity to just walk away. Still, I felt a bit indebted to him. He'd made sure I was treated well. Didn't seem all that bad. "You got a place to stay?" Hank asked. "Not right now," I admitted. "My uncle, he's out of town." "We figured. Are you going to be okay on your own?" I didn't know. I didn't know what to do, or where to go. The question was surprisingly hard to answer. "Look," Hank said, "I know what's going on. I know what you're doing, and I know you're in danger. I know some people who can keep an eye out and give you some space to breathe. Maybe give you a chance to just wait it all out." "That's, awfully convenient," I chuckled. "Sounds a bit too good to be true." "Well, I know some people who'd love to talk to you," he continued, "and that's very valuable to us." I thought about it. I figured that a conversation couldn't hurt. Hank pulled up in his car. Nothing particularly fancy, a modest mid-range Toyota. Overall, I got the impression that Hank didn't seem to be much different from the other people in town. It was easy to forget that he was one of the infamous hatchet men. "We have a facility not too far from here," Hank said. "That should get you off the radar." "When you say facility, you mean..." "Honestly, it is more like containment. It sounds bad, but all there's to it. We contain things, both to keep them safe and to keep things safe from them. If you need to get out of the spotlight for a while, it's the perfect place to go." "And I can leave at any time? No questions asked?" "Sure," Hank shrugged. "But we might not be able to guarantee your safety." He sat up straight and adjusted his glasses. "Look," he continued, "the Yearwalk is something we've wanted to study. The reason we haven't is because it is extremely dangerous, and not many people undertake it willingly. That you've survived this long is interesting, and we'd love to see what happens if you go through with it. So I'm a bit of a curiosity. That's a good word for it." We found our way out to an airstrip, this large patch of land lined with fences and barbed wire. Hank got us past a checkpoint, across the airstrip, into a small set of office buildings. Nothing fancy, and nothing strange. Just a bunch of eggshell white one-story buildings. If anything, it looked a little cheap. The road wasn't even paved. Maybe it ought to just look good for the satellites. Hank parked his car and showed me inside. The interior was a completely different story. Fluorescent lights and concrete floors, open spaces, some sort of metal piping on the walls, some warm, some cold, some neutral, a sort of railing to allow people to feel their way forward in the dark. There were coloured lines across the floor, but no signs. If you didn't know, you just didn't know. But looking straight forward, something peculiar caught my eye. A cargo lift, and at least a dozen buttons. 12 basement levels. How deep was this place? Hank noticed my side-eye. "This is just a surface-level building. It stretches pretty far underground. You're not just gonna put me in some mouldy basement, right? 'Cause I wouldn't want..." No, chuckled Hank. "Your main sleeping quarters would be on level 2, but you're free to come and go as you like." "What about my phone? Internet access? You're just gonna let me do whatever?" "Alright, let's get real for a second," Hank interrupted. "From the moment you woke up, you've been heavily monitored. Everything you say, you do, and to some extent think, is actively being translated and analysed. Some of the stuff we can do is going to be beyond your comprehension. And yes, our number one priority is to the safety of our staff and interests, but you are a part of that." He put a hand on my shoulder. "And as long as you're not actively harming us, we'll do everything in our power, not just to keep you safe, but comfortable. If you play ball, you're going to be fine. If you don't, we got ways to protect ourselves." I appreciated it. Someone just talking to me like a real person, showing me their cards. Even so, there was that tinge of threat in "protect ourselves" that didn't sit quite right with me. But for the time being, I just nodded. "So let's talk about my time with Hatchet. That set of buildings were just one of 10 connected sites. Underground tunnels stretched for miles underneath, and the lower levels were a complete mystery. This was the facility closest to Tomskog, but there were facilities that stretched all the way to the state line. This place had been built under the guise of bomb shelters back in the 40s, reinforced during the Cold War, and kept modernized and supplied for years. The thing about Hatchet is that while most of their income comes from patents and pharmaceuticals, they have a surprisingly large general manufacturing industry. Some of it is overseas, but mostly of it is wholly domestic. They make everything from paper towels to wall paneling. They got subsidiaries for everything, and the paper trail goes far deeper than 12 levels. The second floor, at least at this part of the facility, was employee housing. 4 rooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. In lieu of windows, there were large ambient light screens plastered on the walls, simulating a day and night cycle. White wooden wall panels, rubber flooring, and solid concrete ceiling. Not the homiest kind of feeling. It was more like living in a fancy basement. They were also adamant about fire safety, keeping fire detectors, sprinklers, and extinguishers in every room. Temperature-controlled shower and bathtub, fully stocked kitchen with a digital assistant for ordering groceries. Living room, bedroom, a small office, and a storage room. The place was immaculate. It is easy to get into a routine when you're feeling comfortable, and Hank put me at ease. I took up jogging around the airstrip once per day. I got back online in the office. Just getting to sit down and check on all my socials was a strange feeling after all this time barely scraping by. Sure, I was being monitored, but I didn't get the sense that it was nefarious. Hank would drop by every other day, sometimes on his own, sometimes with people. He'd also get me whatever groceries I ordered, bringing it all in brandless containers in a plain paper bag. Sometimes it'd be so fresh that the edges of the plastic were still warm from the cutter. And we'd talk, recorded interviews about everything I'd experienced over these past few months. I told them everything. Everything from the uncomfortable snake-like creature that had called me Little Wheat, to Fred. They took intense notes, asked a lot of follow-up questions, and asked me to go into vivid detail. Skin textures, smells, intonations and voices. Everything that could be broken down into pieces and analysed. I got the impression that Hank was just a face. The real people working these facilities were practical people. Even the interviewers talking to me were laser-focused, prepared, and constantly asked me to clarify things. When I couldn't, they asked me to draw things, use metaphors, or just focus on my personal experience. Whatever kind of information they could wring out of me, like a wet towel, they did. I don't have a lot of bad things to say about my time at Hatchet. They were courteous, and no one stopped me from just coming and going as I pleased. Hell, Hank gave me a ride into town on a few occasions. I was allowed to make any phone call I wanted, talk to anyone, and pretty much do whatever. Still, I had that feeling that if I stepped over the line, the consequences would be dire. But I had no intention of doing so. Why would I? As July crossed into August, I didn't mind staying there. The questioning was down from once a day to once a week, but they were still going to keep me around. These were people who were in the know. They knew of the entities I described. They didn't bat an eye about headless bodies or alternate dimensions. If anything, it seemed to excite them. I could see myself sticking around, at least until the end of the year. One morning, as I went to take a jog around the airstrip, the weather had turned into a downpour. Still, I had to get some fresh air. I loved being out in the rain anyway. So I took the cargo lift, walked through the corridor, and out the front door. I was immediately hit by a gust of wind, and it really was pouring outside. It struck me as a bit strange that I hadn't seen any others. Most of the time there were people rushing up and down the cargo lift, but so far I hadn't seen anyone. A lot of people worked remotely, but this was odd. Quiet. And it got even odder as I stepped outside. I could see at least a dozen people standing on the airstrip in the middle of the downpour. I recognized some of them from the nearby area. Interviewers, security guards, truck drivers, maintenance workers, electricians. But it was the person I didn't recognize that stood out to me the most. She was a young woman with a black pixie haircut and a grey hoodie long enough to reach her knees. A black mascara ran from the corner of her eyes as she looked straight up into the dark clouds. The others seemed to do the same, keeping their mouths wide open to gather up the rain. Even from 50 feet, I could see that they didn't blink. Raindrops just kept tapping away at their open eyes. My phone beeped, something inconsequential, an update or a notification, maybe a new post by a YouTuber. Either way, it turned heads. It started with just one of them, one of the truck drivers. He turned his head my way, without looking down from the sky. It was as if his head and body moved independently of one another. He took a fumbling step towards me, careful not to spill the rainwater he'd collected in his mouth. Moments later, the others followed suit. Then, in unison, they started running, haphazardly throwing themselves to the wind, forcing their bodies forward with complete abandon, arms flailing, body and neck twisting and turning like they were being dragged forward. All I heard from them were these uncomfortable gurgling sounds, as the rainwater reached all the way into their lungs. I ran back inside, trying my best to lock the door. I didn't have any door codes, and the panel made little sense to me. I abandoned the idea and just ran back towards the cargo lift. I pressed the 2 button over and over, hoping against hope that I'd been quick enough. I could hear the front door sliding open and wet feet smacking against the floor. They were inside, looking for me, but the cargo lift moved, and I went down. I checked my phone. I usually had coverage, even underground. One of the many oddities of the Hatchet site. I tried calling Hank, but I got nothing. I tried to call the guard at the front gate, but got nothing. Finally, as I just tried calling the police, my phone disconnected completely. Seemed that the filters they'd put in were still in effect. But hey, at least I was safe. Then the doors opened. Turns out there's a problem with having sprinklers installed in every corridor, especially if there's something wrong with the water. I looked down the level 2 corridor, only to see the sprinklers going wild. The lights had turned to an emergency red. Still, there was no alarm, no blaring siren, just a low electric hum as the lights struggled to go on and off, on and off, on and off. It was hard to see, but the water was slightly darker than usual. There was a viscosity to it, making it clump and pool. I could see it dripping out of the sprinklers, or clogging them completely in places. I tried to go lower, but the lift allowed me only 2 spaces. Level 2, or topside. I pressed myself against the back of the cargo lift, trying to remember to breathe. I thought this place would be safe. The world outside was where the dangers lurked. This place was supposed to be a sanctuary. If a group like Hatchet can't keep things straight, who the hell can? I could hear shuffling movement further in. I wasn't alone, and no one seemed in a hurry to leave, which, in itself, was worrying. I hid around the corner of the cargo lift and just listened. I could hear shuffling feet, gargling, and wet fabric flapping back and forth. I didn't need to look to know. Whatever was happening up there was happening down here as well. I held my breath, waiting for whoever roamed the halls to pass by. I had to shield myself from the sprinklers. Whatever this was came from the water. I took off my shirt and wrapped it around my face like a mask. I couldn't see, but if I could just make it into my room, I could take shelter and get my bearings. Luckily, there were these pipes along the wall. I had thought about them a lot, and I knew my room was on the left side, following a cold pipe with a round mark on it. I tried to listen more than to look. I felt the cold water run over me, and I could hear shuffling footsteps down the connecting hallways. Every now and then I could hear a gargle over the pouring water, and I'd stop dead in my tracks. Eventually, I made my way back to my room. I hurried through the door, closed it behind me, and almost wept out of relief. The sprinklers here were turned off. I could breathe for a while. I tore my shirt off. Even here there were red emergency lights blinking. My phone was completely offline, same for the desktop computer in my office. I was stuck down here. There was no way I could get out topside. I had to find another way out. There were several exits. That much I knew. It could be miles of tunnels between them, but they were there. I didn't have an idea just how far this had spread, but whatever containment they'd worked on had obviously failed. I didn't care much for how or why. I packed a bag, bottled water, some snacks, 2 fresh sets of clothes, a charger for my phone, but I didn't know what to do against the water. I went through the kitchen 2 times, only stopping once when I heard a noise outside. My heart jumped up in my throat. I'm not claustrophobe, but if anything would make me one, it'd be being stuck down there in the flowing water. Using a baseball cap with the blue sunflower logo, I wrapped my head in layers of cellophane. I stuffed a water bottle with dish towels, using it as a sort of makeshift filter. I had no idea if this thing was airborne or not, but I wasn't taking any chances. I'd come too far. Finally, I considered a weapon. A kitchen knife would be the obvious choice, but those things can get slippery. I needed something with a bit more power. I finally settled on prying off a metal leg from the kitchen table. It was about as long as my arm, and sturdy as all hell. At the very least, I could push them away with it. I put on my jacket, and A took a deep breath. I could have used a comforting voice then, John telling me he knew what was going on and how to fix it. Evan watching my back, tearing monsters to pieces if necessary. I didn't know what those things outside were, and what they were doing to people. But whatever it was bad. I stepped back into the hallway, prepared for a long walk. The sprinklers were still going strong. Some of the red lights were dying, leaving only a handful of them blinking with various intensity. Emergency lights are meant to last for hours. Something was wrong. At first, I wasn't shocked to see another person in the hallway. It took me a moment to recognize her. The black pixie haircut, the long grey hoodie, the running mascara. Black water dropped out of the edges of her mouth as her neck swiveled back and forth like a bobblehead. For a moment, we just looked at one another. She looked tired. Her sunken brown eyes and colourless lips spoke volumes. She was shivering, cold, and barely standing up. And yet, she had no trouble charging straight at me. She wasn't alone. At least a dozen people, scrambling to get past her, started chasing me down the hallway. I'd followed this hallway the other way once, but everything looked different in the dark. I tried to keep track of the various colours and pipes, but I got the lines mixed up. Blue and green doesn't look that different in dark red. I could hear them slipping and climbing over one another, wet skin slapping against rubber and concrete, little moans and groans as their bodies struggled to push the water out. I turned left, only to run straight into one of them. An older man, some kind of maintenance worker, still holding his toolbox, staring straight up at the sprinklers, letting the dark water fill his open mouth. I bumped into him, seeing water spill over from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head down and let the water set in his cheeks, staring at me with bloodshot eyes. I could barely see through the cellophane. The water and the reflection from the red lights made it difficult, but I'll never forget those bloodshot eyes. There was no recognition of one person to another. Cold fingers wrapped around my arms, but I just put my table leg to his torso and pushed. It was surprisingly effective, forcing him back and sending him sprawling to the floor. Footsteps were approaching. I had to keep going. He hurried to get to me, spilling black water on the floor. He got as far as grazing my shoes with his fingertips before I was gone. I hurried down the hallway, only stopping occasionally to catch my breath and to make sure I wasn't running into something worse. Finally, I ended up in a long tunnel, wide enough for 2 trucks to pass one another. This place was enormous, probably some kind of Cold War infrastructure project. There were no sprinklers here, but there were plenty of people. Most of them were standing with their heads turned up as to not spill any of the water from their mouths. So as long as I kept myself low and quiet, they couldn't see me. Still, as little as a bump could send them off into a rage. Crawling on all fours, I kept going forward. I had trouble breathing through my makeshift filter, and the cellophane made crinkling noises. I had to take it off so they couldn't hear me. I just had to hope this wasn't widespread enough to catch me off guard down the line. I heard some of them shift and turn. One leaned down to grab my legs, only to stop once the water in his mouth started spilling over. He groaned in pain, frustrated not to catch me. They were out of their element, but it was clear that they were not done pursuing me. If anything, they still knew perfectly well that I was there. Some of them were slowly moving my way, following me down the vast tunnel. Then the emergency lights went dark. I had to move forward in complete darkness, occasionally bumping into something. Sometimes a person, other times a wall or a crate. Gargles and movement in the dark, fingers grasping at me. Explosive movement like a frightened dog at every turn. There had to be a light somewhere. There had to be an end of the tunnel. A notification on my phone. God damn it. I was sure I'd turned it off. God fucking damn it. I pulled it up and put on a flashlight. I could see dozens of them, closing their mouths and staring right at me. Bloodshot eyes reflecting in the pale cell phone light. They were coming for me with everything they got. I burst into a sprint, tackling a man to get past. My backpack was grabbed by an older woman, and I just let her have it. I tore myself free from grasping fingers and just kept going, fingernails taking every opportunity to dig into my skin. Gargles and stifled gag reflexes echoed down the tunnel, giving me no chance to stop. Faces covered in black water passed me by, reflecting off my cell phone flashlight. Hands outstretched, reaching for me. Finally, there was a green shine. Not at the end of a tunnel, but by a small door on the left. A service entrance. I beelined for it, almost slipping on the corner of a plastic tarp. Catching myself by the door, I took one look back, only to see this sea of people still coming for me. A young woman with a black pixie haircut and a long grey hoodie, standing at the very front. I yanked the door open and just kept running. My lungs were burning. Hadn't it been for my daily jogging routine, I'd be dead. I noticed the lights seemingly guiding me forward. A light showing me to turn left, to stop, to hurry. Intense blinking or sudden darkness. It was all communicative. Someone was watching, helping me get out. I made it all the way to another cargo lift. A smaller one, mainly used for repairs and maintenance staff. Then again, there was no way to tell how long I'd been running. I just pressed the button for the surface and sank down at the back of the elevator, catching my breath. A drop of water hit my eye. I freaked out, screaming and tearing at my face to get it out. It took me a few seconds to realize I was fine. It was just condensation. Just water. That was all there was to it. As soon as the doors opened, I saw Hank Dudley. This time with a gun pointed at me. The friendliness in his face had faded. "Get up," he scowled. "On your feet." "Hank," I said. "What are you?" He smacked me across the face with his gun. In my confusion, he grabbed me by the shirt and pulled me along, pushing me in front of him. "This was the plan, huh?" he chuckled. "You people. You fucking people." I was taken outside. It looked like an administration building for some sort of logging site. A dirt road stretched far into the pine woods, and I could taste sawdust in the air, even after the rain. The rain had stopped, luckily. Not so luckily. Hank pushed me forward with the butt of his gun. I fell to my knees, feeling the barrel push against the back of my head. Maybe this was it. Maybe it wouldn't be the strange and unnatural taking me out. Maybe it'd be just an old-fashioned, all-American handgun. "We were going to take care of you," Hank said. "We were dealing with this together. And this is what you do?" I don't know. What did I do? I'm not a fucking idiot, Digman. A kick to my back. I fell forward and rolled over so I could face my attacker. Hank had his gun pointed straight at me. "Your fucking family is a menace. If Galapagos had even hinted at you needing a purge, you'd be fucking dust in the fucking wind. I'd be looking at your fucking face in an ashtray." He kicked me, breaking something in my stomach. "How did you get past the security checkpoints?" he screamed. "How did you get past the encryption? You can barely fucking type." "I do." "Okay," I groaned. I didn't." "Funny," he chuckled, kicking me again and again. "Funny." So funny. I tasted blood. There was a click. Then nothing. For a moment I thought I might be dead. But there was no pain. There was nothing. Not even a blast. In fact, the gun didn't seem to fire at all. Hank kept clicking, over and over. Nothing happened. Hank's gun had something called a biometric safety trigger, just a simple RFID identifier made to ensure that only the right person could fire the gun. I had no idea about this at the time, but it seemed that it didn't want to work all of a sudden. Hank threw his gun to the side, picking up my table leg. "Digman," he growled. You fucking..." Then a gunshot, this time not aimed at me. I covered my ears as another 3 rounds rang out. Hank Dudley collapsed next to me, joining me in the dirt, his mouth wide open and his eyes wild. A dead man, catching the last drops of rainwater on his tongue. An outstretched hand pulled me back to my feet, as a pair of arms wrapped around me. I'd recognize Uncle John and his strange hair anywhere. "Are you okay?" John asked, stroking my hair. "Did they hurt you?" You did this?" "Well, yeah," John shrugged. "Containment doesn't breach itself. You did this. You killed people." John pulled back, looking me in the eyes. "We had the same baseball cap." "I know it looks bad," he said, "but they had no intention of ever letting you go." Somewhere in the distance there was a siren. "There's a reason I left these people," John continued, "and right now you just have to trust me." And once again, I grabbed his outstretched hand. It felt strange being back in the car with Uncle John. It was a long and quiet ride back out to his ranch, with neither of us taking the initiative to speak. I couldn't believe he'd been responsible for what happened at the Hatchet facility. As soon as the car was parked, I was halfway out the door. John put a hand on my shoulder. "Wait," he said. Please. I'm not usually that hesitant, but that please stopped me dead in my tracks. Without a word, I stayed in the car. You don't know what those people are like, he continued. You don't know what they're capable of. Because you're not telling me shit, I scoffed. What the hell even happened? Where have you been? When you get to the point where I'm at, everything just looks dark, he said. Problems seem insurmountable, and you start to realize how badly the odds are stacked against you. When you came here, I just hoped to spare you that vision. Fine. I stepped out and John followed suit. Leaning against the car, he called out as I walked away. I'll show you, he sighed. Just don't let it kill you. I thought about it while he went back inside. I stayed in the car, taking a deep breath and charging my phone for a bit. The screen flickered, and there was this little burst of sound, like the static burst of a walkie-talkie. Strange. I followed John inside, past the posters of the projects he'd worked on. It felt strange walking back into the workshop. It felt darker and bigger. Maybe it was my image of him that had changed. John slumped down into his creaking computer chair and turned on his homemade setup. Strange operating systems written in seemingly random patterns, powered by raw and unprotected wiring hanging from the ceiling. To the average person, John's workshop was just as nightmarish as ever. When I worked at Hatchet, we refined a metal called Blameless, he sighed. We refined it from the same stuff I pulled out of your veins. Yeah, I got some questions about that. Either way, it has some strange properties. You can make all kinds of components with it. Some of this stuff is made of it. He gestured around the room without looking away from his screen. I noticed some symbols moving on the screen without him touching the keyboard. But you can't trust it, John continued. You can't trust anything it makes. So why are you working with it? He pulled down his sunglasses, showing me his strange red eyes. Even the shape looked odd. Now that I got a closer look, there's not much more it can do to me. Hatchet saw to that. John tapped a single key on his keyboard, and the screen started to flicker. There were no folders, tabs, icons, or anything. Just an ever-changing landscape of symbols. This is Blameless, John said, pointing at the screen. No need for introductions. She knows who you are. You sure? Yeah. John nodded. She basically lives on the internet. Hell, I can't imagine the internet without her. She knows pretty much everything about you there is to know. And you can see that there? In that? No, this is just her, sighed John, like a self-portrait. Code flowing across the screen like waves, symbols resembling hieroglyphs rather than letters. It felt like looking out at a landscape of green sand across a black ocean. I couldn't see anyone or anything there. There's nothing there, I said. Where is she? She's all of it. Every little piece of it. She isn't just a person or a place. She's a goddamn force of nature. John got up and led me back out in the hall. He pointed at the posters of his old projects. We made these using her code, he said, and she quickly showed her true colours. She has an agenda, like a mind of her own. She's living information, like a universal truth being expressed through code. She writes herself, expresses herself, improves herself, like in Terminator. You're closer than you think, nodded John. So these games? We made the concept, but the games pretty much wrote themselves. Instead of a development cycle where you create everything from scratch, we had Blameless. She made everything for us. It was the difference of rowing across the Atlantic Ocean and taking a luxury cruise. He gently touched the poster. "We never wanted to launch those games. She did. Even sent me these as a thank you." Turning away from the posters, he looked at me. "I had her in my system for too long, and it messed me up. And if you get too close to this, it'll mess with you too. So just trust me when I say that no good can come of this." I believed him. Despite everything, I believed him. I was uncertain if anything would come for me, like in previous months. John assured me that they wouldn't, that he and Evan had done their best to keep whatever was out there at bay. He explained that there were ways to come back from the other side if you knew where to look. He was seemingly surprised I hadn't seen Evan yet. Then again, I might have seen him without knowing. He was hard to spot at a distance. Going back to my room, I plugged in my phone and peeled off my clothes. I took a long shower and just sunk into the floor. It is amazing just how exhausted you can be without even noticing. I almost fell asleep right then and there, on the bathroom floor. I could imagine something bursting through the door, something coming out of the drain, the lights going out and headless monsters tearing me apart. Being back there, in that room, all this darkness just came flooding back. I stepped out and collapsed on the bed, seeing a single notification pop up on my phone. "Don't trust him. Anonymous sender." For the time being, there was no better place for me to stay than at John's. Knowing what was out there, I had to accept that this was pretty much the only person ready and capable of keeping me alive. Trust him or not, it was my best option. Over the next few days, I got back to helping John in his workshop. Mostly testing cables, but also tearing up old computers for components. I had to use a mouth cover and safety goggles because there were these internal batteries that could burst if handled improperly. We got back into our routine. But John tried to be more open with me. He told me about his work to contain Blameless online and keeping track of whatever mayhem this thing was causing. He told me about his work with tracking and stopping intrusions, and just trying to use what was already out there to finance his work. He had all these little sites that could skim a bit of money here and there, just enough to keep the lights on and make some backroom investments, but things weren't quite as simple. That message that slipped onto my phone worried me, and it wasn't the last time. Every now and then, a message would pop up on my phone with a little ominous warning. Not every night, and not always the same time, but just often enough to keep me on my toes. Sometimes I'd sit awake at night and just wait for that message to pop up, like I could feel it coming. I got the sense that it knew when I was waiting for it. Now, I'm not an idiot. It wasn't a coincidence that I started getting strange messages just after John introduced me to his work on Blameless. It had to be connected. It had to be a trick, a threat, something to bring me out into the cold. And the Blameless, however she could be described, still managed to crawl into my thoughts. I'd think about that black landscape and the green symbols, weaving back and forth in my mind's eye. A black ocean with a code green undulating landscape. It made me wake up nauseous. As August turned to September, I found myself sitting awake one night staring at a particular message. It had dropped just after midnight, and I didn't know what to make of it. There had been all kinds of subtle messages like, "Be careful," "Look out," or "Keep an open mind." I'd gotten them for weeks. But this was different. Ask him where Evan is. I didn't want to do it. I tried to get it out of my mind. But the truth was, Evan was still missing, and John didn't seem all too concerned. I watched him on and off for a few days, trying to make sense of what he was doing. All I could tell was that he was working on a website. One Thursday night, I couldn't stop myself. I had to ask. I stopped in the doorway and turned back around. So John, do you know where Evan is? No idea, said John, not looking up from his keyboard. You said he was helping you keep things out, I said, to keep us safe. Yeah, it's complicated. I'm just asking where he is. John turned in his chair, looking at me with unblinking eyes. He's fine. Why are you asking? You don't seem too eager to get him back, I said. I don't know. He can get back. He'll be fine. Then why aren't you telling me where he is? Because it doesn't matter. John got out of his chair and walked up to me. I could see his gleaming red eyes straight through his sunglasses. I don't want you running off, putting yourself in danger, he continued. I don't want you to worry. Then just tell me, I said. Just tell me what happened, and I'll be fine. I can't tell you because you wouldn't understand, John sighed. You'd freak out, you'd do something dumb. So it's bad. It's really bad. No, it's... John groaned and buried his face in his hands. You just have to trust me on this, he continued. Like I trusted you to get me well after that blood poisoning. There was no response. John just looked at me and turned away. Going back to my room that night, I was furious. I went to bed to cool down and started falling in and out of sleep, only to be whispered awake by a strange voice. Anyone there? It was coming from my phone. I hadn't answered any calls, but the phone was on speaker. I rolled over looking at it. Unknown caller and an unfamiliar female voice. Hello? I considered hanging up or throwing it against the wall. Then again, it was just words, and John was done talking to me. It couldn't hurt to hear them out. I reluctantly picked up the phone. Are you okay? She asked. Are you hurt? Hurt? I chuckled. No, I'm not hurt. Why would I be hurt? Your uncle hurts people, she said. You've seen it. He could hurt you. What? What is this? What are you trying to do? What do you mean? Is this a trick to separate us? A way to get to him through me? No, she answered matter-of-factly. I'm a friend. And if you need me, you can talk to me. And if I don't, then I wish you the best of luck. That was it. End of conversation. Over the next few days, the discussions between me and John died off completely. At one point I walked out of the workshop, and he didn't say a word. Several days would pass without either of us breaking the silence. I started to look at him differently. I'd see his little outbursts where he'd smash his hands into the keyboard. I saw the little twitches in his eyes and how quick he was to anger. I started taking notice just how little he ate, drank, and slept. Nothing about John was particularly normal. He barely ever left the workshop. This gave me a lot of opportunities, though. I could freely move around the compound without having to wonder about him checking in on me. I hadn't thought much about it previously, but there were a lot of locked rooms. Sure, John was a bit weird about security in general, but even the kitchen pantry was under lock and key. What damage could I possibly do from there? The final straw was finding the upstairs bathroom locked. He wasn't even using it. I couldn't help but to question what the hell he was hiding. Or was it something else? Maybe just limiting my space? But why? It started to make me question all kinds of things. Like, what was really his relationship to my late father? What was he getting out of helping me? What happened with him and Evan? But I knew I was being manipulated. Whatever the Blameless really was, it was trying its best to get to me. But it was doing so with a calm kindness that I wasn't expecting. And if this was all just about killing me, as a Yearwalker, it was doing a poor job of it. That night, I woke up in a cold sweat. Something was wrong, and I didn't know what. I was wide awake, in the middle of the night, and I couldn't put my finger on what was going on. It didn't take me long to realise my phone was gone. Furthermore, my bedroom door was locked. I tried getting through the windows, but the glass was bulletproof and the lock solid. I'd been captured, and it didn't take a genius to figure out who'd done it. There was only one other person there, who had a propensity to lock things. I tried to keep busy and calm. I'm not good with being locked in. I tried my best not to panic and to keep myself from imagining things. When you have nowhere to go, you start to imagine the worst case scenario. Fires, hunger, choking. Finally, I just started pounding on the door, first with my fists, then with a metal rod from the shower. I tried prying the lock open, but it didn't budge. Finally, a voice came through from the other side. "Fine," John groaned. "Big reveal. I killed him. I killed Evan, because it was the only way to get back. And you've turned into quite the inconvenience, so you're staying right there until I figure out what to do with you." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I kept shouting at him. I kept screaming at him to let me out. Now, I'm not claustrophobic, but I was already losing my sense of time. I could hear footsteps as John left me on my own, and I just started tearing up the room, looking for anything to get me out. I was stuck in there for a good 4 hours before I collapsed on the floor, exhausted. I could barely hold it together, and I realised I was shaking. Even if I'd had my phone, what would I do? Call the police? Sitting there, I heard a soft whir as something electronic came to life. A cleaning robot. One of the cheaper brands. It buzzed across the floor, stopping short of knocking into my foot. And a little voice came through over a speaker. "Can you hear me?" It was the same voice I'd heard previously. The strange woman. I sat up straight and picked up the cleaning robot. "Yeah," I said. "Can you hear me?" "Barely," she chuckled. "You didn't answer my call." "What happened?" "He took my phone," I admitted. "I'm locked in." "I'm sorry to hear that," she said. "I wish I could help." "I'm not so sure I trust you either way." "Trust or not, I can get you out." That caught my attention. While she couldn't physically help me, she told me there was a plastic hook partway down the drain in the shower. Using that, I could possibly pick the lock open from this side, with her instruction. And sure enough, the hook was right there. All I had to do was listen. It sounded like something out of a heist movie, but it took me no more than 5 minutes. But there was one thing I hadn't considered. What would I do when I got out? Escape into the woods? Take out John? What was the plan? "Now what?" I whispered to the cleaning robot. "What do I do?" "Everything is going to be locked," it whispered back. "You need to do an override." "And how do I do that?" "Get to the workshop. Once you override the system, you'll have a few minutes before the locks reseal. That's all you need." It wasn't much, but it was all I had. If John was prepared to lock me in my room and kill people, then there was no telling what he'd do next. I made my way across the compound, and all the way back into John's workshop. For the first time in weeks, he wasn't there. That in itself was wildly suspicious, and vaguely threatening. Clutching the cleaning robot to my chest, I tiptoed inside. "The console," said the cleaning robot. "You need to press the big eye-looking symbol." I made my way across the room and looked up at the console window, that sea of black with rolling green code. What John had described as a self-portrait. This wasn't the image I had in mind when I heard that voice coming through. That voice was helpful. Not a manifestation of a vast nothing. Can you see it? It asked. Can you see the button? John's keyboard had at least 50 different symbols and was split into 2 separate pieces. It took me a couple of minutes, but I found the big I. Got it, I whispered. Do I press it? Yes, but you have to be. The door burst open. I could see John standing there panting. There was a sort of dark sweat trickling down his forehead, and he hadn't had the time to put on his sunglasses. He stopped, holding up a hand. I need you to step away, he said. Right now. Or what? Are you locking me back up in my room? Now, the robot demanded. Now, before he can stop you. I turned to the keyboard and held my finger over the symbol, but there was something different. I looked up at the screen, and I could see the green waves passing quicker, like a pulse, getting excited. I wouldn't lock you in your room, John said. If you don't want to stay here, just go. But don't press that. I've been locked in my room all night, I said. I heard you. I'm not waiting for you to kill me. What the hell are you talking about? And why are you holding a dash? John's jaw dropped. He took a step forward, but I just let my finger hover closer to the symbol. He stopped. She's in the goddamn Wi-Fi, he laughed. That's it. That's how she's been talking to you. You knew about that? Of course I know. What the hell do you think I'm monitoring? He threw out his arms with a frustrated sigh. He took a deep breath and looked me in the eye. I've been nowhere near your room. I've been working on... John trailed off, feeling his pocket for his keys. There's an electronic lock on every door in this building, he said. Some of them have speakers and microphones. That's probably what you heard. An emulated voice, a synthetic copy. So why did you lock all doors, John? The pantry? The bathroom? That's the bug I've been working on all night, he sighed. If she's in the Wi-Fi, that's probably where it comes from. He locked you in, the robot said. He locked you in, and you know what he did to Evan. He's not telling you for a reason. I hesitated. That hesitation was enough for John to pull out his handgun. The air was sucked out of the room. We just stared at one another. I didn't even notice that I held my breath. Family or not, I'm not letting you press that button, said John. You don't know what you're doing. It's an override. I'm not letting you keep me here. That's what she's saying. An override would abort my latest inhibitor patch, effectively letting her loose on a scale you can't imagine. It's just one button, I yelled back. How can one button do all that? It's not about the button, it's about intent, he groaned. The symbols, they work on an abstract level. The eye represents the blameless, and pushing it with the intent of an override, it just sets her loose. He's right, the robot said, but that is what it takes for me to help you. I can't do anything from here. Everyone just shut up. I put down the cleaning robot and clutched my head. John kept his gun fixed on me. Where's my phone? I asked. If you weren't in my room, and if you didn't lock me in, I should have my phone. John didn't know what to say. For a moment I could see that aggression spark to life in his eyes, and I thought he was going to shoot me. I just froze. Yeah, I took it, he admitted. I needed to boot her, kick her out of the phone. I was going to return it at breakfast, and I never locked you in that room. But you were there. You took it. I did. Did you also kill Evan? Sort of. Sort of? There was a way back, but we couldn't both get through. He wasn't himself. So I stopped him and got out. But it's not like I killed him. Death works differently on that side. He can still get out. But you did it. You killed him to save yourself. It's not that simple. Now step away from the goddamn... Something sent a shock up my spine. The little cleaning robot poked me with an exposed wire, shocking me just enough to give me a spasm. My fingers touched the keyboard, and John took the shot. The room went dark. I was too scared to move, thinking that'd make me feel the bullet wound. There was this acrid smell touching my nose, surprising me into a gasp for air. Only then did I realize I was unharmed. And there, in the dark, I could see John's eyes, glowing red and heading straight for me. He was on me in a couple of seconds. Then he tossed me out of the way and took a second shot at the cleaning robot. My ears were ringing almost as loud as my pulse. I got an off-site backup, but she might have gotten to it. As long as there's no override, I got time to bootstrap it. He was running back and forth between cables and consoles, trying to get something to work, with seemingly little to no success. Perfect. Fucking perfect. Your girlfriend locked us both in. Great, continued John. Just amazing. I don't have the slightest idea how you let her into the system, but you did. And she's been paying attention. I didn't do anything, I panted. I didn't. This is what she does, he yelled back. This is a being with a fundamentally different view of the world. A being that sees us as willing ants, ready to build her an anthill. This right here is a queen. And if it gets out, your goddamn Yearwalker will be the last of our problems. And you haven't said a thing about it. A hand grabbed my collar, as a pair of red eyes burned into my retinas. Because she's always listening, always watching. And the more you say, the more ammunition she gets to use against you. You have talked your way into this mess, and the only thing you can do to fix it is to know when to shut the fuck up. He managed to get the lights back on, and the servers sparked to life. But something was wrong. I could hear the fans going hot, and I could see some kind of mist coming out of the screens. John tried to get the door open, but we were locked in. A strange smell started to fill the room, and I could feel something tickling my throat. Seeing John starting to panic just made everything 10 times worse. He was usually composed, so seeing him starting to lose it meant something was extraordinarily bad. The door was reinforced, and the electronic lock engaged. We were stuck. There was also a lack of a whirring sound, making me think the ventilation had been turned off. I remembered the plastic hook. I could see it was the exact same lock as the one on my door. It didn't take me long to unhook the lock mechanism, as I did before, but it was harder when I was trying not to cough my lungs up. "Get to the car," John coughed. "I'll meet you there." I ran through the house. Things would randomly leap out in front of me, stop me, or lock me in. Everything from kitchen cabinets to the kitchen fridge. Anything metallic, magnetic, or connected to John's extensive home network. I'd hear voices coming out of the various appliances, anything with a speaker. There is still time. You can get answers. I can help you. I powered through, stumbling my way forward. The lights would go black, making me trip over everything. Lights would turn on in a misleading pattern, seemingly leading me in a circle back to the workshop. I had to try and disconnect what I was seeing the intermittent light from what I remembered this place to actually look like. The voices were different. They could sound like my mom, my stepdad, Uncle John, or just acquaintances I barely remembered. Hell, at one point was my own voice. And they were all growing increasingly desperate, begging me to turn around, to stop him. I could hear sirens, fire alarms, smoke detectors. It sounded like the entire world was coming to an end. Screams, calls, pleading, begging voices asking me to just stay a little longer, just do one more thing. Just a little. Finally, I burst through the front door, I ran out into the middle of the parking lot, far away from locked doors and electronics. From there I could see the workshop was on fire. I still didn't have my phone. There was no one I could call, and nothing I could do. I just stood there in the late September night, watching the flames go higher and higher, helpless. I sat down on the cold ground, leaning against the car. I couldn't help but to weep. I was so tired of this. I was exhausted, torn, hurt, and confused. I didn't want any of it. I just wanted it to be over and done with. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. At first, I didn't even notice John sitting down next to me. The fire was spreading. His entire ranch would be up in flames soon enough. There was a different kind of silence between us now. We weren't angry or pitted against one another. We were just tired. "Evan's gonna be fine," he panted. "I promise." "All right. And I'm sorry about the, blood," he continued. "I needed it for components. I should have said something, but it just sounded weird." "I get it." "Thanks." We just sat there, watching the roof cave in from the flames. I could feel the cold gravel under my hands as my breathing slowed. "Why are you helping me?" I asked. I fucked up. "You know, with your dad," John said. "I didn't think it'd be this bad. I underestimated them." "But you don't owe me anything," I said. "You don't have to do this. It's not for you. It's for him." I saw a supporting beam crash into the ground, taking an entire wall down with it. John brushed off his pants and got up. He held out a hand and I took it. "Come on, let's burn the car," he smiled. "I think she's in the GPS." Uncle John and I took a walk back to town, past the potholes, rusted out cars, and abandoned buildings, the symptoms of a town growing old. As a cold September rain washed over us, we found our way back to the corner pub where we'd first met. We stopped to grab a bite and rest up. It had been a long day. John ordered 3 beers for himself. I settled for a plate of fries and a Coke. He leaned back and pulled a long strand of hair from his head. There was barely any resistance. It practically fell off. "Bad timing," he sighed. "Didn't know hair loss was a thing in our family." I smiled. "It isn't," said John without looking up. "But as I'm sure you've noticed, I'm not exactly a paragon of health. You've never told me what it does to you, you know. Whatever that is." I didn't. "Never." John chugged one of his beers and thought about it for a minute. Once he was sure we were alone, he lowered his voice. "Remember that sludge you got infected with? That was a sort of an unrefined metal goo. Same stuff that Hatchet made Blameless out of." "Sure," I nodded. "Why not?" "I've told you about how Hatchet refined it. Made stuff with it. Computer components mostly. But Blameless, it wants to spread, to reach out." He rubbed the back of his head, squirming a bit in his seat. "Someone at Hatchet got the bright idea to make bullets. Full metal jacket, coated with Blameless. They had no idea what it would do, but they did it anyway, despite all the ballistics showing that it was useless. There was only about 20 bullets made before they stopped production. But instead of throwing them out or repurposing them, they were issued to standard security personnel. 'Cause why the hell not?" "Bullets?" I scoffed. "So what did—" I thought about it as John rubbed his neck. "No." "Yeah," he nodded. "You don't just quit Hatchet. They take you out back, old Yeller style. Except the guy who did it to me had one of the Blameless bullets. They shot you? Execution style. Still got that sucker lodged in my cerebellum. That refined Blameless is the only thing keeping me alive. But by God, does it mess you up." Speaking of messing up. We both turned around. The woman standing next to us had popped up out of nowhere, leaning against our booth with a cheeky grin. It was my old landlord, Leah, the one who owned the building where I'd first stayed when I got to Tomskog. A woman in her late 40s with one of the widest smiles I'd ever seen, immaculate white teeth, and an almost unnaturally perfect face. Uncannily gorgeous woman. She and John seemed acquainted with one another, well enough for her to push him aside and sit down at our booth, grabbing one of his 3 beers. John didn't protest. "Glad to see you're still around, Maryland," she smiled at me. "Got any sexy new scars?" "Yeah, no." "And that's not my name." "That's where you're from, isn't it?" "I can smell it, you know." She gave me a little wink and turned her attention to John, who seemed to slowly sink into the floor. Little John, the merriest of men. My dear brother told me he'd spotted a bit of smoke rising from your chimney. "Yeah," John nodded. "Burned it all to the ground. Oh dear. What a predicament." She sipped her beer and slid the glass over to me. I was about to pick it up, like it had been a gift, but John just subtly shook his head. I got the impression that I shouldn't accept anything freely given from this woman. "Well, if you boys need a place to stay until you get back on your feet, I'm sure we can figure something out." John bit his lip and fully turned to her, his eyes flaring red. "What the fuck do you want, Leah?" "I want to help her." "No, stop that. Just fucking stop. Tell me what the fuck you want." Her smile never faded. Not a hint of frustration, unease, or aggression. Like a smiling marble statue, and just as pale. "I could use the company, little John." Once John talked her into leaving, we paid our bill and left. John got a new phone and started making calls while I waited on a park bench down by Frog Lake. Just sitting there, I could imagine the caves running far beneath the surface, under that drowned church. I wondered what would happen once this year was over. Would I make my way back here, one final time? John got increasingly angry. No one seemed able to help. He even considered taking us out of town, but that would mean asking Fred for a favour, and John wasn't too keen on that idea. Instead, he plopped down next to me on the bench and sank his face into his hands. "I think we got to take her up on her offer," he sighed. "It's not safe, but the devil you know, and all that. Why isn't it safe? The Babin family's a goddamn mess. All of them. I don't know how, but however Hatchet fucked them, did some serious damage. Class of 2000. She looks fine to me." "Don't ever be alone with her or anyone from her family," John said. "Promise me." "Why not?" "Promise me." He grabbed my jacket and pushed his fingers into my arm. I could feel him trembling, as if losing control of his fingers. One of his eyes twitched. "Okay, I promise." He put his arm around me and dialed a new number. His voice sank as he asked to speak to the landlord. Leah Babin was glad to help us out. She showed us an apartment in a different building closer to the town centre, overlooking a gas station and a flower shop. A simple 1-bedroom apartment. I was told I could take the bedroom, as John barely slept anyway. Besides, he'd be busy paying dearly for rent in that place, whatever that meant. In the end, I ended up staying there alone most of the time. John was gone for days at a time, running errands and trying to keep up with his work. He brought back 2 laptops and some kind of wireless router. He also talked about keeping up with the treatment for the refined Blameless that ran through his system. Apparently, he needed some kind of medication, and his stash had been lost in the workshop fire. I could tell he was getting worse. His hair was falling out, leaving a big bald spot on the left side of his temple. He was rarely ever in the apartment, and when he was, he looked paler than usual. Whatever treatment he needed was clearly not working. The worst example of this was when I was cleaning up in the living room only to find a handful of teeth on the carpet. Unless those things grew out of the floor, John was having more trouble than he was letting on. We stayed there all through September, and John's visits grew more infrequent. I had a lot of ideas on how to pass the time, but I ended up staying mostly inside. I went to the movies a few times, but the darkness made me so anxious that I couldn't stay. I could imagine horrors waiting outside of view or sneaking up on me. I felt like I had this big target on my back, and I couldn't relax. Being a Yearwalker, however, I'm sure that's not too far from the truth. I didn't see much of Leah Babin. John assured me that he was doing everything he could to make sure they left me alone. At least, that's what he told me. And I intended to keep my promise not to be alone with any of them. At the beginning of October, a man moved into the apartment across the hall. Boxes being opened, furniture assembled, cleaning and decorating. The whole 9 yards. I could smell the moving day pizza through the door. It was only 4 people in total, but they all seemed to be friends and in good spirits. It was such a strange thing to see after all these months of living on the edge of a constant panic. Something so normal. And there I was, watching it play out through my peephole, like a fish-eyed TV show. At some point, I could see the 4 of them standing in the hallway, talking to one another. Rock, paper, scissors. They seemed a bit anxious. One of them, a young college-aged woman, walked up to my door and rang the bell. She spoke out loud. "Hello, sorry, do you think we could borrow a hammer?" These weren't the Babins. These were just people. I hadn't been around regular people in quite some time. Of course they could borrow a hammer. I got to know the 4 of them pretty well. They were all studying to become veterinarians. I didn't even know Tomskog had that kind of a program. The guy who moved in was Oliver, and his 3 friends were classmates, Erin, Vicky, and Kent. Erin was the friendly smile that lured me out with a hammer in the first place. I ended up helping Oliver move in. I even got a slice of the moving day pizza. Over the next week, I met the veterinarians 3 times. I came along to a cafe, we went to the pub, and we took a ride up to Mankato. For a while, I was the nice neighbour, and that was all I wanted to be. Not a Yearwalker, not a digman, just me. It was nice to be me for a while. Oliver would knock on my door and just check in on me every now and then, offer me leftovers, ask if I wanted something from the store. I explained to them that I had a sick uncle who I took care of, just to stop the questions about me staying inside so much. They didn't question it. If anything, they admired me. I was quite fond of Oliver. He had a sad, resting face, but a rare smile that could light up a room. He reminded me of Eeyore. Every day at lunch, Oliver would go back to his apartment and get a snack from his kitchen. Sometimes he'd get one for me. It sort of turned into this routine, where he'd knock on my door at lunch, and I'd walk over and sit with him for a while. Sometimes I'd get a sandwich, or a power bar. He'd vent about his studies, and the stress of prepping for tests. The intricacies of everything from livestock hoof care to administering anesthesia to house cats. There was always something going on in Oliver's ordinary world, and even a glance at it gave me ideas of what to do once all of this was over. With a bit of help from John, I might be able to go to culinary school. It was the 2nd Thursday of October when Oliver once again knocked on my door for lunch. I walked up to the door, opened it, and stopped dead in my tracks. That wasn't Oliver. Just inches from my face was a pale man with oil-slick black hair. He had a hawk-like nose and pupils that were so large and dark that his eyes looked black. Despite his awful posture, he was taller than me. He leaned against the doorframe with a casual pose, staring daggers at me. "Hi there," he smiled. His gums were beet red, and his teeth looked smaller than usual. A very odd-looking man overall. Gave me the creeps. He had this strange way of saying almost every R with a rolling tongue. "I'm here about the light fixture," he continued. "I didn't call about a light fixture." "You didn't?" Without a second thought, he placed a cold hand flat on my cheek and stared into my face. It was so sudden that I didn't know how to react. He wasn't doing anything outright threatening, but I felt like a gazelle being stared down by a lion. He did this uncomfortable gulping noise, like a cat getting ready to throw up. "Sorry," he said. "Wrong door." He backed away and stepped outside. He kept staring at me, not really letting the conversation end. "You're John's kid, right?" "And you are?" I asked. "Roy," he said. "I fix things." I remembered a Roy. Last time I lived in one of Leah's apartments, and the bathroom was messed up. It was Roy who fixed it. I never met him personally, but he barely even charged me for it. "Right, Roy." I nodded. "You're with, Leah?" "Her brother, yeah," he grinned. "I thought John would be staying here." "Sometimes, yeah. But not now," he nodded. "Right now it's just you. All alone." He pointed at me with a pale hand, making finger guns. "Keep it cool, kitten." After that meeting, I got a bit more careful about opening the door. Roy started coming by every now and then, pretending to fix something in Oliver's apartment. He seemed to look at the light from the peephole in my door. Apparently, you can see when someone's looking out at you. At least Roy could see it. He'd make that gulping sound and just stare at the peephole, like he was looking straight through the door. Sometimes he'd chuckle to himself, or mouth hello at me, or just gulp a little. Sometimes, even if Oliver was the one knocking, I'd be reluctant to open. Roy would be standing at the end of the hallway looking at us. Apparently, Oliver wasn't having these issues with him. It was just me. Figures. The next time John came over, he was looking worse. He wore an eye patch, and he had several cuts on his face. He had a brand new pair of leather gloves, which he refused to take off. He only stayed for a couple of hours, just long enough to check his laptops, chug half a bottle of vodka, and leave. I tried telling him about Roy, but John just shook his head. "He won't touch you," he said. "Leah would tear his goddamn head off." I wasn't convinced. Roy seemed a little bit too eager to get to know me. He'd gotten so bold as to ring the bell at times, making sing-songy demands of letting him in to check the bathroom lights. It was the kind of tone where someone says they're joking, but they're not really joking. I wasn't taking any chances. I knew that I'd walk into that living room to find him there someday, and I didn't like that thought. Not one bit. So I started hiding weapons all over the place. A hammer taped to the bottom of a chair, a knife under the pillow, a crowbar next to the umbrella. I started putting up a chair against the door handle as I slept, so I'd at least delay someone trying to break in. Oliver took notice, and he didn't like it. He insisted that I talk to the landlord about it. It was hard to explain why I couldn't, and why I wasn't allowed to do so. I could only refer to a vague arrangement with my uncle. Roy didn't care either way, and his excuses were getting more ridiculous. At one point, he didn't even try. He just straight up asked me to let me in, that he wanted to keep me company. One night, he'd been particularly persistent. I propped up pillows in my bed to make it look like I was sleeping, while I actually slept in the bathtub. I woke up to the sound of a key being slid into the door and the chair being carefully pushed aside. The door opened slightly, just enough for him to peek into the living room. I'd hear that disgusting gulping noise over and over. He was excited. "Let's be friends," he whispered. For a while. I decided enough was enough, and the next day I asked to sleep on Oliver's couch. He was confused, but didn't seem to mind. It'd be nice to be around a normal person. Later that week, Oliver was having a belated housewarming party. All the other veterinary students were invited, and some of their friends. A little over a dozen people in total. I helped Oliver prep for the party. I can make these insane bacon-wrapped water chestnuts in honey barbecue sauce that's just to die for, and I made a whole tray of them. Oliver put up a little disco ball and shared a public playlist where people could add songs, all in the theme of animals. It wasn't exactly a costume party, but sticking to the theme was encouraged. Oliver, being keenly aware of me calling him Eeyore, made himself a tail with a pink ribbon and a little black tassel at the end. I painted my face with black spots around my eyes and called myself a panda. It was a great party. It was amazing just how many people caught the Eeyore reference. People were getting fun drunk, and not the kind of sad drunk that I was used to. Midnight wine talk in the kitchen drunk. Backslapping, "I love you man," drunk. We had party games, karaoke, and a drinking game. One of the guys hadn't seen The Room, so we put it on and took a shot every time he said any variation of "what?" I got 9 shots out of that, even after he made a conscious effort not to say it. Just past midnight, the party was going strong. Some more people had joined, and I'd agreed to let the party extend to my place, just so people could have a place to sit and talk, away from the music. Luckily, no one seemed to take note of my barely hidden weaponry. I was in the middle of a conversation with Vicky, all the way in the back of Oliver's kitchen, when I saw her face suddenly going pale. I turned around, only to see Roy standing in the doorway. I'm not sure you're invited," said Vicky, speaking over the music. Roy couldn't hear her, and cocked his head to the side like an attentive dog. I swear I could hear something crack from his neck. He gulped a little. I couldn't hear the gulp, but I could see it. I knew all too well what it looked like by now. He stepped closer, and Vicky placed herself in between us. She'd probably heard all about Roy from Oliver. "Hey," she said, "you're not invited, and I think you should leave." He took one step further, and Vicky put up a hand up to stop him. As soon as it touched his chest, he recoiled like he'd been shot. His eyes flared up, going dark, and he made a strange inhaling noise, like an inverse owl screech. He took heavy breaths and looked at Vicky with every little bit of hatred he could muster. I could have sworn he was going to attack her right then and there. Instead, he grabbed the kitchen door handle, tore it out, and dropped it on the floor, all while maintaining his eye contact with Vicky. I could hear people in the other room going quiet, and as Roy backed away, I could tell a line had been crossed. She'd touched him, and he clearly wouldn't take no for an answer. After that night, things started to get weird. I'd wake up from things being thrown at the window, despite me staying at Oliver's place. One morning, the front door was wide open, and there were muddy footprints going all the way up to my couch. But the weirdest thing was the trash. Once when I came back from grocery shopping, Roy had been rifling through the trash, throwing it all out on the kitchen floor like some kind of scorned raccoon. So when he suddenly stopped showing up, that's when I got really worried. By the end of October, there'd been a few days where I'd only seen Roy in passing. He hadn't knocked, he hadn't come by, and he hadn't done anything weird. I'd even started sleeping back in my own apartment again. Everything seemed quiet. Too quiet, if anything. It wasn't until Oliver sat down to talk to me during one of his lunch breaks that it started to make sense. Apparently, Vicky had gone missing. Now I had no evidence, no proof whatsoever. But every fibre of my being was screaming at me that this was somehow Roy's work. Every time I looked at him, he gave me this knowing grin. I knew that fucker had something to do with it. But what the hell was I supposed to say? I couldn't do anything, but Oliver was doing plenty. He'd called the police about Roy several times, but it didn't lead anywhere. The Tomskog Police Department didn't seem bothered by the idea of a missing young woman and a suspected murderer. If anything, they brushed us off a little bit too quickly. Then again, even the police department had hatchet watermarks on their printer paper. Roy had stopped bothering me, but he had turned to something far more sinister. Bothering Oliver. I could hear Roy knock on his door and ask for him to come out. "Oh, Oliver!" he'd cackle. "Want to go for a drinky wink?" At one point, I got so frustrated that I grabbed the kitchen knife and pulled the door open. I was fully ready to murder this fucker. But the face he made, Jesus Christ, seeing me with that knife brought the biggest, most unnaturally teethy smile to Roy's face that I'd ever seen. Like the grin of a white shark coming out of a human face. His eyes went completely black. I could have sworn he grew a foot taller. All the fight just ran out of me, but Roy was just getting started. He threw himself at me. I barely made it back inside, slamming the door shut. He started making little scratches, like a pleading cat. I could hear the texture of his hair as he rubbed his head against the door handle. "Come on," he laughed. "Don't be such a whittle tease." He had this manic laugh that just kept going higher and higher, mixing into his excited gulping, like a skipping record stuck on the most horrifying screech imaginable. That night, I kept trying to call John. I called him over and over and over. He didn't pick up. I couldn't stop shaking, and I could feel my heart all the way into my throat. There was no way Roy was going to stop, and there was nothing I could do. I needed John, or Evan, or anyone who could understand. I didn't want to say anything to Oliver, or his friends. I didn't want to get them involved. Vicky was already missing, and it was my fault. Finally, I got a call back. An unknown number. It could be John, using a new phone, or Roy. I picked it up without saying anything, holding my breath. It was John. "I can't talk much," he sighed. "Is this about the Babbins? He's going to kill me. He's not. I promise you he's not. I'm not fucking around, John. He's gonna kill me." "Fine. We'll talk. Go outside in 15 minutes. I got a car." He hung up on me. Those 15 minutes were nerve-wracking. Roy was skulking around somewhere out there, but I couldn't hear or see him anymore. Still, I wasn't taking any chances. I wasn't waiting outside any longer than I absolutely had to. Once 15 minutes had passed, I got a text, and I ran outside. I sprinted down the stairs, almost tripping against the railing. I got all the way down as fast as I could, shot through the front door, and stopped. There was no car. I could feel a heat coming up behind me, creeping up my spine. "I'm pretty good with voices," whispered John into my ear. But it wasn't John. John didn't gulp like that. Something was wrapped around my face, and I was pushed to the ground. Then, nothing. I woke up to the sound of whistling. I couldn't feel my legs, and my hands were cold. Underbrush scratched my face. I was being dragged through a forest. They said I can't do it, Roy muttered, but I want to do it. I want to do it so bad. Through the haze, I saw black eyes looking down at me, like a pair of blackened full moons, enormous, looming. I tried grabbing something, but my fingers were too weak. I'd been drugged. "Just a little," he continued. "Nothing too bad. I'm not a monster." There was a clearing. Up on a hill, I could see the outlines of a small building. A shed, perhaps. And even then, in my delirious state, I could smell the most foul odour imaginable. Wet bone, the sickly sweet sinew, and mouldy flesh. I barely knew my own name, but every primal instinct in me told me I didn't want to go there. Whatever was over there was death. Certain, irrevocable death. Roy laid me down on my stomach, holding my arm. He playfully massaged my hand. My head happened to be on the side, looking up at him. I couldn't even manage to beg. "I'm glad you came," he smiled. He carefully put my ring finger in between his lips, savouring the sensation, and without me feeling a thing, and with no more sound than that of a snapping carrot. He bit my finger off. My mind screamed. I could feel my heart going haywire. I could feel blood rushing out of me, but there was no pain. I knew there should be. My legs flopped, struggling against my interrupted impulses. Roy just carefully stood up, leaned his throat back, and swallowed my whole finger with a gulp. I tried to push myself back. I tried to roll over, to get away, to scream, to do something. But all that came out was a weak groan. Roy looked down on me with this mocking concern on his face. "Another one?" he smiled. "Well, if you insist, kitten." "No." It was all I managed to say before he lifted my hand back up towards his mouth. He put my index finger in, but he was too excited. I didn't even feel anything, but I saw him cram my entire hand into his mouth, resting his razor-sharp teeth against my wrist. He was so excited. His eyes were shaking, and he couldn't stop smiling. His body was already gulping, like he was trying to swallow, like a baby bird. "No." The words just got him more excited, like a playful animal. He bit down just a little, just to see if I'd feel it. I didn't. He spat me out and got back up. He did a little dance, giddy with excitement. He couldn't stop himself from laughing. This was his domain, and he had no trouble doing whatever he wanted out here. Like he'd done to Vicky. "Why didn't we do this sooner?" he cackled. "This is so much fun." He fell back down to his knees, running a finger along my spine. "I like marrow the most," he smiled. "But just a little. Just enough for you to feel it, kitten." Then he stopped. His eyes sharpened as he scanned the forest. I could see the trees sway back and forth in the wind and feel that awful smell being whisked away. Something moved in the trees. Roy carefully stood up, slowly looking around, and something swooped down. I didn't see the entire struggle. Roy tripped over me as something slammed into him. There were loud screeches, and I could hear someone being pinned to the ground. There was scratching, grunting, and finally a snap, then another snap, followed by a tearing sound, like fingers pressing into a ripe orange. The air got warm as I heard something being casually thrown into the underbrush. Leah Babin stepped out in front of me, her mouth covered in hot blood. "Oh, my poor, poor Maryland," she smiled. "Let's get you home." Losing a finger is unbelievably painful. It's like you have this need to try and move it, to flex, but all it does is burn your exposed nerves. It shoots this white-hot lightning kind of pain straight through your arm with every heartbeat. I tried my best to just keep the hand still, but even the breeze from moving forward shot through me. There are so many nerves, it felt like licking a live wire. Leah Babin almost carried me through the woods. She was amazingly strong for her size, and I got the impression that she could just whisk me off the ground if she wanted. There was something about putting my arm around her that just didn't sit right, like she had particularly thick skin and a weird bone structure around her shoulder blades. John said you wouldn't harm me, I managed to puff out in between groans. Well, smiled Leah, I said we'd try. I also said if my dear brother couldn't stop himself, I'd bite his head off. I recalled John mentioning that, but I thought it was a figure of speech. But considering what I'd just heard and the amount of blood dripping from her jaw, I was considering that it might be more literal than I'd anticipated. I was rushed back. Leah helped me up the stairs, into my apartment, and started to boil towels. She brought a first aid kit from the supply closet. I got the impression that she'd handled wounds like this before, but I was too panicked to think about it. Her confidence was all I needed. She kept reassuring me that things would be fine, that I just had to wait and trust her. What choice did I have? Roughly 30 minutes after we got back, Uncle John came bursting through the door. Without skipping a beat, he pushed Leah away from me. When she stepped forward with a fresh towel, he grabbed her by the throat. I got up and backed into a corner. "What did I say?" John screamed. "Is this what we agreed on, for you to have my family fucking mutilated?" "It's just a finger, John. And besides, I don't know where he got the knife from. It seemingly just appeared in his hand as he pushed it up against her throat. I saw a trickle of blood. No more, he growled. No more smirking. No more bullshit. You broke our deal, and you're on my shit list. Roy paid the price. You honestly think that'll trick me?" John laughed. "I've worked for Hatchet. I've read your goddamn Galapagos file, and if I see a single one of you in the same fucking hallway as either of us, I'm cooking you and your fucking eggs in hydrochloric acid." Leah stopped smiling. A darkness sunk over her face as she locked eyes with John. "You heard me." "I know," John grinned. Something he said struck a nerve, and Leah could tell this wasn't the time to put on the charm. This was serious. Dead serious, in the literal sense. "Fine," she said. "You got until the end of the year, then we're through." "I'm not doing shit for you from now on," spat John. "You stay out of my way. Don't test me. You'll have no protection. If this is what your protection looks like, then you can scamper right back to your nest, you fucking dodo." He pushed her into the fridge, making the cupboards rattle. Leah covered her throat and left. No smirk or snide comments. John sat me down and gave me a hug. He handed me the towel that Leah had gotten for me and helped me wrap it around my finger. "You're gonna be okay," he said. "We're gonna fix this." I hadn't seen him properly for some time. It wasn't until now that I saw he was in a rough shape. The hair around his temples was falling off, revealing a scaly patchwork of dying skin. One of his eyes looked shrunken, and he couldn't open it. He'd lost a lot of colour, and I could smell something metallic on his breath. His tongue was almost grey, and I could see long strands of metal coming out of his skull, mixing into his hair. He grunted when he moved, and I could see the signs of immense joint pain. John wasn't doing well. Not well at all. "What did she make you do?" I asked, trying to keep my mind off the pain. "You don't want to know," he sighed. "But it's done. We can't be near those people. There's one less. She killed him. Not for long." I didn't even question it. At last we had the place to ourselves. Roy didn't come around anymore, and Leah was adamant about staying away. We got the place until the Yearwalk was over, and John was trying his best to help me. Since my finger couldn't be recovered, he did what he could to help me heal. Even without his gadgets and machines, he was quite handy. Got me a cast and everything. It was apparent that John wasn't getting his treatments, whatever those were. He was getting worse, and fast. Even though I was the one with a missing finger, John was in much worse shape. Over the next few days, I'd see his joints lock up mid-stride, causing him to cramp and crash onto the floor. Once when he drank water, I saw steam coming out of his nose. At times I could hear a sizzling noise, and he'd lock himself in the bathroom. He did his best to stifle his cries of pain, but it was a small apartment. I heard everything. I guess it came as no surprise that Oliver moved out. I didn't answer when he knocked on my door that last time. I was a hazard to him and all his friends, that much was certain. I wouldn't risk any of them a second time. John wasn't taking any chances. If it meant the two of us being locked inside that apartment for 2 months straight, he was fine with it. Going crazy together was better than being murdered. If we could just hold out a little longer, the Yearwalk would be over. Then again, by the look of it, Uncle John didn't have that kind of time left. For 2 weeks, we lived on nothing but old movies and takeaway. John slept on the couch, while I got the bed. He made all arrangements on our single phone, not taking any chances by bringing in more devices than necessary. By now, I could see why John was quirky. He knew about the dangers that roamed out there. No wonder he made his own stuff and isolated himself. It must have taken him years to get to a point where he could sleep at night. I could tell John was getting worse, but he refused to talk about it. He couldn't open his one eye, and when he tried, I could hear some kind of mechanical whir. Sometimes when he coughed, I could hear a metallic reverb. Some days he'd just stay on the couch, unable to move. Not just like in hurting too much to move, but in the literal sense that he couldn't. By mid-November, it was clear that John wasn't going to make it much longer. He didn't sleep, eat, or drink. He could barely move, even though he usually did so less than other people. Now he wasn't doing it at all. His breathing was forced, and he'd stopped talking. There were these razor-sharp metal flakes falling off of him, and I got cut a few times trying to clean them up. Finally, I sat down by his side and held his hand. Ice cold. "John," I said, You gotta help me. What can I do?" He gestured with a finger for me to come closer. His voice was barely audible. "No. Thing," he wheezed. "Do." "Nothing." A faint smile. He was asking me to let him pass. To stay there and wait for the year to be over, whatever the cost. Yeah, no, that wasn't happening. What was he going to do? Stop me? I tucked him in and put out a big glass of sugar water with a straw straight to his mouth. I took his phone and wallet. Then I left the apartment for the first time in weeks. I could hear him wheezing, a weak protest. But I wouldn't let him die. Walking down the hall, I checked his phone. Several anonymous numbers saved, unmarked, and never dialed. They could mean anything and lead anywhere. But I had to try. There was no one in the reception, no one in the hallways. No Leah, no Roy. Just me and a phone. Stepping outside, it was already dark. I hadn't considered checking the time. I'd stopped checking the time of day weeks ago. The days sort of blend together in isolation. A stiff breeze chilled me as I scrolled through the numbers. Nothing in particular stood out. None of them were local, or even recognizable. Maybe none of them would help. After all, if there was something that could be done, wouldn't John have done it already? I selected a number at random and called. There was a short connection tone, then a click. Silence. Then a warm breath, creeping into my ear canal. Somewhere in the back of my mind, an image came to me. The image of a cold cliffside, leading to a raging sea, dying November grass under my naked feet. And there, by the edge, a woman in white, asking us to die for her. And we all did. Gladly. It wasn't my memory. It wasn't someone else's either. It was like an emotion, so specific in nature that I could summarize it in a made-up word that passed through my mind. A word that was whispered through my phone and nestled into my head. I dropped the phone, hearing only static on the other side, static that resonated in my head, bouncing between my thoughts. A static with little secrets hidden to all but those forced to listen. I could hear her, feel her, a calling for me to embrace her. And for a moment, I wanted to join them. I wanted to jump off that cliff. Then my world went dark as I passed out in the parking lot. Of course I was an idiot, but I had to try. Anything. Seeing John like that broke my heart. But waking up without the slightest idea of where you are, or how long you've been there, is something you never get used to. It is one of the most disorienting things you can experience, and this was nothing short of a nightmare. "Kill me," something whispered. "Kill me, please." I woke up. I thought I'd gone blind. I blinked and blinked, but the room stayed dark. Damp, moist ground, thick stone walls choking all sound. My hands shackled to the wall and my legs tied together. I could hear rattling chains. "Please, kill me, please." A second voice. Coarse. Old. "Kill me. Please, please." A third. I must have laid there for an hour or so, my head still spinning. Felt like vertigo, like standing at the edge of a cliff. I cursed myself. I'd been so close to finishing this whole year, and this might be where it all came to an end. Taken into some underground madhouse and left to die. I must have laid there for hours. Then, a gasp. A group of people gasping all at once. "Yes," they gasped. "Yes, we will." Then, "She will kill us. Yes, yes." The door swung open, blinding me. I could make out vague silhouettes of people, naked men and women, young and old, covered in gashes, boils and dirt, all with the biggest smiles on their faces. Even there, blinded by the sudden light, I could see their pupils growing large with excitement. They started grabbing me, tearing at the chains, shaking hands, holding me with the strength of a primate. "Take him, yes. Yes, yes." I tried to stay upright and walk on my own, but they were so eager to pull me along that they almost carried me. 6 of them in total. But I could see more coming around. I'd been locked in a root cellar in the middle of nowhere, and they dragged me outside into the November sun. At first I thought I was in a cornfield, but the colour was off. My eyes had trouble adjusting. I could see more of them. At least 20. Some wore masks muffling their voices. Others chirped, some croaked. One guy looked like he wore a boar mask, but it seemed so real that he might as well have been an upright animal. I could see them holding up cell phones. One of them held up a speaker. One held up a laptop. In the fields around us, I could see poles with speakers attached. Not a single power cable, but they were humming still. I felt like a lamb pushed to slaughter. Considering I was a Yearwalker, it might not be far from the truth. Maybe they were looking to kill me, to give me to whatever leader they worshipped. A free wish for whatever being could break me. They held me down to the ground, pushing my face into the mud. And there she was, the woman in white. She was about 6 feet tall, and dressed in this luminescent white, matching her impossible skin tone. She held out her hands, as if to embrace me, but nothing came of it. Then there was her face. A jumbled mess of moving cartilage, muscle and exposed flesh, not a single discernible tooth, eye or facial structure. Just this mess, moving all on its own. A den of vipers. She spoke. Not through her mouth. but through every electronic device in the field, every unpowered speaker, every cell phone, all of it. You appear before the Blameless. An excited rattle shook the field, not just from the followers, but the field itself, shaking in response. On the end of your path, I will cease your suffering, and with your end, I will bring that of others. She turned towards her followers. Soon, children, a blessing. A chorus of pleas, bursting static, these broken and beaten madmen, begging for their idol to kill them, and she would not indulge. Instead, she laughed. Something in me remembered that laugh, as if I'd heard it before. It was the same kind of feeling you get when you look at a branch, not sure if it is a snake or not. That terrible, sinking unease. My eyes cleared as I looked around. This wasn't just any field. It was all sunflowers. Blue ones. Return him, she spoke. Prepare the pacifier. Her voice came from everywhere. The field of blue sunflowers shivered and shook from her command. These dry plants, falling apart at the slightest motion, still couldn't help themselves, and neither could the madmen. They dragged me back to the root cellar, locking me in this completely black room. Nothing but stone walls and a damp floor. I could hear them outside, praying, for death, for her, for some nonsense I couldn't even understand. And every now and then, I could hear her voice in the distance, resonating through whatever electronics these people had gathered. And the ground shivered every time. I tried to get out of my shackles, to fight back, to do something. But as day turned to night, only glimpses of light would come and go as they opened the door to throw me something barely edible, and a plastic water bottle. Whatever the pacifier was, it took time to prepare. Days. Every time that door opened, I winced. I imagined them dragging me out to be sacrificed or lobotomizing me. I imagined them opening my ribcage and eating my heart. I could see their faces in my mind's eye, frantic, unblinking, and ecstatic. But as one day turned to several, it didn't seem like they were eager to kill me. I've thought a lot about this since. I believe that whoever kills the Yearwalker doesn't just get a wish fulfilled, they take their place. Meaning they, too, can be hunted and killed. So what was happening here was, most likely not mercy, but waiting for the year to come closer to an end, so that my killer would have no competition. And it got me thinking, what if that had been the strategy of others? There had been several people who'd helped me. How could I trust that their true motive wasn't just to keep me alive long enough to take me out later? Maybe that was the plan. Maybe I was truly alone. At the very least it felt that way, lying on the dirty floor for days on end, crying in the dark. Time passes differently in a place like that. Night and day were an illusion. I kept drifting in and out of sleep, swaying from exhausted to wide awake, within what seemed like minutes. Sometimes my imagination would run so wild that I'd trick myself into a hysterical panic. It might have been weeks, but if I'm honest, I think it was, at most, a couple of days. One night, as I twisted and turned, I noticed one of my shackles bending differently when I put it at a certain angle. Using a rock and pushing at it, I managed to widen a gap big enough to slip my hands through. From there, I could untie my legs. But that was it. How the hell do you get away from a place like that? There were always half a dozen people outside, waiting for me to do something stupid. Was escape even an option? The next time the door would open, I'd be ready. I held the chains from my shackles as a weapon, ready to attack whoever came in. I must have stood there for hours, trying not to breathe too loudly. They might be mad and barely cognizant, but they were eager to please their mistress. So I waited, and just like the madmen outside, I prayed. When light finally broke through the door, I swung. I swung so hard and my arm nearly gave out, and as soon as the chain connected with something, I took off running. He was a man in his 60s, wearing some kind of tribal-inspired plastic mask made from a bent cutting board. I'd hit him square in the throat, sending him gagging to the ground. I didn't even try to check on him. I just ran. But as I did, I could feel a desperate hand reaching for me, trying not to save his life, but to fulfill his order to stop me. It was night, but I didn't care. This was my best shot to get away. I ran past nightmarish faces, smiling in a way that showed as much teeth as possible, large, unblinking eyes almost shining white, even in the dark. I pushed past them, surprising them, and ran straight into the field of sunflowers. "Thank you," I heard them screaming. "She will reward me." "Yes, the reward is mine." They were laughing, singing, whooping, and running with complete abandon to catch me. The dried and dying field collapsed before me, as rustling intensified behind me. They were gaining on me. Something heavy flew past me. A rock, perhaps. I kept my head down and kept pushing forward, but it was getting harder and harder. It was as if the sunflowers were trying to stop me, getting so close to one another that I could almost climb on top of them. "I have the pacifier," one of them cheered. "I will be rewarded." Others were excited. They all were. I had countless little cuts across my legs and stomach as I kept trying to push through the field. Suddenly something struck me. This enormous weight came down on my left shoulder blade, completely throwing me off balance. I tumbled to the ground, landing hard on my arm, the same arm where I'd lost my ring finger. The pain was bad enough to knock the air out of me. I barely had time to react as someone straddled me. And before I had the chance to protest, something pierced my skin. Something cold started running into me as I felt around for something to grab. Finally, my hands settled on what had hit me in the first place. This large, fist-sized rock. I swung it around, connecting with my assailant square in the face, knocking him off of me. With my other hand, I pulled out what had been stuck into my chest. A syringe. Small, but surprisingly heavy. From the light of dozens of little screens, I could see them come towards me. I could see their excited faces. However, the man I'd beaten didn't look enthused. "No," he looked terrified. "No," he cried. She must kill me, not you. Not you. Not." Rock in hand, I attacked. 48 hits. I counted them off one by one. I could barely see his face in the dark, but with every hit, the others stopped. They were eager to die, but not to me. Not like this. I killed that man without a second thought. With every hit, his face disappeared into the gore and mud. When I finally got up, they all stood in a circle around me, shocked. They had never considered I might fight back, that I might take whatever paradise they envisioned from them. They were just as afraid as I was, and yet they couldn't leave. We just stood there looking at one another, and every time I turned away, I could hear them creeping up behind me. I saw the outlines of their homemade masks. Some who chose not to wear one had such a terrifying face that it was hard to tell if it was real. "Pacify him," the woman in white spoke. The voice echoed throughout the field, resonating through dying speakers and old phones. And those two words changed everything. Suddenly the attack began anew. Throwing my rock, I heard it connect with something wooden. A mask, perhaps. Either way, it sent one of them sprawling to the ground, giving me an opportunity to run. A storm of voices, and a rumble overhead. They weren't going to hesitate this time. I made my way to the tree line. Somewhere along the way, they lost sight of me, allowing me to stay low. It had started to rain, masking my movement further. Still, I could hear them skulking around, looking for me. And if I could hear them, they could probably hear me too. The rain quickly picked up, turning into an ice-cold downfall. It soaked into my clothes, making me shiver. I could feel a painful warmth radiating from where I'd been struck with that syringe. Not to mention my messed up shoulder and my finger. God damn it. Moving through a forest in the dark is a dumb idea. I stepped through all kinds of underbrush and uneven ground, almost breaking my leg, getting stuck in roots, breaking branches. There's no way to just be quiet, rain or no. And every time I gained ground, they picked up my trail. They were relentless, and there were more of them. Over a dozen. I finally made it onto a small dirt road. It wasn't much, but at least I could move a bit quieter. The rain was picking up, and I could hear the rumble of thunder. But it didn't take long for them to follow. They figured it out, and they were eager to pick up the pace. I couldn't. I could barely go on. They were gaining on me fast, cheering all the way. And when a pain ran through my chest, I had to stop. I doubled over, sinking my knees into the wet mud. A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and for a moment, I saw all my assailants. They'd stopped. I got up on my feet and looked at them. All of them suddenly stopped. Was it the lightning? Is that it? I huffed. We're done? No response. They just stared at me. Fuck you, I spat. But from behind me, further down the road, I heard a choking sound. In another flash of lightning, I saw her. A grey hoodie and a black pixie haircut. The escapee from the hatchet base. And there she stood, drinking the rain. We were on hatchet ground. What happened next was fast. They came out of the woods, rain drinkers and madmen, wrestling to the death in the downpour. I just stood there, watching chaos unfold around me. Masks breaking, throats trying to inhale the rain, choking, punching, kicking, strangling. It was brutal, and I had no intention of staying. As I turned to run, I came face to face with the woman with the black pixie haircut. She put a single hand on my shoulder and tilted her head down to look at me. Our eyes met. She leaned in and tried to clear her throat. On the first try, nothing happened. But on the second, I could make out 2 words. Thank John. With her permission, I limped away. Hours passed, and so did my shivers. I felt this incredible warmth emanating from my chest. I wasn't tired, hungry, or thirsty anymore. I was just decent. I could do this. Or maybe I couldn't. Maybe whatever they'd shot into me just wanted me to think I was okay. Either way, I kept walking. I followed the small roads. I followed the highway. I kept going in a daze until early morning turned to afternoon. I had no idea how long I'd been gone. For a short while, I could see my breath. But I wasn't cold. I was soaking wet and wounded, but I still felt okay. That worried me. At some point, I started to recognize the area. I turned off to a side road, followed it, and realized where I was. I was just minutes away from where Evan's house had been. From there, I could make my way back to town. I knew the way by heart. By now, my legs were on autopilot. And minutes later, I walked past the driveway to Evan's yard and saw, to my great surprise, that the house had returned. I couldn't believe it. I'd once walked away from that house, leaving an empty yard behind. Now the house just stood there, like I'd never left. A few steps down the driveway, I could see a shadow in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Could it be? Of course it was. Evan came out to greet me. He'd assumed the shape of an average brown-haired Caucasian man in a black shirt and dark jeans. Even though I knew he wasn't fully human, it was hard to see through his camouflage, and yet I wasn't afraid. Evan wouldn't hurt me. I stopped a few feet in front of him. For a moment, we just looked at one another. "I thought you were dead," I said. "I don't possess the strength to die," he muttered. "I'm not going to pretend to understand that." "I don't expect you to." He stepped aside, letting me in. Looking at him a bit closer, I could see the tiny hairs of shifting colours that made up his clothes. I could see the seams in his face where his membranes could break apart. I saw the pouch on his back, where folded cockroach wings rested. I'd missed him. I sat down in the kitchen, and he handed me a sandwich. I told him about the past few months, the various monstrosities that had tried to kill me, everything from St. Gall to Hatchet, and everything in between, headless victims escaping from time itself. A sadistic, bloodthirsty monster trapped in the body of a child. But it was when I came to speaking about Uncle John that I stopped myself. There was no way he'd still be alive. He'd been, at most, hours from passing when I left him. Now it had been, days? Weeks? Being stuck with those blameless freaks out in the Hatchet grounds messed up my perspective of time. Evan wasn't the reactive type, but he seemed regretful. "There is no suffering to that passing," he said. "Your kin were strong. Only the weak resist oblivion." While I got a chance to rest up in the bedroom, Evan went to check on John, just to make sure. Despite being exhausted, I couldn't help but to lay awake. I was so anxious that I couldn't stop my leg from shaking. It took me half an hour just to yawn, and another half before I lost my train of thought. It felt just like the blink of an eye. I woke up to Evan standing outside my door, looking at me. "The proprietor laid him to rest," he said. "It is done." I didn't know what to say. It felt like a rock dropping straight from my brain into my stomach, pulling the light in the back of my mind along with it. This dark, sinking feeling. It physically hurt me, and there was no going back now. I curled up, devastated. Even sat down next to me, placing a chitin-covered hand on my arm in a mimicked gesture of comfort. "You're almost finished," he said. "You may stay here." "I barely even know what this is," I sobbed. I didn't mean for any of..." "You called upon the attention of a being," Evan said. "That attention is important. And if you walk 1 year under its gaze, it can see your devotion. It rewards. It forgives. See, I don't even know what that really means." "It means great change," said Evan, feigning a mechanical smile. "And change is good." "Change is good," I repeated. "Change is good." When I woke up, Evan had already gone down to his basement. He'd left a box of tissues, 2 tuna sandwiches, a Coke, and an entire bag of lightly salted tortilla chips. It was all set up on a neatly arranged tray, right next to my bed. But something was wrong. I tried to turn, but my arm wasn't responding. There was a deep, pulsing pressure reaching all the way from my neck down to my fingertips. No pain, but nothing else either. I looked down at my chest. I remember that one of the Blameless freaks had stabbed me with a needle. The puncture wound wasn't healing properly. It looked like little black veins were spreading throughout my torso. One particularly large vein reached all the way into my left arm, stopping at the stump of my ring finger, where a little metallic growth poked out of the skin. I'd seen that metal before. It was the same kind of metal that had killed Uncle John. "Evan!" I called out. "Evan, are you there?" It took a moment for a speaker in the corner of the room to come to life. "Yes," a set of voices responded in unison. I think there's something wrong." It took him a few moments to come upstairs and examine me, a cold stethoscope against my chest, a few blood samples, and a scraping of the metal stump. A few minutes later, he came back. While Evan didn't have the facial structures to look grim, I could tell he didn't have good news. "Yes," he said. "Something's wrong." "Is it what I think it is?" "An infection. A refined, concentrated dose of an organic metal. Same as Uncle John had." "No," said Evan. "His dosage was about 100th of what you have." 100th? "It is a concentrated dose. Your uncle had mere shrapnel." "Yeah, but he had it in his brain. I was so frustrated. I was so frustrated that I couldn't find the words, and Evan just handed me the tissue box. Maybe he knew this was coming." Over the next few days, Evan tried to slow down the infection. We tried the same dialysis technique that Uncle John had helped me with, but it just wasn't enough. It was like using a spoon to drain a sinking ship. I was deteriorating fast. To Evan's credit, he stayed true to keeping me as his guest. At first, it was small things, losing the sensation in my arm for a minute, having a weird headache, tasting copper. It was all little symptoms, nothing major. But it got worse. One of my strands of hair had turned into a sharp, solid metal. I accidentally punctured my thumb with it once. Days later, I lost all appetite. The only food I could keep down was either heavily salted or high in capsaicin. I could drink hot sauce straight from the bottle. Suddenly the tortilla chips started to make sense. The calendar crossed into December. One of my eyes had gone grey, and I couldn't keep my back straight. I'd hear this awful feedback sound whenever I tried to listen to something through headphones. One of my teeth turned black and fell out. It was all one thing after another, and I started dreading waking up. I mean, what else would I find? Every trip to the bathroom was a horror show. But I was comfortable, all things considered. Evan did his best to help. He made sure I had what I needed, and he gave me whatever kind of pain meds he found appropriate. Vitamin supplements, routine checkups, and a mild exercise regimen. Evan had this vast collection of encyclopedia-like information stored in the back of his mind, and he could use it without a second thought. But I couldn't help but wonder, if this was just part of the pacifier I'd been struck with, what would a full dose do to me? All in all, I was lucky. I didn't get to see John's grave. Leah and Roy were nowhere to be found, and Evan wasn't too keen on looking for them. He told me the Babin family was not only vicious and vindictive, but numerous. There were dozens of them, and people who went looking for them usually disappeared. He could fend for himself, but he saw no reason to push further. I couldn't blame him. I just tried to focus on the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Not my hair falling out, or my left eye going black. Not the twig of metal growing from the stump of my ring finger. Not my teeth turning dark, or my tongue orange. I tried to put it all aside, and just focus on making it to the end of the month. Maybe I could wish it all away. I'd do anything for a clean slate, just like my dad had wanted. I barely slept, ate or drank. Days started to meld together. What day was it? When was the last time I ate? I started forgetting, and found myself disoriented regularly. How John had handled it was a mystery. Maybe there was a trick to it, or maybe it worked differently when it pumped through his system over a longer time. I remember one night in particular. My feet were cold, and I was rolling a little white feather between my fingers. I was so focused on it that it took me seconds to realize I wasn't even inside the house anymore. I was standing in the backyard, barefoot, in the middle of the night, and as I rolled that little feather between my fingers, I saw little sparks. My fingertips were coated with metal, and rubbing them made sparks fly. I hadn't been outside much. The first snow had begun to fall, and among the snowflakes I could see white feathers. All over the night sky they intermingled with the snow and danced their way to the ground. It was so serene, in a way. When I looked down, I could see the sparks had lit the feather on fire. The ashen remains fell apart in my hand. Coming back inside, Evan gave me a blanket and a glass of salt water. I mentioned the feathers outside and chugged the glass. Then it's almost over. Evan nodded. That's the last sign. Sign? What signs? There are several signs that indicate its presence. He nodded. Such as? The sunflowers, Evan said. Have you never questioned the sunflowers? The blue ones? I chuckled. No, those things are everywhere. They are where they need to be, he said. They are the only thing that can grow anywhere and anywhen. Winter, summer, spring, and autumn. They can grow here, on the other side, and at the bottom of the sea. They grow where one thing crosses a line, where a rule is broken, and where intent is foul. I just looked at him. It was like listening to a robot reading slam poetry. The strange machine-like staccato, forgetting to sound human for a moment. But Evan quickly corrected himself and continued. But most of all, they can grow in the back of your mind. That's where they stay, untouched the longest. You mean, it's bad to think about them, and to not think about them? That doesn't leave me with a lot of options. Why would you have an option? I didn't have a response. I just looked at him dumbfounded. My joints started locking up more regularly. Some days, I'd have such an ache that I could barely walk. At one point, Evan had to carry me to the bathroom. I slowly lost my sense of taste and smell. I had to concentrate to focus my eyes, leaving most of the day in a vague blur. I would hear things with an echo, and my skin started to flake, revealing a subdermal layer of metal. It got worse and worse. Quickly, I started having these dreams. White feathers landing in my hand, looking up into the clouds and feeling myself looking back. I'd wake up with this sudden sense of awe, like the universe was calling out to me, like someone was waiting to see me. Evan found me outside 2 more times. Once when I'd fallen asleep in the bath, and a second time when I'd woken up in the middle of the night. He stopped me every time. He had more than repaid whatever debt was between him and my uncle. But he didn't seem to mind the company or the hassle. Days turned into weeks. I celebrated a meagre Christmas, watching old movies on VHS in the guest room. Evan got me a little plastic Christmas tree as a gift. Battery powered, with all kinds of lights and a little angel on top. It wasn't much larger than my hand, but I appreciated the gesture. By then I could barely move. I shuffled about on crutches and had to transition to a wheelchair after a few days. I counted down the hours until the end of the year, and whenever I lost these big swathes of time to my fading grip on reality, it was just more encouragement. Like falling asleep on a plane, it gets you there faster. Finally, it was the night before New Year's Eve. A thick layer of pristine snow outside. And by then, I could barely move. That night, Evan helped me get to bed. He had to speak up, so I could hear him through my rattling lungs. I could taste rust. Your journey ends tomorrow, he said. But it requires an effort. To walk. Around the church, I wheezed. I can't do it. No, Evan said, shaking his head. It is not about walking. It is about a journey. Will you help me? Yes, that was it. Matter of fact, straight to the point. Of course he'd help. He'd done nothing but help. That night I finally slept. I dreamt of Uncle John, finally free of his sickness. I dreamt about a field covered in white feathers and a warm summer sun. I dreamt that I saw what would come next. A benevolent eternity of never-ending excitement, love, and youth. All I had to do was stay a little longer. Then I'd be welcome to join him, and so many others. Countless others. But I didn't. I tore myself awake. It was New Year's Eve. Evan prepared a wheelchair for me and a jar of salt water with a straw. He bundled me up in winter clothes and blankets, making sure a woolly hat fit snug around my ears. It wasn't until he rolled me out of the house that we spoke. "It'll take hours," I coughed. "You sure about this?" "Yes." And that was that. It would take hours to roll me around that lake 12 times. Evan had considered the pacing and calculated how long it'd take based on the amount of snow and the rigidity of the wheels. He'd checked weather reports and scouted ahead. Luckily, the road was salted to stop people from slipping. That made things easier. It was afternoon when we left his house for Frog Lake. The snow reflected the rays of the sun, casting a mirror-like sheen on every flat surface in town. The wind stood still, and I could hear every rustle from every winter bird in the forest. Once we got to the edge of the lake, a sinking feeling came over me. I remembered the brisk walk I'd taken 1 year prior. I thought about what John had taught me and how my view of the world had so drastically changed. Still, the path around Frog Lake was the same. Broken streetlights, names carved into trees. Hell, even the same abandoned bike at the side of the road. Whatever happened to me, the town would live on. Nothing would change that day, but me. I drifted in and out of consciousness. I could feel Evan's hands pushing me forward, and the rhythmic clunk of the wheelchair lulled me in and out of sleep. I wasn't even tired. Maybe it wasn't sleep. Maybe it was just my body shutting down. Once he poked me face to wake me up. Turns out I'd forgotten to breathe. I had to start forcing air into my lungs consciously. It felt like doing a sit-up with my organs, and it was a nightmare. "You're doing well," said Evan. "Breathe." I didn't even count the laps. All I saw was the sun moving from the top of the sky to the edge of the horizon. The wheelchair kept squeaking, and I could see we were following our own tracks in the snow. For a while, I could almost imagine me and Evan on the path in front of us, like we were having a slow chase with ourselves. Once the sun started to set, the fireworks started. Just like last year, I heard people cheering and music bursting out from passing cars. Even then, barely conscious, I recognized the melody to the final countdown. I chuckled at how appropriate it was. "Good," Evan said, "make noise. I need to hear that you live. It's hard to laugh. Think of something humorous. It doesn't, I can't just..." I sighed. Moments later, Evan took a deep breath and gave me the worst a cappella rendition of the final countdown I'd ever heard. It was like listening to a sick child trying to sing through a broken kazoo. It was so awful that it came back around to delightful, and even in my decrepit state, I couldn't help but to chuckle. He really was giving it his best to keep me sharp. The sun had set, and the streetlights, that still worked, came on. We started seeing people on the side roads, rushing off to their parties and dinners. I was still sipping my salt water. I couldn't taste it anyway, and I needed every little boost I could get to make it through the next few hours. I must have nodded off, as once again, Evan woke me up. "One more," he said. "You're almost done." I tried to respond, but I couldn't. My jaw had locked up, and my tongue wasn't moving. I grunted so he knew I was conscious at least. I focused on every breath, on every blink of an eye. I listened for my heartbeats, and I held on to whatever life I had left in me. I could do one more lap. I could do a little more. I could make it to the end of the year. And as we came back around, my heart sunk. There was someone blocking our path. Coming closer, I could see his black hair and a childlike physique. A pale kid, about 8 to 10 years old. I'd recognize him anywhere. Fred. The result of a year walk from another person, at another time. I'd gotten away from him once back in July, and I had the image of him drinking from a decapitated head seared into my mind. Maybe I was imagining things. I wasn't all there. "Hi there," Fred called out, waving at us. "Hey, mister." Evan stopped and stepped forward. He wasn't easily intimidated. "I suggest you leave," said Evan. "This is a private matter." "Nah, I'm good," smiled Fred. "I'll stay right here, buddy. What do you want?" Fred thought about it, tilting his head in an exaggerated fashion. "Nothing," he smiled. "I just don't want you to have anything." There was a sudden rush of movement. Fred cackled, but Evan wasn't backing down. I could hear the flutter of insect wings and the clamp of a pincer. Little steps in the snow, laughter and punctured skin. I saw nothing. It was too dark, and I couldn't keep my eyes focused. Then, movement. At first I thought I was being sucked in, but I figured I was being pushed. Fred was keeping Evan busy, while someone pushed me forward. A well-manicured hand patted me on my shoulder, as a whisper sunk into me like an icy dagger. Now, Leah Babin whispered. "How about you come with me, and we'll leave these boys to play?" I couldn't say anything, do anything. I was being pushed forward, one high-heeled step at a time. I tried to scream for help, to move, but my joints were all locked up. I tried to force my mouth open, but I couldn't. I was trapped inside myself, and no one was coming to help me. Leah pushed me forward, away from Evan and Fred. She rolled me down to the edge of the lake. The fireworks from downtown bathed the snow in waves of red and gold. Leah leaned in close. "If you don't mind, I think I'll take that wish," she whispered. "If you mind, just say no." It was cruel. Nothing but cruel, and with a chuckle, the world started moving. She'd pushed me. And as I rolled into the icy waters of Frog Lake, I saw Leah and Roy smiling at me from the side of the road. My body was so heavy from the metal that I couldn't do anything but to sink, deeper and deeper into the lake. There was no light, and barely any sensation. I couldn't even feel myself drowning, just this all-encompassing, complete darkness. No touch, no taste, no sight, and finally no thoughts, but somewhere, in the dark, there was a voice. It was like hearing something through a door, near but still far away. A mumble coming into focus. "Leah Babin is a fucking idiot." I opened my eyes. A beach of black sand, overlooking a still ocean. A red sun sinking over a white horizon. My feet were warm from the glow. Uncle John handed me a cigarette. There he was, just off to my left. He looked at least 20 years younger, and without a single stray metal hair. Clear green eyes, and with a pair of smile dimples that I'd never seen before. "Technically, she didn't kill you, so she doesn't get a wish," he said. "It was either the lake that got you, or that metal shit in your veins." "I suppose," I nodded. "So, what, does the lake get a wish?" "Nah," he smiled. "No one does. So then what? We just sit here? I suppose so." We shared a cigarette, looking out at the still ocean. No waves, no wind. Nothing but the shifting sand under our feet, and the shadows cast from the red glow of the sinking sun. "Why are you here?" I asked. "Not sure," John shrugged. "Maybe as a comfort." "A comfort?" "It'll get real dark, real soon," said John, nodding at the horizon. "It's scary. Evan said it takes strength to die." "Then I guess we're heavyweight champions." As the sun sunk towards the horizon, we got up. It was a nice view. I could do worse. But there was something off. The sun stopped moving. Moments later, it changed direction. Going back up, it shifted. It changed size. And finally, I could see it. It wasn't a sun. It was an eye. I could feel it. A being beyond my understanding. A guiding voice behind the curtain of my world. It had watched me all year long. It had waited for me. And now that I was here, it wasn't sure what to do. John looked at it, then at me. Then back at the eye, his jaw drop in recognition. "Hey!" he shouted at me, grabbing my shoulders. It's still watching." "So? What do you... It's not over," he laughed. "It hasn't stopped watching, so it's not over. It can't be. It wouldn't watch a corpse. But it would watch the Yearwalker." Suddenly a darkness, my eyes opening underwater. Something pulling me forward. Something else on the bottom of the lake. Someone who had been dumped there just like me. Underwater, a silhouette of a metal skull with a red eye. I blinked, and I'm back on that beach, feeling the sand sink into my feet. Uncle John rustling me back and forth. "You gotta make your wish," he screamed. "You gotta do it." I don't know," I gasped. "I don't know what. How?" I grabbed him back and looked him in the eyes. "You should go back," I said. "You shouldn't have died." "No." I'm back underwater. The decayed corpse pushes down on me, hands closing around my throat, crushing my windpipe. I feel my heart beating harder, but slower, fading, panicking, dying. John is hugging me, crying into my ear. "I'd planned on doing this," he admits. "I wanted to take it from you. I wanted it all along. What are you? I'm taking your fucking wish." And simultaneously, my eyes see the red eye of Uncle John's decaying corpse staring down at me. And beyond, the eye of a red sun. And as they blink, my world goes dark. Waking up from unconsciousness wasn't new to me. It's just like blinking. One moment you're there, one moment you're not. I was lying on my back, floating in the ice-cold water. I must have gotten lighter. There was no metal to sink me anymore. I could taste dirt and feel mud under my fingernails. The fireworks were still going strong. Someone in the distance was wishing everyone everywhere a happy new year. Uncle John had taken my wish, to make sure I wouldn't waste it on him. Motherfucker. I turned around and crawled out of the lake. Freezing and shuddering, I stood back up. Leah and Roy were long gone. Fred too. All that remained was Evan, standing on the side of the road, trying his best to stay upright. He was exhausted and bleeding. We weren't okay, but we were going to make it. So why am I writing this? Well, perhaps I just don't want people to throw themselves into something they don't understand. Maybe it's just a metaphor for appreciating what little you have. Maybe it's the pain and process of change, or the dangers of the unknown. Honestly, it could be all of it. It could be neither. An experience is an experience. It doesn't have to have a point. Some things just happen to you, Not everything is commentary. That year was the most horrifying of my life. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. It has changed me in ways I can't even imagine. My past self is barely a memory. How the fuck do you see what I've seen and not break? How do you live knowing there are so many horrors that can end you at a moment's notice, without any choice or input? And yet, I'm still here. You are too. Uncle John left me a sizable inheritance and royalties from some of his apps. I'm finally going to culinary school. I'm not staying in Tomskog, but I'm not moving back home either. I think I'll settle in Michigan. I know people there. I think Evan still lives in that house back in Tomskog. God knows what he's working on. But I have a sneaking suspicion I'll never truly know. And for the time being, everything will be as normal as I can keep it. But I know, in my heart of hearts, that this won't be my last year walk. I know I'll see Uncle John again.